Welcome to Hearthstone Legends, where we look back at the most iconic matches and moments that made the players we know today legends. For this episode, we look back on the long and storied road that Thijs travelled to become one of the most successful Hearthstone players in the world. One of Thijs' first steps in his pursuit of greatness was the 2015 European Championship. He locked in a world spot by making it to top 4 and then went on to face Nyria in the finals, where he became the European champion. Get ready, because this is some truly classic Hearthstone, featuring the likes of Patron Warrior and Savage Raw Druid. Check this out.
Our two competitors still here are Nyria from Team Liquid and Thijs from Team G2, representing Ukraine and representing the Netherlands. We have a best of 5 remaining before we decide who our European champion is. And taking us through the action, we have an excessively talented caster desk. How are you guys doing over there, gentlemen?
Excessively well, Rachel. Thank you very much for saying that. And welcome everybody to day number 2 of the European Road to BlizzCon in Prague, Czech Republic. My name is Frode, and I'm joined by Nimsh, Lothar, and Savitz, who will be bringing you guys the action in just a few minutes. But before we do that, we want to recap how everything has transpired over the past few days. We've had 8 players come from all over the European continent and battle it out, and 2 remain, and only 1 will be the European champion. 4 spots were determined to go to BlizzCon, but only one of these guys will get $10,000 and the right to call themselves the first EU champions. A pretty awesome experience. How's it been so far for you, Nimsh?
It was great. We had 8 great players, and I'm really happy to see Nyria and Thijs in the finals. I'm really excited for the games, and we've seen a lot of good stuff yesterday. We've seen 7 matches, I believe, and those some memorable moments where Pavel, well, he didn't miss lethal, but you know that the Dr. Boom after attacking the Sylvanas was very interesting to see.
It was crazy. I mean, the crowd reaction was so loud, and then of course Life Coach was stressed. I mean, then we reflected later that Life Coach also potentially could have messed up as well. There's a lot on the line, and some people definitely got nervous, and it was very interesting to see how it all went down. However, that said and done, you know, Life Coach ended up playing his teammate Thijs, and then Thijs was able to 3-0 him. That was very surprising as well. We don't really see many 3-0s in these kind of tournaments, right, Savitz?
I don't think we saw a single one yesterday.
Outside of the Thijs Life Coach.
Oh, right, outside of that one, yeah. It's pretty amazing. The games have been so close. Everyone there has been playing so well, and now it's come down to just these 2.
Mm-hmm. And then, Lothar, for you, how's the experience been at these EU championships? I mean, last year you've been able to see the journey through some of these players. Thijs and Nyria, both of them, last year got eliminated in the qualifier spots right before going to BlizzCon. And this year they are there, and they're in the championships.
That's something amazing to just see how the players can be super consistent in a card game that everyone blames for RNG, and this proves that it's not the case. We see here Thijs and Nyria, which were, as I said, both were last year in Stockholm playing for the EU qualifiers, and it's really amazing. I'm really happy for them that they actually made it this year. This means a lot to the community, this means a lot to the players, and they show it. You can see it in their eyes. They are really happy about it.
Yeah.
And I think they were really stressed to not fail again, because that would be like a curse to them, right? It would be like an ongoing meme or whatever, just to, say them third time the charm, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess in this scenario, they can't really fail. I mean, no matter what, both these players are going to BlizzCon as well as 2 other players. In fact, let's go ahead and recap how everything went with just the brackets to show you how the past couple of days have went for us. In Group A, we had Thijs advance in first place. Oskaka was able to grab that second place spot after battling his teammate not once, but twice. He had to defeat Hoy, and he did bring that really unique priest deck that we've been seeing, the Dragon Priest, that people have started to catch on popularity. Also, we heard some rumors of Maverick, who did finish in 4th place, unfortunately. We heard Maverick brought a Dragon Mage, which is really cool, but maybe the reason why he finished then 4th and maybe not in 1st or 2nd place, unfortunately.
I was watching the game between Thijs and Maverick, like the first game in their best of 5. I actually saw the turn 4 from Maverick to Twilight Drake. And Thijs was like, what just happened?
That's very unusual. It's not supposed to belong in that deck. Very peculiar indeed. Well, and in Group B, we also had a set of storylines that was really interesting as well. Nyria was able to advance in first place, defeating Life Coach and Pavel. And of course, the conclusion of Group B, the conclusion of all the BlizzCon matches. The drama was never higher, only one spot remaining, and we did have that extremely memorable moment where Pavel and Life Coach played a Druid versus Handlock. Pavel ended up giving a Dr. Boom to Life Coach based off of not killing Sylvanas beforehand. If you guys missed it, I highly recommend you check out the VODs and see for yourself what happened. What were some of the other stories outside of that? We didn't really get to see much of Jira, did we, Nimj?
No, we haven't. Even though Jira was playing versus Life Coach in an elimination match, and apparently the match took 2 hours. That's why we had to wait for Life Coach to recover from that stress mentally when he was facing Jira. You know, Jira, great player from Italy. He was supposed to be like Car and also qualify for BlizzCon, but Life Coach was able to overcome that obstacle and actually advance himself.
Yeah, apparently he had the most intense series of the entire tournament, and that was also on the community stream, which you guys can check out the VODs as well. Let's take a look at the bracket of how it's going to go down today. We have only one match, the grand finals, best of 5 between Thijs and Nyria. And in order to get that point, we had Nyria take out Osaka, and then Thijs was able to defeat his teammate Life Coach. The only 3-0 we've seen this tournament. So Vitz, does this go a little bit closer home to you, because you and Nyria used to practice together, you've prepared together? I mean, Lothar, of course, has voiced his closest to both of the players that were here representing G2, but for you and Liquid?
Yeah, I'm obviously really happy for Nyria. He's been kind of waiting for his big moment, and this might be it. Already made it to BlizzCon, but if he was to get a European champion title, that would be absolutely amazing. And about this final too, I think it's really cool that both of them made through the upper bracket. They haven't lost a single match, so it's very well deserved for both players.
Yeah, and well, I mean, at this point, only one person will be undefeated between these players, but it's going to be really cool. Make sure to let us know what you guys think as well. We're going to give our predictions in just a second, but you guys can do by hashtagging RTB2015 and tweeting at Play Hearthstone. Let us know other things too. Maybe you're playing Hearthstone with us, or share some of your pack openings or some of the cool board games that you're having, or even just talk about what you think will happen or some of your favorite moments. So really quickly, let's talk about the predictions. We do have to pick a winner, and I assume I know what these two guys are picking. He's going to pick Thijs, he's going to pick Nyria. So what are you choosing, Nibs? You are the deciding factor.
So in the beginning of the tournament, my pick was Thijs or Maverick as the finalists. I wanted to see both of them in the final. Right now, I'm happy that Thijs made it. Even though I'm also friends with Nyria, I feel like Thijs is going to take it. It seems like Thijs is more motivated to take the win, and he practiced a bit more. Nyria practiced a lot for this tournament, but Thijs, he was in many finals before, and I don't know exactly in how many finals Nyria was, but he is content with where he is right now, and Thijs always wants more.
I mean, I can definitely see that. I do feel like Nyria is really comfortable too, considering he already did qualify for BlizzCon. And with that, we've said a lot about these two players, but these two players also got to spend some time with our camera crew right after qualifying for BlizzCon and going to the finals. Let's hear what they had to say about getting this far.
I'm happy that I made it to BlizzCon, and Grand Final is a really big bonus for me. Also, because I was in the finals only once, and it was like almost 1 year ago. Actually, even more than 1 year ago. So I'm happy for that.
For me, the tournament went insane. I prepared really well, and I'm happy that it paid off.
I played last match not very focused. I made a couple of misplays that I usually will not do.
In the semifinals, I won against my teammate Life Coach. We knew each other's decks card by card. We bootcamped it for more than a week. I'm happy that I made it, but I'm way more happy that I can just go to BlizzCon.
The best mindset to win is to have a motivation to win. It's a big prize pool, so I should be motivated by that.
It's probably gonna be hard. I'm gonna play against Nyria, and it's not gonna be easy. He has a kind of similar playstyle as me, plays more control decks. We have a similar lineup, so it will be really close. He's really good.
I try to make my zone so I don't look at the stage and just be comfortable playing my game. Because if you will try to look at the stage, you'll start getting nervous. You should just imagine that no one is here.
I think I can win it. I'm super prepared here. I've never prepared as much, and I feel really comfortable at the moment. So I think if I can just play my best and don't get nervous, I will take the win.
Strong words from our two competitors. Right before you guys face off for our European Hearthstone Championship, Now, you've had a lot of time together this weekend, and all through your competitive careers, as both of you are quite storied competitive players. So, I want to know, do you guys have anything to say to each other before we get into the match?
What?
Anything to say to Thijs?
I gonna crush you.
That's what I love to hear. All right, Thijs, anything you want to say to Nyria?
It's not gonna happen. I wish you good luck.
Such sportsmanship from Thijs. Gentlemen, please shake hands. And you are free to enter this competition. Let's give it up for your 2 Hearthstone finalists.
All right, so we're just moments away for the grand finals. Once again, for anybody tuning in, it's ready for Nyria versus Thijs, a battle between the Netherlands versus Ukraine. Two countries, in this region, which is absolutely stacked. Taking a look at these guys' classes, we have very similar lineups, although there are some subtle differences, so don't be fooled by just the similar lookings of the outer shell, but there actually is some inner workings there, which makes these decks different. So looking up how it match up, we talked about predictions of things, but how do you think a person is favored or unfavored here? Let's start off with Savits.
It's really close. I mean, if those Warlocks go up against each other, Nyria is the one with 2 big game hunters, he's going to have an edge there. But if for example, the Warriors are playing each other, then in that case, it might be Thijs who's favored, because he had us run that Brawl in there. So there's those small decisions, small tech choices that might give an advantage if the matchups are good for those players.
Lothar, we've been seeing a lot of players start off with Druid and Warrior. Why do you feel like that is?
In this situation, I think both players would like to seal the Warlock first, because as you said, the mirror match between the Warlocks will be decisive. So I think both players, Thijs would like to avoid that and might open with the Warlock instead. But the question was about Druid and Warrior, and those classes are just super consistent, and they are not relying on a counter, right? Because in an example, when you open with a Warlock, you'd like to play against the Warrior. An example, if you play with the Druid, you don't care what is your opponent playing. You just want to play the game. You have the same game plan every single time, and you just want to outrace him with mana and with damage. So you're not really, dependent on what is the matchup exactly.
This is actually amazing that in Conquest you have those mind games, and right now whoever becomes the European champion will be decided by the fact, do you mind game your opponent? Do you exactly know what is your opponent's tendency? What is he going to start? What he thinks you're going to start with, and how can you counter that?
Okay, well, based off of that, we've seen it's not only just what you start off with, but it's how the series ends up progressing. It's a lot about those mirror matches, too. The handlock versus handlock, which still to this day is actually, I think, one of my favorite mirrors in the entire game, or even just mashups in general. I think there's a lot of chess moving with how you move some of your pieces, and sure, you can always talk about the draws, but I think the way you use your hand is oftentimes just as powerful, because we've seen these players not only play with what they have, but what they think their opponent has, and that's oftentimes just even more powerful, right? The threat of Druid maybe killing you, or the threat of what Warrior having in the terms of just insane burst damage, that's oftentimes more scary than the cards that are actually there.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. There is a Phantom Brawl for Thijs. So Nyria, knowing that there is a Brawl, might not overextend, might not play those many patrons. And if there is actually no Brawl, he'll be just gimmick himself.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we're just about to get ready underway here. I'm thinking that's going to be like a Druid starts here. I think, Thijs comes in here as a very experienced Druid player, but Nyria, he's also an experienced Warrior player. And we're going to start off with a good old-fashioned Patron Warrior mirror. And it's going to be game number 1. Enjoy.
Thanks so much, Frodan. All right, guys, Patron versus Patron. We've seen this matchup a couple of times, but take me through it. What is the most important thing?
You want to go for the 4 patrons on turn 5, if you can. If you anyhow can. You need to have Death Spite or Whirlwind, and the Inner Rage and Patron.
So would you keep a Green Patron in your opening hand if you're the starting player, because you have one less card?
You kind of want a weapon as well, and if you keep a Green Patron, it's possible that you draw the second one, and then you kind of have one dead card. So maybe not, especially since Thijs doesn't have a weapon just yet.
So in this situation, Nyria will just keep the Death Spite. Oh,
yeah, for Nyria, yeah, absolutely. He might pick up the Patron. He has everything else he needs.
So do you like Nyria's hand right now with double Death Spite and Slam and Enrage?
It's decent. It could be better. He's still missing some important cards. Like, he would love to have some early minions, maybe an Armor Smith. Battle Rage to cycle through, and most importantly, that Grim Patron for the turn 5.
But he's not worried about using the first Death Spite, because that's a common problem.
Oh,
you
yeah,
have
that's
to keep
true.
the second strike with your weapon,
Yeah.
because you have to use it for your patrons. When you have two, you can use the first weapon as the advantage to build board control, and use your health points as a resource instead of mana.
There's a couple of differences between those players with regards to the decks. Nairia is running double shield block and shield slam, and Thijs is running the brawl that we mentioned, and he also plays Big Game Hunter in his list. Big Game Hunter, is it useful in the matchup overall, or right now is going to be a dead card?
It's pretty much a dead card. Sometimes you get to Big Game Hunter, Frothing Berserker, but it's kind of rare, and most commonly you just play it on maybe turn 3 and get a few points of damage in.
Especially if Nairia already knows that there's a Big Game Hunter, he would probably get into a situation when his Frothing Berserker will not deal damage and be a huge minion on the board.
Right.
For Thijs, there is the Big Game, the Patron and Inner Rage, but he doesn't have any other whirlwind effects. And no Death Spite as well.
Yeah, no weapons at all for Thijs right now. It might be a bit problematic if he doesn't find one soon.
He has 2 draws. 3,
That's true.
exactly.
Yeah, he
There's
will draw 3.
One from the beginning of the turn, then you have 1 cycle from the Novice Inventor, and then another draw. So that's 3 cards to get a weapon.
For the Novice Inventor, turn 4 is as good as it gets. It can be a bit clunky later on in the game to cycle because of the mana cost. It's fairly expensive.
So Thijs is looking for the weapon or some whirlwind effects. What is Nairia's situation? He doesn't have Patron, he has the double Death Spite.
Yep, Nairia needs to either top deck a Patron or try to draw for it.
And
I
he
was
has a lot of
wondering
draw.
if maybe he should just play his Novice Inventor less turn. Because his hand is kind of awkward, and putting a minion on board, which would allow Battle Rage maybe next turn with the Slam to finish off the Novice Inventor, might be not bad if you really want to search for the Patron.
Yeah, it's fairly unlikely that the Novice Inventor would have survived to the next turn, because Thijs could have also had a Slam in his hand. So then it would be the Novice Inventor from Thijs that would survive. And Nairia does not find that Patron. Now he needs to find a way to get to it as fast as he can.
The accolade seemed tasty here, because you can use, as I said before, you can use the first Death Spite with no real consequences, because you're aware that most of our opponents are not playing Hearthstone Legends anymore in your Grim Patron decks.
Quite often you want to hold under the Death Spite as long as you can, but in this situation, like you mentioned, Lothar, he does have that second one, so it's not a problem at all to use the first one.
You also want to deny the draw from Acolyte of Pain.
Oh yeah, you don't want to give more than 1 card from it.
All right, so from Nairia's perspective, he still wants to draw. There is no threat for the moment. And we've mentioned that the Patron on turn 5 is really important. But what if the players actually miss the Patron turn? If there are no Patrons, what happens with the game then?
Well, then we just wait for the Patrons, I suppose.
Or for the Emperor.
Or for the Emperor, yeah. Sometimes the OTKs can happen too with the Frothing Berserkers charging in. But quite often it is the Grim Patron. That's the win condition in this matchup. The Patron win condition kind of changes depending on what you're playing against. Sometimes it's a Frothing against decks like Handlock. You want to do the Frothing, you want to kill your opponent in 1 turn. Against Druid and other warriors, it's usually the Grim Patron.
Yeah, that's very true. In this situation, both players have an awkward hand.
Oh yeah, it's not that great. Thijs still looking for that weapon. Showing 2 Warzone Commanders, not helpful at all at this stage of the game.
I would still favor Nairia's hand with the second Death Spite and some draw possibilities.
Yeah.
Double Frothing or Warzone Commander is also pretty nice.
Definitely slightly better for Nairia right now.
Actually, when you look at those hands and you compare them, there is a possibility for Thijs to explode with Patron at some point. But if he doesn't find lethal, there is the double Frothing and Warsong that might actually finish the game.
Yep. Thijs with those Patrons and the Inner Rage in his hand. So if Thijs top decks something like a Whirlwind, he could just go off with the Patrons.
Would you? There's Death Spite and Novice Inventor, so there might be an option to clear the Patrons before.
That is
the
true.
Death Spite will trigger his Death Rattle, right?
That is true. That Novice Inventor makes it a little bit worse, I suppose, to go for those Patrons.
There is a Whirlwind effect for Thijs.
There is. He could just go for Grim Patron, Inner Rage, and play that Ghoul. Not sure if he will.
Because then it pushes your opponent to use a additional Inner Rage, or maybe what can you do with an unstable goal when you have 2 for minion on board? Basically, on Taskmaster and Inner Rage to clear that unstable goal, and
Right.
then deal with the patrons, right? But it's really awkward for both players to see the scenarios through, because you have no certainty of what will happen next turn.
Thijs is just gonna take it slow here. Goes to phase for one and the armor's up.
So this is what happens when the players can't explode with patience. We turn in a different kind of game. Both players will have to have patience, just wait for the moment and try to accumulate the combo parts to maybe have that lethal. Or at some point they will be forced to make a move because you have too many cards in hand, you have to play something.
Oh yeah, and Neiria right now, I believe he has 10 cards, yeah. So he has to play something. Might be one of the things or...
Oh, he goes for the Acolyte.
Acolyte, okay. It's interesting.
That's interesting because that's additional draws, and maybe your opponent will trigger you to overdraw.
He has to play something more.
Well, that's a
Ooh,
card.
Shield Slam. It's a good pickup. I'm obviously not gonna use it just yet, but later on it will be valuable.
So Nairia is looking for Torison, for possible patron. I think Torison would give him the most, especially with the cards he has right now. That Whirlwind is great, unstable as well.
Yep, slam. That looks like a really weak slam, but the reason he did it was because of the amount of cards in his hand.
You were talking about Emperor, but when he still has the coin, he doesn't really need that Emperor to make a really big combo, because he has 9 mana that has to be spent for 3 minions, Wars on Command of double Floating Berserker, 1 mana for Whirlwind effect, and if you find a second Whirlwind, then you
Right.
have a 3 Whirlwind effect combo with double Floating Berserkers.
Yeah.
That's enough damage in most situations
So
to
if-
steal the game.
So if
That's true.
Thijs was to go off with his patrons, that could potentially be a huge liability because of those double throttings in Neiria's hand. That Neiria might just be able to deal that 40 in one turn.
Yeah,
Might
like,
backfire really heavily.
he might not even need the third Whirlwind if Thijs goes with the patience, just double throttling it.
Yeah.
I really love the use of Execute here. In this matchup, Execute is basically not...
It's
it's
not
not meant to deal with a big minion, it just
Yeah.
deals like 1 or 2 damage.
The best you can execute is quite often the Emperor. Sometimes it helps with clearing your opponent's patrons off. But in this situation, Thijs had 2 executes in his hand, so spending 1 there definitely a good choice.
Another Inner Rage. Well, that's not looking good for Thijs.
No. How deep is he into his deck? And still no weapon inside.
So he doesn't really want to have too many patrons here also. Because
I
he doesn't want to
think-
fill the entire board.
I think he might be going all in here.
If he's going all in, that might be over because the throttings are there in the hand. There will be 10 mana with the coin for Nairia.
And now you can see that Nairia is already counting the
Yeah,
damage
he is counting it already.
to have enough time during his turn
Yep.
to actually make the move. Because if you start, you have to commit to it. But if you miss lethal, well, that's kind of, okay.
Yeah. There is 6 minions on board right now with Throttling and Warsong. That will be +3, which means there will be 9 minions. First Whirlwind is +18. A second Whirlwind will be...
I think that should do it.
And it's more
We'll have
enough.
2 more.
Yeah, that's plenty of damage. So this should be game 1 right here.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have the patience, when you have not enough damage. Nairia had exactly what he needed with that coin and the Whirlwind effect. Double Whirlwind, in fact, with the Death Spite.
I'm a little unsure how much exactly that is, but it should be plenty. With 9 minions on the board right now, each Whirlwind effect is effectively 18 damage. So
The trash talk is real.
more than enough.
The audience is loving it.
Yeah.
I feel like there should be more trash talking in Hearthstone.
Hearthstone, yeah.
We're kind of missing out here.
He said he's going to crush Thijs, and he is doing exactly that. The Throttings are still getting the attack here.
Is that exactly lethal?
Is it exactly
it's a little bit more, I think. It's 19.
It's 19
okay.
each, right?
Okay, so it's 2 overkill, I believe. But yeah, it is enough. So game 1 going to Neiria.
Now we just enjoy the
Yeah.
long animations.
Might take a while, but we have all day.
Each is 19 damage.
90 damage, so it's... Wow. All right, Nairia is taking game number 1 versus Thijs.
He's
in that station
one
where-
step closer to taking the European Championship title. That's a really huge thing for Nairia. I mean, Thijs is my teammate, but he is the player that accomplished a lot. And I kind of feel for Nairia. He's lacking the title. He's really eager to win here.
Absolutely. Savitz, can you take me for the game? Was there anything else that Thijs could have done? Or was he locked with his plays? And was there a need to explode the patience in that turn? I
Not
hope there is
really.
no war song.
Like, I didn't see any mistakes from Thijs, to be honest. There's no way you can account for that double, exact those cards. I don't know if you remember that Neyria still had the coin, but even then, it required those particular 4 cards in his hand, including those 2 floating berserkers that you cannot replace. So I can't really say that Thijs should have played around that.
Yeah, sure. Well, he played the best he could in that situation with the cards that he was dealt. And now with the Patron locked for Neyria, Thijs still has all 3 decks available. Lothar, what do you think Neyria is going to pick for the next match?
I think he will pick the Warlock because the Warlock is really great against Thijs handlock, and he wants to find that matchup as soon as possible. And still, the Warlock is great against Thijs' Warrior in theory, because we know that Thijs and Life Coach were tweaking the deck. So I guess Neyria would like to start with that, because otherwise Thijs might just run off with his Warlock deck.
That was a big win for Neyria. Not only did he go 1-0, but he went with the Warrior, because the Warrior was the one deck that kind of had a bad matchup potentially against the Handlock. With the 2 remaining decks that he has now being the Handlock and the Druid, there's not that bad of a matchup. So Neyria could just queue up either one and should be fine regardless of what Thijs goes with.
Absolutely. There was also the counter card in Thijs' deck, because on paper, Thijs had an advantage with the Brawl in the deck specifically for the Mirror.
Right.
All right, guys, game number 2 is starting. Neyria versus Thijs, Druid versus Patron.
Wow, that's quite a hand from Neyria. Wild Growth and a Harrison Jones.
I would say that's
amazing.
Really game-defining hand.
Lothar, take us through this. Why is the Wild Growth and Harrison Jones so good versus Patron?
Well, the Wild Growth is always good in opening hand, regardless of a matchup. But the Harrison Jones is something that we really want, because it's, first of all, it denies your opponent a win condition, being the Death Spite, because that's one of the most important cards in Patron deck, while it still gives the Druid player tempo, because you use a card, you gain a board advantage, you destroy a card from your opponent, and at the same time you gain card advantage by drawing additionally. So it's like a 3-in-1 when you think about Harrison Jones. It's really something that you want to accomplish with any card. So it fits perfectly in every single situation, but only if your opponent is playing a weapon class.
Right. It's not looking too bad for Thijs either. He does have that Frothing and the Death Spite. Even potentially could play an Acolyte here, so if you're Thijs, you're kind of happy with your hand. Not happy seeing that Wild Growth come out from Neyria, but still, it's not a bad hand at all.
So, Savis, you like to play this matchup from the Warrior's perspective, and looking at Thijs' hand, what are the cards he is looking for?
Well, once again, same thing as in the previous matchup. You do want to go for those Grim Patrons as fast as you can. You want to make 4 of them. Druid really struggles dealing with those. The AoE of Druid being the swipe, not so good against Patron. It's just going to make more of them.
That's very true. And for Thijs, unfortunately, he's just being next turn. His Death Spite will be denied, so he will have no option, even if he will double it in Inner Rage for the Grim Patron turn. So that will delay his plan by at least 2 turns.
All right, that Harrison Jones being really strong, as Lothar mentioned. Drawing Pilot of Shredder for Neyria.
Oh, look at that!
Oh man, yeah, if Death Spite would be there, that Harrison Jones actually changed the game.
That might have been game right there. No way for Neyria to clear that. But as it is, Neyria did have that Harrison, so the Death Spite got dealt with. Death Spite being one of the most important cards for the Warrior in this matchup.
This is a great story. This only shows how a single card can change who is going to become the European champion.
Well, still far away from that.
Yeah, we're still quite away from that. We're going to have some more matches, but yeah, definitely helps. And that Emperor for turn 6, what more can you hope for?
Definitely.
Not only that, but Thijs doesn't have any way to deal with it as it is.
That's terrible.
So that might be 2 turns of Emperor effect for Neyria.
So he's looking for executes.
I mean, there are some matchups where you can just leave the Emperor on board, because it's not so important to just deal with it after the first tick, because most of the cards in your opponent's deck are kind of low costed, right?
Oh. So Neyria going to the ramp. I was expecting the Emperor. I think the Emperor would have worked out a lot better. With no minions on Thijs' side of board, I think that might have been a...
And with Death Spite already...
Yeah, no weapon equipped either. 1 Death Spite already gone. He might have been expecting something like maybe a Shield Slam from Thijs. I don't think Thijs is actually playing that at all, but if he
used Shield Slam the turn before.
All right, I mean the shield. Yeah, another Shield Slam.
Shield Slam was on Neyria's side, so I think Thijs doesn't have the Shield Slam.
Yeah.
What was possible maybe that he was expecting patrons. That's why he wanted to have minions on board. So
that's possible.
If Thijs plays patron, Inner Rage, Whirlwind. he wants to have something to counter that. And with Thorison, even though his hand gets better, he can't deal with the patient board.
Yeah.
Well, he has the Engine of War,
Yeah,
which
that's
is
also-
a huge deal.
Yeah, but with no minions on the board, the only way for Thijs to really effectively deal with the Emperor would have been with an Execute. But if there was an Execute on the Emperor, that would mean that it would be unlikely that there's another one for the Ancient of War. But nothing too bad. I mean, Neri is still in great shape, and that Emperor, it will be good later on.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want as a Druid player. You want to have the board and you want to pressure Patron and you want to give yourself a chance to finish the game with Savageor.
Is this the brawl?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. The warrior has. We see that there's a shield, still shield block in the hand. So if Thijs will drag out the game, but will not telegraph a brawl. So let's say he'll just play something on the board and just play time. He might have saved the brawl, but it's a matter of preference and better
would have-
damage
yeah.
if the combo would have been lethal because it would have.
I think
been,
I-
right.
Oh!
Wow, and he wins the
wow.
brawl with just 1 million.
And he can kill the 3-2 without any problems.
Wow!
Oh, look at that.
That's just insane.
That was the perfect roll.
How good is brawl? Turns out it's pretty good.
Pretty damn good.
And now the game changed. Nerea can play Dr.
Wow.
Boom, it's a great board, but it seemed like without a brawl, it would be so hard to go
Yeah.
through all those minions.
It is looking so grim for Thijs, not having an answer to that Ancient of War, also struggling to deal with the other two minions, and just like that, with one card, he turns it around. But he didn't win the game yet, and he doesn't have an Execute for that just yet. Oh, he's going for the patrons.
He's going that. Wow, that's really, really courageous.
That
Maybe
is-
he feels after that brawl that, hey, maybe I will get lucky and actually the bombs will spawn even
But
more
this is
patrons.
risky.
It is risky, but high risk, high reward.
I bet his courage skill will go
Oh,
up
no,
after
Thijs is
this thing.
shaking his
Oh,
head.
no, what happened? What happened?
Thijs is shaking his head. Did the new patron maybe
The
die?
new patron is still green.
Oh, takes out the 5 to... Where does the other bomb go?
Can the patron survive? It's still
Okay.
green, so it's,
Yep.
it's there.
Okay, well, that's pretty good for Thijs. Wow.
Well, it's not out of the woods yet. Because
Oh, he can't kill that.
unfortunately, because that 5-2 patron was dealt with the bomb, there's no option to kill the Dr. Boom, and that was the 5-2 menu was crucial to this plan. So I think maybe there was a slight misstep with not attacking with the 5-2 first to the Dr. Boom, if that was really his plan to clear the board.
I actually kind of liked it because the only thing that you would keep it for was if a boombot was to hit it for 1.
Yeah,
but if a
that's like
boombot hits it, 3 out of
25.
4 bad results.
Exactly.
But there is also a chance then that the Boombot can hit the new patron and kill it, and then your turn stops. With this, at least, he is having a board, and that board is hard to deal with from Neria's perspective.
Yeah, I suppose that is also true. There's a lot to consider, and you can never really know what's going to happen when those boombots are out there.
So what do you think about Neria's position right now? He can't really deal with the patrons. He can kill 2 of them, but with this double Savageor, he might actually choose to be aggressive.
There's not much Neria can do to this board.
There are
Just
two
going
options. Either kill the Warzone Commander or just go face. Because the Warzone Commander is a trigger, and that's the game, right?
That
There's
is
no
a
Whirlwind
great
yet, but with
That
double
should be it.
it's 9 plus 8,
You
17.
spawn
You can
maximum-
also slam one
Yes.
of them. Yeah, that's
One
definitely
slam
good.
adds 4 damage because that
Yeah.
adds 1 damage from the Fallen Berserker and gains additional patron.
Right, so
That's true, that's game then.
easy little.
There's enough.
Dice is going to tie it up, and we are done with these warriors.
Oh my
for
god,
now.
even though there was this Harrison Jones that killed the Death Spite on the back of the brawl and then those patrons, he's able to seal the game and tie the series.
Well,
Yep.
that was quick. The
It really
brawl,
was.
the MVP was Brawl here and the Gnomish Inventor.
Oh yeah, the brawl was absolutely amazing. What if the Ancient of War won that brawl?
Well, that would be awkward.
The game would
Say
be
the
much
least.
different.
Yeah.
So
Without
patron,
the execute, there was no chance of dealing with that move.
that's true, that's true.
I can't help but wonder how the game would have looked like if Neria was to just go for the Emperor Thorison on turn 6. What would have happened?
He was maybe too safe with his play. He was afraid of something, and with Thorison, he will have much better plays. But then there was that brawl still. So maybe
Oh, yeah,
the brawl
that's
would
true.
land, and if the result would be the same,
Yeah.
then Thijs would be ahead, and then the patron turn.
Yeah, that brawl, taking out that one card that we usually don't see, and it works out so well. I mean, I always feel happy for the players when they do something that's different and it works out.
We talked a lot with Froden about it, that the NA scene is always using brawls lately in Patron Warriors, and mostly because Yeah, well, Patron is relevant on the ladder, and Handlock has made a recurrence, and it's almost in every single lineup right now. So Brawl is great against 2 matchups.
Yeah,
and that's the reason.
Yeah.
I've also heard the same thing, but on the European scene and on the European ladder, you hardly ever see it. I never play around Brawl, and I
You
can't
were the
remember
one
getting
who-
punished for that. Yeah, I
You were
used
the one
to
who
play
played
it, but nobody seems to play it against me.
But Brawl is out. Warrior is sealed for both players, so they are not going to use it. And right now we are advancing into Druid, or Handlock Druid. Both players are playing a mid-range Druid. Are there any differences that you guys remember in those Druid lists?
The Druid lists look fairly similar. Was Navy running Ancient of Wars? I can't quite remember. We've seen so many.
Well, he had
Druids.
one Ancient of
Ancient
War.
of War.
One Ancient of War, okay. That could be the case. Double combo for both players.
Some Aspirants. Naire is running Aspirants for sure.
Yeah.
Thijs maybe 1, maybe 2.
There were more differences in the Warlock lists. I remember that Thijs was, for example, he was running double Hellfire. Navy is running double Big Game Hunter. So in that matchup, if those Warlocks are playing against each other, Navy is definitely the favorite.
But both players are playing the Demon Handlock, that's for sure.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Only Pavel was playing the classic Handlock without the Void Colors, Mal'Ganis, but he was playing Jaraxxus, so he had one demon. By the way, when we saw the Warlocks really was one of the most popular classes, like let's say half a year ago, almost everyone was running 2 Shadow Flames just to be better in mirror matches. And I really look forward to have that modification in the future.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Flame is a really powerful card, but it's also a little bit situational. And in the meta right now, I'm not sure if it's correct to play 2, but definitely if things change a little, it's a card that you always have to consider. And these startings, oh my goodness, look at Thijs' hand.
Well,
Those minions,
let's say it's not good.
it's awful. Like he has 2 7-mana minions, 1 tech card that's 5 mana also, and the Roar. The Roar is one of the cards that you want to draw last.
It's one of the
basically.
best
Yeah.
hands we've seen. I can't say it's the worst hand we've seen because we've seen Ostkaka's hand versus
Oh,
Naria.
yeah.
So Naria has this power to influence his opponent's hand when he's playing Druid. But Druid Mirror, we've talked about it in the past a couple of times. So it's dependent on wild growths and openings. Right now, both players, they didn't get wild growths.
Yeah.
But Naria has one with the Innervate, so he's going to have to get a better start.
Yeah, as bad as Thijs' hand is, Neiria's isn't that spectacular either. Let's see if he picks up Aspirant or maybe that Wild Growth from the top. That would help a lot.
So, Lothar, do you think this is a situation where war players have semi-bad hands, which will make the game even more skill-intensive?
In this situation, Neria still has the Innervate, and the Innervate can change a lot because it can basically translate to 4, 8, 12 damage if you spit out the minion really fast. But we see that Neria wants to curve out better, so he wants to coin out Pilot Shredder next turn, so he can, an example, drop a 6-mana minion on turn 4 or just the Ancient of Law on turn 5.
All right, Thijs finally finding something to play in form of the Aspirant. He would have loved to have it on turn 2, but still, it's a decent pickup for turn 3.
Now it will be awkward to kill it with the swipe. You still want to go with the Shredder because it's contested, but you know that there is something for 5 mana coming from Thijs.
If Neiria saw the hands, he would coin out the swipe for sure. There's such a high likability that Thijs is not going to have a play for turn 5. But if you're Neiria, you don't think that the swipe is necessarily all that good because Thijs could also have something like a piloted Shredder.
And it's important in matchup Druid versus Druid to grab the tempo advantage as soon as possible because it's hard to come back if one Druid is just attacking phase with the minions and the other has to kill those minions to not die.
Absolutely. And a quick turn from Thijs here. Wants to protect that Aspirant, and the 4/6 is excellent for that job.
When you think about using the spell instead of a minion, you have to think, what would your minion do next turn if you would play it instead of the swipe? And in this situation, you deal twice the damage because the Pilot Shredder will be able to attack, and you will still be able to play the swipe. So it's important to have the, just the ability to see what will be the outcome of the next 1-2 turns.
Absolutely true. Force of Nature is a really good choice here from Nairia. He will be able to clear the board and then lock the mana crystals for Thijs. It's a great question that he's asking. You just played Druid of the Claw, which is one of the best 5-drops you can have. Do you have another 5-drop? And it also stops... oh, wow.
Wow. He does have another 5-drop, but he has something even better. With that Innervate, he'll be able to get the Dr. Boom out here on turn 5 if he wants to.
I think it's not the bad choice, but at the same time, there's the Pilot Shredder with a
swipe.
And then the
Clears.
swipe.
Yeah, Pilot Shredder with a swipe clears it all. But on the other hand, Neria will play a 5 mana, so swipe is not exactly the dream turn for 5.
When you think about the last turn, I would just wanted to point it out because that's like a trademark for Druid. He sacrificed card advantage for tempo when you can and board advantage too, because he used 2 cards.
Wow, those
and Force of Nature.
Oh my goodness, did you see those boom bats?
Yeah.
One damage to face, one on the Crocodile. That was excellent from Neria.
That was excellent for Nyria, but Thijs is the one who's getting advantage right now with the Ancient of Lore. He's not only going to draw some cards, but has a big 5/5, so Nyria will be behind.
So he gets...
I'm just wondering what was the reason for the excessive cheer right now.
That's an amazing Ancient of Lore if you look at it.
Okay. Maybe just the 1 mana that was not used was the Brave mana here.
All right. So from Nyria's perspective, what do you guys think? What's the best play right now? Sylvanas?
Sylvanas it seems pretty bad here. The red turtle is going to be completely wasted. But what does he do if he chooses to play something else? The Druid of the Claw doesn't seem all that good. Azure Drake, it's only a 4/4 and the opponent has a 5/5 on the board. Would die to a swipe easily. It's a tough turn for sure.
Well, you know you want to play Ancient of Lore next turn. So just playing the 4/6 to stop the 5/5. You might have the hero power on turn 7. Maybe on turn 7 he'll play Azure Drake and with the hero power finish the 5/5. That's why he went for the 4/6 right now.
Ooh, a Shade from the top. That could potentially let Thijs play the Shade and the Shredder. Which would be quite a powerful turn, but if he does that, he cannot take out the Druid of the Claw.
Maybe just hero power the 4/6, attack with the 5/5 and play Pilot Shredder. Like for sure he wants to gain some advantage here. Oh, Savager is a good choice as well. He'll be able to kill the 4/6 and still play the Shredder with that.
Yeah, that's quite efficient.
And he just saw 1 swipe, so there's a little chance of having the second swipe to clear the board, which pushes Neria to use 2 mana for his hero power to deal with the 5/1 minion, or use a Wrath. And that was a situation when the Wrath would have been much better than any other situation on the board, so he's now sure that there's no Wrath in Neria.
That's actually a great point, because you really want to force Druid to use the hero power on turn 7. Turn 7 is mostly the Ancient of Lore turn. So you are forcing Neria to not play Ancient of Lore. And if he, Ancient of Lore here would be terrible. Just play it, you draw cards, but it's dice the 5/1.
Oh yeah, just trading it for the 5/1. Yep. Goes for the Sylvanas Windrunner. That would be tough for Thijs to deal with, unless if he didn't have that Keeper of the Crow, which is absolutely perfect here. And with his remaining 4 mana, he will even be able to play out the Shade.
Oh man, that Ancient of Lore did so much this game. And right now, Thijs turned around the game, even though he had this awful opening with no ramp elements.
It was really rough, but right now, Thijs is way ahead. I feel like this was the moment where Thijs pulled really far ahead in the game.
And also wanted to point out that this Pilot Shredder is in perfect placement.
Oh yeah, absolutely. For those Flametongue Totems or
Direwolf Alpha.
There's a chance of dropping a minion that affects both minions on the sides.
Yep.
Like Direwolf Alpha or Flametongue Totem.
Yeah, Neria with that swipe pickup, he also has the Azure Drake and he will be able to spell power swipe, but it's not that efficient right now.
Double Wrath doesn't seem to be that bad, especially when you have a 5 mana minion or 4 mana Pilot Shredder.
I think he's going to just play the Shredder and trade for that lore.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. There is nothing that Druid can do with such a big board. Druid good mana storm.
The best minion out of Pilot Shredder appeared in the grand final of European Championship.
Yeah, you just turned your 4/3 into a 4/4 and killed the minion as well.
Sounds like a really good secret from Paladin.
Wow, that is incredible. And Neria's options are very limited here.
Is there anything he can do to survive? Like maybe a swipe, keeper combination?
He can survive because Thijs doesn't have any damage in his hand as it is. But that's all he can do. He can survive. Turning this around, getting back into the game, that's another thing.
How important is it to kill Thorism now?
Is it? I don't think it did.
I don't think it's that important. I think he's just more worried about the Shade and the Millhouse. Something like a swipe and a keeper would let him kill 2 minions. I think that's what he's going to go for. So low on HP. He knows he's far behind. I like leaving up the Emperor here and just hoping that the remaining hand from Thijs is bad. Force of
There's a
nature.
force.
That's basically 6 damage, so let's
is.
say it's like a fireball draw.
Well, he has 14 damage total right now, 7 on board and 7 in hand.
You can Wrath for Savager.
I think he wrought for one, yeah.
He used one already before, but if he gets it right now,
That's additional 4 damage. That's 10 damage next turn, so you can play 2 minions that have 9 power on the board, so you can set up for lethal next turn.
Yeah, I just played the minions. What can really go wrong? If he's feeling like he wants to play it super safe, he might clear off the keeper. The double combo would kill him.
Yes, but there was already one innervate used
That is
and
also
one
true.
force of nature.
I think there is
That's
no problem.
true. I mean, it seems extremely unlikely, but he is also so far ahead that I wouldn't be too surprised. And he does clear it.
Yeah.
Leaves himself at 23. Not going to take any chances at all.
That's a good choice. Clear board, no way to dying. He's not playing around Mind Control Tech, but it's not like Mind Control Tech is being played.
This might be the time for Neyria to go for Shredder, and it better not be another Millhouse Manastorm.
He gets the Savager, so this gives him a possibility to actually kill some of those minions at least
He
without
has a
that
clear
looking
with that, yeah.
And now,
really bad situation.
and now let's see if Thijs will be missing the crucial damage.
Almost a clear. Well, it's actually not going to be enough.
Doomsayer time?
It still needs to be a Doomsayer. Thijs has 10 damage in his hand. He will also be able to hero power.
That's not gonna attack.
Blocks are not useful, but it's still going to be the exact lethal for Thijs.
Lethal
That's
with
true.
11 damage from the hand.
All right, so Thijs on the back of Force Nature, Swipe, and Hero Power can seal this game right now. He sees it and he goes for it. And this means that Thijs is going to take game number 3 versus Neyria and get a lead in this race to who is going to become the European champion.
Wow.
What a mirror match. What a turnaround.
That was a roller coaster of emotions. Both players had not that great opening hands, but the innervates made a lot of work in this.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I remember turn 5. I was in the middle of explaining how good the situation is for Neyria, and then we saw Innervate for Thijs, and suddenly Dr. Boom changed everything.
Yeah, well, you know, it was a fast forward to turns ahead for Thijs. So
Yeah, sometimes Luxor Boom does change everything. I mean, this situation, the boom bots weren't all that good, dealing only that one to the crocodile, dealing one to face. But still, it's a big minion, 7/7.
but we have to remember that the boombots are not exactly all about the result of from them, but it's all about the threat that they present.
Oh, yeah.
Because you have to change
You have
your
to
way of play of just the plan you have to play around the possible just 4 damage and minions, so you can just lose board control instantly.
Right, so
Yeah.
turn 5 was not where he wanted to swipe, but he had to because
Exactly.
of the boom bots.
I really like the situation where Thijs decided to Savage Roar early so that he was able to kill Druid of the Claw with Ancient of Lore, and then with the hero power, well, with the hero actually attack, kill the Crocolisk. So not only clearing the board, having that 5/1, and actually forcing Neyria to play that Sylvanas on that specific turn and not Ancient of Lore on his side.
Yeah, definitely a good call. They're a very efficient way to take the board.
All right, so right now, Thijs is left with his Demon Warlock, and what do you think Neyria is going to bring? He has still his own Demon Warlock and his Druid.
I mean, it doesn't really matter which one he chooses to play first. The handlock of his own should be a better matchup. So if he wants to try to put it to make it game 5, I think he will go with the handlock
To
first.
drag it out.
Yeah, if he wants to
play
drag it out, or if he
emotions.
wants
Yeah.
to just like take the worst matchup first, then it's completely fine too.
Lothar, can we say that even though Thijs has a lead, he's winning 2-1, that Neyria still has a better situation?
Yeah, that's the beauty of Conquest. Even if you're winning, there's a threat that you can still have a bad matchup in both games, and then now it can be just reverse swept by just a simple lineup that punishes your weakest link. And the Warlock might be the weakest link, but at the same time we know that it's not like a 70-30 matchups in both situations. The Warlock still can prevail. Druid can draw badly, as we saw like in those matches, or can just be missing out on big game hunters on Keeper of the Groves to deal with the early threats from the Warlock. So it's not yet an end for both of the players here.
Absolutely, it's not confirmed yet, but overall Druid has an okay matchup versus Demon Handlock, and then
Absolutely.
Neyria's Demon Handlock is tweaked to actually kill Demon Handlock as well.
Yeah.
All right, so the players are going to start in just a moment. We're going straight into game number 4, Neyria versus Thijs. This is European Championship, and we are going to crown the European champion.
It's a match point.
It's a match point. Yeah, if Thijs wins this, he is the European champion, but it's actually far away still.
Yep, let's look at the starting hands. Neyria gets to go first. In this matchup, it's much better to go first than to go second. That coin sometimes is a little bit weird. You have to play a minion before turn 4. You cannot just go tap on turn 2 and 3 because you would have a full hand.
So Savit, what are you looking for early game?
You want threats. You want as many threats as possible. Also, that Big Game Hunter and an Iron Big Owl, those are very good. So right now it's going to be, it should be, and it normally is a back and forth game where one player is playing threats and the other one is responding to that.
Oh, look at that. Neyria has already tagged out 2 Big Game Hunters in his opening hand, which basically deal with the Dr. Boom and Mountain Giant from Thijs.
That's pretty good, and he also has a Twilight Drake. Thijs does have the answer to that in form of the Owl, but it's still a good card to have early on.
But he's lacking the Mortal Coil to finish off the dragon.
That is true.
That's a huge deal, to be honest.
Still leaves up the 4-1.
I love it. And Frolan mentioned that this is his favorite matchup. I think this is one of my favorite matchups as well, where there's action, reaction from both players. So we are going to see back and forth. If we see back and forth till, let's say, turn 8 and 9, what is going to decide who is going to win? Is there like a specific card, a Shadow Flame, Jiraxus?
Shadow Flame is always a big turning point. If one of the players is able to land a good Shadow Flame, that can be a big deal. Also, whoever gets to play the Molten Giants first is quite often the favorite. It helps a lot. You have those additional threats.
So the player which is dealt the most damage is actually in an advantage.
So if you see a situation in this match where one of the players is choosing not to attack the opponent, that's not because they didn't notice or because they forgot to attack. It's because of those Molten Giants.
Oh man, there's Jiraxus involved already. Is it good though? Because you do want to have Jiraxus at the end of the game to prepare even more threats with Infernals. Right now, Neyria knows that there will be no way that Jiraxus is getting spawned, but it is a threatened board.
I mean, it looks good to me.
It looks very good to me also. Like, how do you deal with that? That's 15 health points. You have no means of killing it instantly with a Siphon Soul. We only saw Pavel running that card in this tournament. And if this gets taunted up...
Yeah, it's very hard to deal with. The normal answer to that would be the Siphon Soul and Sylvanas Windrunner, but Neyria's version of Demon Handlock is running neither one. So there is no card that would really kill it off easily.
So he will just have to deal 15 damage to it.
Yeah, but he can do that with maybe an 8-8. He hit it twice. It's not impossible to deal with. It's also only 3 power, so it's not that big of a threat. It's not gonna kill you very fast.
And this is also the turn when Thijs is thinking, do I even deal the damage? Because there's a lot of cards that can deal damage to the Warlock attacks itself. So like Hellfire, play the Molten Giants early on.
Some mind games coming in from Neyria there, doing the thank you as if he had a Molten Giant in his hand. We know better, there is no Molten Giant just yet, but just trying to give Thijs a little bit of false information, I suppose.
Neyria preparing a taunt wall with those Ancient Watchers, but we can already see how good Jiraxus is because dealing with the 4-2, just trying to grab the board presence early.
Neyria has an option to deal with the Emperor because one of them is just to silence the 5-5. Other one is to silence one of the Ancient Watchers, then taunt it up with the Phantom of Argus, which is actually what Neyria is doing right now.
He has to deal with it. There's no way you can leave up an Emperor for a turn, or an extra turn in this match. Oh, there's the Mortal Coil. That's an easy way to deal with the 5-1.
But also Hellfire.
But Hellfire, Hellfire is pretty good as well, yeah. He might go for it, but he's running into some issues here and then, because then Neyria would be pushed down to 18 HP, and he will have that 8 mana, so Molten Giants might start coming out. I think it might have been a small mistake from Thijs.
I actually like Dr. Boom, because with Dr. Boom, you've seen one Big Game Hunter, so you hope there is not a second one. And when you coil, you deal with the biggest threats, and Dr. Boom is a big threat on your side.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
And it's also, if there's a second Big Game Hunter, you bait it out for the Hellfire.
And I mean, the Boombots are gonna get that revenge kill. Oh, there's the Molten Giant. So now, if that Boombot is to go to face...
no damage!
Wow! That is going to let Neyria play the Molten Giant if he wants to, but it might just be Game Hunt here
It's so funny though, like mostly when the Boombot goes for face, you are so happy, but for Thijs it's like, no, why? Double 4.
Yeah, Neyria was hoping for another Boombot on his face to maybe potentially play both the Molten Giant and the Big Game Hunter on the same turn, but now he has to make a choice here. I would imagine that he's going to lean towards the BGH.
Well, BGH is a good tempo swing.
Yep, let's him play the Lothep as well. I like it.
Why Lothep though? You just want to have
Why
the
not?
big minion on board. Well, you certainly can't play heal bot because you are going to lock your Molten Giant. But Lothab is sometimes good in the end game if you seal the Shadow Flame. So like you develop your Molten Giants and then you play Lothab to protect them from a possible AoE attack.
Yeah, but also Neria has been fighting from behind ever since that Jaraxxus hit the board, and I feel like getting that 5-5 on the board, even if the effect from it is, even if the battle cry is somewhat wasted, it still kind of gets him ahead in the game.
But does he want to deal the damage at all? That's the question. Because you put out a lot of damage, potential damage, which is 9 power to the board, but do you really want to deal that to your opponent so he can play his own Molten Giants?
And
Not the face, but it helps with the trades.
I wanted to say that Nyria doesn't have that much burst, but with the Hellfire pick, he actually has the 6 points of damage.
No, that's nowhere near enough just yet, but that might be useful later on.
Yeah, in two turns, I think that's actually great, having the Dargos as well. So it's like some 8 points of damage out of nowhere if he has some kind of board. That can help him finish the game.
That's a really awkward situation because he has to deal with the Jaraxxus if he wants to go through it. Right, that is 11 damage. So
That Jaraxxus has been absolutely amazing for Thijs.
I think like this turn is just Storison actually from Nyria's perspective. Attack with the 4-2 into the 3-11 to avoid
The Shadow Flame?
Shadow Flame or Hellfire, just dealing with your minions. So you want to deal some damage.
How risky is that? Even if there was a silence just for that Ancient Watcher, he would die. Like the game would just end right there if there was a silence, because there would be a 10 damage on the board. Granted that Thijs did use one silence already, but yeah, I like this sort of approach way more. Finally getting rid of that Jaraxxus completely.
and the Ancient Watcher is still out of range of a single Hellfire, so it doesn't leave you with no defenses at all.
Yeah, I think that was a really strong turn from Nyria.
How much damage is there actually? Because, wow, if you would get like a Mortal Coil, that would be enough. With two free attacks to the 5-6, you Hellfire.
Yeah.
That's 8 damage, and you have 3 more with the Dark Bomb, which is 11. And then with Doomguard, that's 16. The problem is the taunt is
You're right.
5.
Mortal Coil would have been lethal if he had it, but now if he taps for it, it won't be anymore because he won't have the mana to cast everything.
Yep. But I think you still have to tap, because you know that you have to deal with the board, so there will be no damage coming to you next turn. And you need the damage to yourself for Molten Giants.
Those Molten Giants, he has 2 of them in his hand. He needs to tap every single turn in order to get those out.
This is so amazing. Like, he can't pull the trigger because he doesn't want Nyria to play his Molten Giants. So it's the moment where you can't really... You have to kind of clear the board, like deal maybe Dark Bomb the 6-3, but you can't really go for face.
This is why you need a really big truck of damage on your side of the board to finish the opponent's Warlock in one big swing.
But now he used the Dark Bomb, so he only has Doomguard and Hellfire. That's still 8 points of damage out of nowhere.
It's interesting that he didn't want to clear the Ancient Watcher, because we all know that Ancient Watchers are the best targets for Shadow Flames. And this one, in particular, has 5 attacks, so it clears the low tap too.
What do you guys think? All right, so is there any Hellfire play here? If you attack with the Defender of Argus into 8-8, you Hellfire, you Dark Bomb the 8-8, so the only Lothab is left on board with your Ancient Watcher. You can play Molten Giant for 2.
Wow. Now after the Hellfire, he would have been able to play the 0 mana Molten Giant, but... Wow, he's going for the heal, but before the Molten Giant.
Really weird, right?
It's very defensive play.
Very defensive, and kind of saying to Thijs, I don't have Molten Giant, so that might be also a bluff.
Thijs does have a lot of damage in his hand in form of the Hellfire and the Doomguard.
So you're going for the Hellfire here to kind of... No, that makes no sense.
I'm wondering if that's like one of the things about playing on a big stage where you kind of imagine the worst and just go for the defensive play instead of potentially a stronger play.
Double Hellfire might be huge next turn.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That Ancient Watcher and the fact that he has 6 health is so huge for Nyria. There was no good way to clear it. There was always like 1 damage missing. 5 would be easy, but 6 is a bit too much. Now with double Hellfire, you will be able to just double Hellfire the board, deal 6 to face, deal with the taunt, and then still attack possibly with the Giant and the Twilight Drake.
The Crawler is a really big threat here because it's a looming Mal'Ganis or a Doomguard, and this is something that Warlock will not have an easy time with, especially after using 2 big game hunters.
Yeah, it's really rough. They were really looking for that Shadow Flame, but now after that heal, but he wouldn't even be able to play the Molten Giant and Shadow Flame that. But this hand right here for Nigeria, it just doesn't quite seem to cut it. I would imagine that he's going to start the turn off with a life tap.
Well, actually, I have to ask you guys, what is the play that doesn't kill him? Because I look at this board and I see Voidwalker attacking into the 5-6, Doomguard entering the board, double Hellfire, and then everything goes to face.
Well, there's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. So what Nigeria has... Nigeria is probably not thinking about double Hellfire and Doomguard. You normally don't play around that. What is the best play? Is this... He needs to deal with this board somehow.
I feel like the heal bot last turn was too defensive.
I think so too. That might have been a play to survive over playing too... Oh my goodness.
And that's it.
I think that's going to do it.
That should be it. 12 points of damage from the Giant and Twilight Drake, 17.
Looking at Thijs, he's doing the math in his head right now.
17 plus
he knows
6.
he has it. He's nodding here.
20, that's 23 actually.
Yep, that's Hellfire first, sacrifice the Void Collar to get the Doomguard out and deal the lethal damage.
Yeah, alright, with the Doomguard that will be 17 and he can finish the game with the Hellfire. So the Doomguard attacks, Twilight Drake attacks, Hellfire, Nigeria goes down and Thijs is your European champion. GG, what a series guys, that was amazing.
What an amazing run from Thijs.
What an amazing, yeah.
He didn't lose a single game in this tournament.
We actually thought that he has his Warlock is the weakest link, but he was able to take the game. I really want to see what's going to happen and how happy is he? What does this title mean to you? So Rachel, take it away.
Thanks so much, guys. Let me get on the side of our champion over here. Your Hearthstone Europe champion, Thijs, from Team G2. Thijs, I want to know, as the reigning champion, what will be your first order of business?
I just try to do well at BlizzCon, prepare for BlizzCon, and try to defend my title next year.
Fantastic answer, Thijs. Here is your trophy. Lift it high. Be excited. Your champion from Europe. Casters, what do you think of that match?
Oh, I think the match is good.
Turns out an early 0 mana 315 is pretty good. Yeah. All right, well, congratulations to Thijs, your 2015 European Hearthstone World Champion. And it's really exciting to see the conclusion of all these events. It's been a long journey, even dating back to when Thijs was just an unknown player, right? We can kind of evaluate back when he was the person that was just qualifying for Open Cups, and then he was starting to get maybe an invite here and there to a couple tournaments, and he started placing well and consistent. And now he's one of the people that you associate with a top-level Hearthstone player. So absolutely brilliant moment to see all of his hard work pay off. He's played some of the most Hearthstone of anybody. He's practiced some of the most out of any players. I'm very proud of him.
Absolutely. He is a fantastic player and he proved himself many times over. He won the DreamHack and now he is our European champion. I think he's one of the best European champions that we can have.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise that he made it this far. It's not a newsflash that Thijs is a good player, but if there was someone who was still doubting him, no,
not really. And I think it's extra sweet specifically for Thijs because last year he was denied entry to BlizzCon because of Kolento. Kolento was his final opponent, and we were playing single elimination at that stage. And I remember also specifically last year during the European regionals, he was struggling a lot. He had to lose his first match, he had to climb to the losers portion of his group, and then he struggled and he finally fought through it through really intense comeback after comeback, and then he was rewarded with Kolento as his final boss, and he got denied. After he lost that match, he took it like a champ. He said, you know what, I'll just try again next year. He also won the decider match in case any of the players couldn't go to BlizzCon for travel reasons or whatnot. He was the 5th place person, so he was the next closest person in line to BlizzCon. This year, though, the region belongs to him. What a fantastic story it is for this young man from the Netherlands. And Lothar, it must mean the most to you as a person who's spent a lot of time with Thijs over the past year.
I'm really proud of my team and Thijs in particular. I mean, those results they're bringing is just insane. And I think that Life Coach and Radu and Thijs are the most consistent players in Hearthstone in general. And I'm really proud of them here.
Yeah, absolute fantastic moment. And again, thank you everybody who's able to tune in. We've had a lot of fun over the past 2 days. And even though Thijs did defeat Nyria, we also want to give a shout out to Nyria as well. He played his heart out over this weekend. We'll be seeing him at BlizzCon along with 2 other players, Kaka and Life Coach. But we're pretty much done here. Thanks so much for everyone tuning in. From Frodan, Nimsh, Savitz, and Lothar, we're done here. We're going to give it over to Rachel for final words to close the EU Road to BlizzCon.
Thank you so much, guys, at the casting desk. Let's give it up one more time for our wonderful casting team here on the road to BlizzCon for Hearthstone. Wonderful, guys. I don't know how you guys are going to top this. Hearthstone has kicked butt all weekend long.
I know Chobra has his work cut out, as do our casters over on the Heroes of the Storm stage, which is what is going to happen next. Did you catch any action yesterday?
No, fill me in. What happened?
Well, it was an amazing day. We've ended up at a final. Obviously, the top 2 teams will be going to BlizzCon. Na'Vi did what they do. They dominated. They rolled over the opposition. But the interesting one is Dignitas, a team that weren't called Dignitas until 4 days ago. They pulled out some plays. They knocked out Liquid. They knocked out Rokat. Can they become the European champions? I don't know. It's going to be interesting. So if you're watching on Twitch, refill the snacks. Come back in about 10 minutes' time when the pre-show starts. If you're here, rotate around the auditorium to the big stage. It's going to be interesting. And if you're going to call who's going to win, Dignitas or Na'Vi, Rachel, which way would you go?
I'm the host, OJ. I cheer for good games. I just want to see all... How many matches are there going to be? What is it, a best of 5? I want to see all 5 games.
So, okay, then, so she's saying Dignitas, I read into what she's saying there. So in about 10 minutes' time, we're going to have the final Heroes of the Storm on that stage. It's going to be massive.
After becoming the European champion, Thijs had his sights set on the next big title, World Champion. After making it out of the group stage 2-0, while only dropping a single game, he looked like he was in prime position to take it all, until he ran into his semi-final opponent, Ostkaka. Even though Thijs would not go on to the finals, this match would go down in history as one of the greatest of all time.
Thijs representing the Netherlands!
All right, gentlemen, join me here in the center of the stage. Now, I know both of you are players who work very hard to prepare. You study, and you crunch the numbers, and over these past 2 weeks, when you've been playing these decks, you've been getting analysis from your teammates, the casters here, your fellow players, and all you generous people online. So I want to know, taking all that into account, how well prepared do you feel you are with your current lineup of decks?
Well, first, I'm really proud that me and Ostkaka both made it to here. I think we took a cool approach by really going for the control decks, and now I'm also prepared for Ostkaka. I feel really prepared. I did what I called the last day to also prepare for him, and I'm gonna give my best. I'm ready.
Fantastic. How about you, Ostkaka?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really, really happy to be here, but I'm super prepared to win versus Thijs.
That's what I like to hear. Gentlemen, please shake hands. And you can head into the booth. Good luck to you both. Joining us on the caster desk to bring you the action, we have Nimsh, Amaz, and Savitz. All you guys.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Hearthstone World Championships here at BlizzCon. We have 4 players left, and one of them is going to become the world champion. They are guaranteed $15,000, and they have a shot for $50,000 and then for 100. Savitz, what does it mean to become the world champion?
Both of the players here that are going to be playing next are professional players. This is the World Championship. This is the biggest event possible for these guys, and they're not only playing for the $100,000, they're playing for the title, and that title is going to last with them forever.
Absolutely, and the next match is going to be Thijs versus Ostkaka, Europeans' finest. Amas, what can you tell us about them?
Well, this reminds me of when they battled against each other in the Arcline Team League Championships, and Thijs won that one. So, it's up to Ostkaka to prove himself once again that, he deserves to be here, and he can, take him down in a one-on-one. And I think the title does mean much more than winning the prize to me, because you'll be invited to more tournaments. You have a big reputation. Everybody knows who you are, and really sets your mark on the globe.
Yeah, that's amazing. And guys, we actually sat with Ostkaka, so let's hear his thoughts.
When I was younger, I moved around a lot. I've lived in Miami, New York, Indonesia, and Mexico City. I think I attended like 6 different schools. Most of them were international, some Swedish. And it's really been quite an experience. You know, I've always had to sort of adapt to other people and their sort of lifestyle. And yeah, it's looking back on it, it's been a really good experience. So when I was playing competitive soccer, it was really more just for fun. Of course, I spent a lot of time and put a lot of effort into it. It sort of came naturally as well. I was not only playing soccer during the evening, but also all the time during the day, all the breaks, balancing school and soccer practice. Of course, it's a lot of time you have to put into it, and you don't have a lot of time for other stuff. And so it's actually quite similar to my Hearthstone schedule right now. I'm just trying to balance everything, the practice and actually sleeping and eating and everything, just balancing it all. Usually whenever there's a camera on me or even just a microphone, I usually get quite nervous, and as soon as my heart rate increases, it's just not as comfortable as if I'm sitting at home playing. So I tend to rely a little bit more on instincts when I'm playing in tournaments, and it's usually not that good, but so far I think I've been playing pretty on point, so I think it's fine. My youngest brother is 13 years old. His name's William. He goes to school in Sweden. He's really cool and supporting me and all this gaming stuff. And my older brother, Marcus, he lives in London. He's 22. I give my little brother some deck lists every now and then, and he asks me about the game. Of course, I'm really willing to help him. Of course, it's fun for me as well. But it's mostly about the time. I don't always have time for everything. At first, my parents were not that supportive. I mean, they weren't really sure how serious it was. And of course, as I was growing up, it was always your job to, sort of tell me to stop playing and, do my homework and whatever. But as soon as I started, actually making money off of this, and I was really good at it, they started respecting it. So my parents are actually just figuring out Twitch, and it's really cool for them. It's like I'm watching TV. I'm playing the World Championships, and they think it's really, really cool. I'm on this huge stage in front of so many viewers. I actually had a lot of preparation going into this event, and I always had my teammates practicing with me, the whole way around. They were always, questioning my deck choices and everything, and so I really had my teammates there the whole time preparing with me. If I were to give advice to an upcoming pro player, I'd say that just keep practicing, keep playing preferably the same deck, and it's a high skill deck as well. Just keep playing it until you can sort of perfect it, and then look into playing tournaments and showing what you're worth. I really like the game. It's really just endless amounts of skill that you can put into it, and at the same time I'm of course really good at it, so that's really fun.
About to begin, guys. Are you excited for this?
Oh yeah, this is as good as it gets. If you're a fan of competitive Hearthstone, you have 2 of Europe's finest going at it on the big stage. Wow, I can't wait to see how it pans out.
It's so amazing. Amas, there is a priest being brought. How excited are you for the priest?
Yeah, obviously I'm a big fan of the priest class. And a lot of people have, not been using it. They've been, referring back to the standard druid, the hunter, and, the more stable classes. So it's always good to throw a loop in the mix, and hopefully your opponent doesn't expect it and doesn't know how to play against it. Ostkaka, on the other hand, is also bringing rogue. It's not a class we've seen often in this championship at all. So both of them have their kind of niche picks, which is going to be very exciting.
Absolutely, and Savitz is one of the most analytical players. What do you think about the lineups? Because Priest might be Thijs' downfall here.
Yeah, both players definitely prepared for aggressive lineups, and that's what they came to counter. So they are playing anti-aggro matchups, but in this situation that they are matched up against each other, the difference is that Ostkaka is bringing a rogue while Thijs has the priest. And if those two get matched up against each other, it's definitely going to be Ostkaka with the advantage because of the way that rogue has so many different tools to deal with the minions that the priest is playing early on.
All right, the players are ready to begin, so let's start the first semi-final match.
Ostkaka versus Thijs!
Right now we see that the lineups are quite similar. They both come from European backgrounds, and I think the European meta did really just get the conclusion that they are bringing both Freeze Mage and they are both bringing the Patron Warrior. So I think it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Savitz, do you remember their differences in their decks? They are bringing Green Patron Warrior, but there are some differences. I believe Thijs is bringing them more control one with less threats, and Ostkaka has them more power in it.
Yeah, Thijs' patrons seem to be a little bit more reliant on those Grim Patrons and making more of those, while Ostkaka's version has the Dr. Boom in it and the Chroma's Hellscream, which are additional threats, that and additional win conditions. And here in game 1, it's going to be Ostkaka going up against Thijs' Priest. And that Priest has been doing well in the tournament, but Ostkaka comes well prepared.
Yeah, I really wonder if Thijs can win with the Priest. This is one of the most important things here in this matchup overall. If he can steal a win against any deck, he might position himself to be in a good spot. But for now, that Priest is his weak link.
Absolutely. The matchups that the Priest is good against are the aggressive decks like Zoo, Warlock, Hunter, and Tempo Mage. But Ostkaka is not playing any of those. So here we go, turn 1 Zombie Chow, definitely a great start from Thijs. Ostkaka doesn't have a Fiery War Axe just yet. Yeah, and he does have that Death Spite.
Thijs actually got the Dragons as well, so it's really helpful in the beginning. Maybe with Northside Cleric, he'll be able to draw enough cards to get the advantage. So for the Priest, the best plan is just to play the big minion any turn. On 3, you want to have Blackwing Raptor, or you want to have the Cultist. And then 4 Twilight Guardian into another Blackwing. So like a lot of great minions every turn to just overload your opponent. And this is also one of the strategies versus Patron, when you want to have those minions before they explode the pages on turn 4 or 5.
Exactly. As a priest, you just want to curve out every turn. So every turn you want to develop something big, like you said. But Ostkaka is looking at the turn 5 explosive turn with like Inner Rage plus the Whirlwind effect from the Despite. So that's what Ostkaka is going to set up for.
He is still missing the Inner Rage, but he's going to try to draw into it here. Battle Rage only for 1 card, but with 2 Battle Rages in his hand, it's quite valuable to just cycle, because he's unlikely to be able to use both of them as efficiently as the game progresses.
Is there any specific plan for Ostkaka, or is it just going with the Patrons on turn 5 or 6? And then just pumping the threats?
Well, right now, judging by his hand, that seems to be his best strategy going forward. Maybe he'll draw into some bigger threats, such as like Dr. Broom or something, that might alter his game plan. But for now, this is his strategy. And Thijs, knowing that, might not drop too many small creatures. But yeah, you see the Valen's chosen as option right now, just to pump a minion to put more pressure on the board. The other option would be to put 2 small minions, but once again, 2 attack is not really what you want against the Patron.
Yeah. There is another strategy for the Warrior available as well, where the Warrior just keeps clearing every single minion from the Priest and then just outvalues the Priest player with those Battle Rages. But as we saw, the first Battle Rage got used kind of lightly, and Ostkaka seems to be aiming to do the massive Grim Patron turn.
But there are tools for the Priest to deal with those Patrons. Not now, but there should be a Light Bomb, Holy Nova as well. So there are some things to actually help with the full Patron board.
Right, exactly. Ostkaka here could choose to coin up a Despite because he does have the Shredder at turn 4 to play. Obviously, you want to save the Death Rattle effect from the weapon when you play the Patron. So we should see just an attack here and no attack next turn.
Yep, there is the Death Spite. Thijs still holding on this North-South Cleric. He has multiple turns where he could have played it, but he understands the importance of getting those extra cards against the Patron to be able to sustain.
Alright, so again, Valen's Chosen is available. He can be a bit more aggressive, but the problem is execute. If there is an execute, just attack with the weapon, and he will be able to deal with the big minion. Starting with Power Shield, trying to draw a card.
Oh, and that's a good one for the following turn. He has the option to go for the Valen's Chosen here as well, but he knows that Ostkaka might have an execute in his hand, so that takes a little bit of value out of the Valen's. But in case there was no execute, that Zombie Chow could just win the game alone.
Yeah, and we see Thijs has a lot of pressure on the board right now. Ostkaka is down 16 health, but at the end of the day, it is a Zombie Chow, so Ostkaka could feel a little bit safer as his life total is effectively at 21. So he has to think of an interesting player. So yeah, Shredder is a very natural follow-up. If he's going to follow his strategy from last turn.
He might want to just deal with the Chow right now as well, so maybe Taskmaster execute, it would be an option, for sure.
Oh, he's going for the attack, so he might actually execute this turn.
Interesting, he chose to play the Frothing Berserker after using the weapon. It would have taken 1 damage more, but it would have also gained some additional attack power from the Death Spite attack.
So is he playing around Shadow Word Death?
Could be, yeah. Shadow Word Death sometimes can be a bit clunky for the Priest player, and if that Frothing went up to 5 power, it could have given Thijs a good turn. second death spite coming down, and Thijs finds his light bomb. That will certainly help if Ostkaka chooses to go for the patrons next time.
All right, so what's left for Thijs? He can play Worm Wrist, but it doesn't look great.
Yeah, at 6 mana right now, he's really limited on the options.
Is Worm Wrist Agent the only play? Just Holy Nova doesn't seem great. It doesn't do anything. The Northshire Cleric will not draw him a card.
Seems like there's no other play available. As weak as the agent is, there's just simply nothing else to do.
Mocking me?
Definitely not the turn 6 that Thijs was hoping to do.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for him. But then Ostkaka is still... he got the Inner Rage. He was looking for that specifically, or maybe a Whirlwind to just be able to play more patrons. But on the other hand, there is that Light Bomb and Holy Nova as well.
There is that Light Bomb, but Ostkaka knows that Thijs is only playing one Light Bomb, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just went for it here. But there is that Light Bomb already and waiting. So if he chooses to go for the Grim Patrons, maybe even with the Inner Rage and the attack from the weapon, he is going to kind of run into a lot of trouble.
What do you think, Savitz, about just playing Pilot Shredder and Taskmaster? With the Taskmaster, you maybe you just attack it with the 2/4 and kill it with the Taskmaster instead of buffing your own Berserker. It will leave your Berserker on 2 health after the attack, and you can still have the Pilot Shredder on board as well.
Not bad at all. He could also choose to maybe play the Piloted Shredder, hit with the Death Spite, draw some additional cards. But there's the Grim Patron.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Ostkaka does go for Grim Patron play, and I do like it. You only get punished by Light Bomb, and even if Thijs does have the card, which we see that he does, he can't really follow up that with anything. It does cost 6 mana, it costs his entire turn, and then Ostkaka can develop something behind that.
Oh, wow. This is really good. He's not attacking with the weapons, so he's not going all in, but he still creates a board that is really hard to deal with. Because Holy Nova is not clearing this. Holy Nova will create another patron. Is Thijs forced to Light Bomb?
Yeah, I think he has to. The Nova doesn't really accomplish enough. It would only leave Ostkaka with 1 full health patron and a 3/1 patron. It's an option to hold on to the Light Bomb. But that was such an amazing play from Ostkaka, not going to commit too much into this play with the Grim Patrons for now, and he's showing it here why he made it so far in the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. He made it so that Thijs has a very awkward turn right now, and if he does choose to use the Light Bomb, Ostkaka actually kept his Death Spite as a resource to use later game, which is very important.
Certainly going to help with the Battle Rage, because it allows him to damage all of his own minions.
So for Thijs, you know that there is something being planned by Ostkaka. If you just go for the Light Bomb, you lose a tool. If there's another patron and something like a Whirlwind, you will not be able to deal with that board. So it seems like he's going for the Light Bomb and Zombie Chow here.
Yep, and there's the Light Bomb.
3 Light Bombs, actually.
Yeah.
The animation is pretty nice, yes.
Yep.
All right, so Zombie Chow is actually not a threat. It even might help Ostkaka, because if he kills it, he can take 2 damage and then he heals for 5. So essentially, it's more health. But on the other hand, from Thijs' perspective, you need something to create presence.
Yeah, he definitely wants to get something going. Ysera still a little bit of... He needs 9 mana for that, and next turn he will only have 8 available for him. So he's hoping to pick up something that he can play. Something that's not too reactive. Because Priest is known for playing a lot of reactive cards. While Dragon Priest is the version that has more proactive cards, there's still so many cards that might not fit the situation, and he might end up just hero power passing if the card from the top of his deck is a bad one.
Yeah, and also the Zombie Chow created a weird situation for Ostkaka, because normally he might have just played the Pilot Shredder and maybe Slam, but right now Zombie Chow contests the Shredder. That's not good at all.
Yeah, I do like the Shredder play. You just have to put something on the board. The Slam already sets up for a very excellent Death Spite. Ostkaka can choose to slam Zombie Chow and then use the Death Spite on something else, and therefore killing Zombie Chow as well. I guess what's going through Ostkaka's mind is that Thijs does run the Shrinkmeister Cabal Shadow Priest combo, and if that actually, if Thijs actually used that on Ostkaka's Shredder, it would be a big swing turn. So
Absolutely.
that was going through his mind.
It's one of the comeback mechanisms, and it would be amazing. But there is no Cabal Shadow Priest for now for Thijs. He just got a second Cleric. Can he even draw cards with it? Not really.
He could, but it's really awkward. You sacrifice your Zombie Chow, heal your opponent's Shredder just to draw those 2 cards. That might be what he has to do.
Oh wow, he's actually going to go for that play. And can't To be honest, I can't really play for it.
Yeah,
and right now
it's so bad.
Yeah, and those clerics might be difficult to use later on as well. Well, that's Strength Master.
Shower Death. Shower Death normally is not that useful versus Patron, but versus this version, it's very useful. There is Dr. Boom from Ash.
Yep.
A lot of cards can actually get healed.
Yeah, definitely. Those were the replacements for the Warsong Commander. And yeah, Thijs' Death is not a dead card. Does develop the Shrinkmeister just for a little bit more board so that he can set up for Ysera much better.
Wow, that execute Frostgaga, absolutely a huge draw, because that will allow him to deal with the Ysera that's bound to come down on the following turn from Thijs. Ostgaga only had one execute remaining, and there it is.
Yeah, Ysera is the biggest threat for Thijs. This is the biggest card he has in the deck, and he certainly hopes to draw as many cards from it as possible, but with that execute, he's just gonna get one card. And that might be a laughing system.
That's right. But right here, right now, Ostgaga might get tempted to play the Grim Patron and activate his Despite right now. And that would be, you know, not that bad. He will, in fact, won't work on Ysera, just slap something else, but he's gonna choose to do this instead.
Yeah, Ostgaga is really patient here, and he knows that with a double Northside Cleric gun, Thijs will not have that many options to draw the cards, so he can outvalue Thijs in the long run. He has that execute for Ysera, and Thijs doesn't have that many cards, so if Ostgaga is patient and has 4 patience at some point, there might not be any removal to deal with that, and he will just win.
Thijs finds a Velen's Chosen, and with the Holy Nova, that could potentially take out the second Shredder too.
Alright, so he decides to go for the Velen's Chosen, get that spell damage, Holy Nova as well, dealing 3.
He's considering whether or not he should first attack into a Shredder before playing the Holy Nova.
Yeah, because if you attack first, the Holy Nova actually heals your Shrinkmeister up.
Yep.
And
so only 1 minute remains.
Wow.
That's not good.
Totem.
That's pretty good for Thijs, but Dr. Boom comes to the board here.
There is Shadow War Death though, so even though Dr. Boom is a great card, and the bombs will have some interaction with this Flametongue Totem, Thijs has an answer for now.
Wait, what's more interesting is if Ostgaga is going to deal with this Shrinkmeister, whether he's going to use his Despite or is he going to use his Execute, right? If he uses Execute, this Ysera is going to be pretty steamroll, but on the other hand, if Ostgaga wants to attack with his weapon, then Grim Patron suddenly looks much better.
He is going to go for the execute, so that is going to open up some possibilities for Thijs with that Ysera after he has dealt with the Dr. Boom.
Yeah, that's a really strong play. Another option was maybe playing Grim Patron and then using Whirlwinds, attacking into the minion, and then using Battle Rage to just replenish your hand.
Yeah, Battle Rage was a really good option there, but Thijs must be pretty happy knowing that both executes are gone, but at the same time, this Flametongue Totem is actually contesting the Ysera. It would just die on board. So he might choose to do something else.
Well, this time he can't really play Ysera, right, into this, so he needs to go with the Shadow War Death and Dark Cultist. Dark Cultist is something that he can play this turn, so it's not bad. The problem with Ysera as well, like if he plays Ysera next turn, he will not have any dragons for the moment. So then, if he doesn't get a dragon from Ysera's Dream card, and Ysera is being dealt with, the dragon cards that he's going to draw, like Lightning Doctors, will not be able to deal damage.
Yeah, that's definitely a thought that crosses Thijs' mind, and yeah, he agrees with you. He's going to save Ysera for later, remove the Dr. Boom for now, and, you know, save that for a later turn.
Yeah, that Flametongue Totem, as bad as it looked when it popped out of the Shredder, is actually going to be quite valuable here with those boom bots.
And this is that time also that Ostgaga can actually go for that Green Patron. He is going to get 2 patrons, he will be able to draw some cards.
Goes face.
4 to the face.
Yeah, does get 4, but it's not that meaningful right now, as this game has kind of developed in a way that is more about the board control than it is about bursting down your opponent.
Can Ostgaga feel that this is the moment to just go all in? There's only 1 card for Thijs, he's in a bad spot, he knows what is in his deck, more or less.
What now?
Yep, I believe... Oh, everybody is not getting in here just yet.
Well, no, I think he's actually going to...
Oh, he is going to go for it.
Yeah, just to maximize damage, Boomba hits for 30, and then the Death Rattle hits the face for a couple more damage.
And I think he played Lockham first, so that he can get a bigger Battle Rage next turn.
Yep. And Thijs is looking at 15 damage right now on the board. He knows that if there's even 1 more point of damage available for Ostgaga next turn, playing the Ysera here would cost him the game. But on the other hand, Twilight Will, that's not going to win you the game.
Yeah,
Ysera might.
Twilight was actually really bad here because the patron will, you know, propagate itself.
There is a Drake, but Ostkaka has so many draws to get to lethal whirlwinds.
Oh, not quite.
Not yet. But he can damage one more patron and draw one more card with that.
I think drawing 4 cards right now is a pretty good.
Yeah, I think 4 is going to be enough. He's looking for another weapon or an inner rage, Cruel Taskmaster, something like that, to find that 1 extra damage.
Even Grommash, like if he decides to not use Whirlwind and then use Battle Rage, if he gets Grommash, that will be enough.
Whoa, he decides to cycle the Whirlwind as well.
Just one more chance to get the weapon that he's looking for.
See if he finds it.
Alright.
Armor Smith is not the card. Acolyte, not really. Inner Rage.
There we
He's
go.
going to do it.
Wow, there's an Inner Rage for Skaka. This means he has now.
The Flame Totem shifted positions.
What?
It's actually not lethal anymore.
It's not lethal because of the new patron that spawned next to the Flame Totem.
So Oscar should have attacked the 5 attack patron before doing that play, and now he's actually gonna, miss lethal. It might not be too punishing as Thijs can't really deal with this board, but that was an interesting, mechanic there.
But I'm sure it's really stressful for Skaka at this point.
Yeah, I mean, how often does that situation pop up?
Oh, not often, and certainly not often at the World Championships. Okay, guys, Thijs is one more draw, and that's Couple Shadow Priest. He can steal the Flame Totem!
That's true, but it's not going to help him, and Thijs is going to drop a game with the Priest. Ostkaka showing us why Patron Warrior is still very relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Ostkaka thinks game number 1 versus Thijs. This is the first lot for the Dragon Priest, which is a weak link. You can have to mind you. Thijs really needs to win with it at some point. But on the other hand, guys, I'm thinking about Ostkaka. Like, what is going through his mind? He knows that he misplayed with that attack, not attacking. And then, the fact he's really composed will stress him more, or will he be alright after this, Savit?
I think he'll be just fine. Ostkaka is an experienced player, and that was such a rare situation. We didn't spot that flame tongue interaction. I don't think many viewers at home either noticed that would happen, and he would miss those 2 damage points. He has a 1-0 lead that must give him confidence going forward.
Absolutely, he played amazingly, and all the things he did, not attacking with the Death Spite, not creating too many patrons before the light bomb, forcing Thijs to use his removal cards as early as possible. So a really, really great play.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, just focus on the good moves that you did. Don't worry about the careless misplay. It didn't really affect the game at all, right? At the end of the day, you're the one with the 1-0 lead, so you got the edge.
So Amas, how awesome is it to see the Dragon Priest on the big stage?
Yeah, it's awesome. Of course, Thijs feels like it's a very strong deck according to his meta, because you don't play a deck for fun in a competitive tournament, right? But I think it's a very good choice. The Shrinkmeister Cabal Shadow Priest combo is a one that's not a lot of people remember sometimes, and it can swing the game around. So I'm really happy that Priest has shown his face in the East World Championship.
Yeah, up to this point, it has really shown its power, and Thijs has been doing well with it. I think it's also worth pointing out that what Thijs does not have in his lineup is the Druid. Thijs is famous for his Druid play. He's an excellent Druid player. We had 13 Druid players.
Out of 16.
Out of 16, and Thijs was not one of them. That was really surprising.
Very surprising to me, yeah, too.
Yeah, he is known as the best. Well, maybe not the best Druid, but one of the best Druids for sure. And his favorite class from. He didn't even play it before. He just found Druid to be the most fun class for him personally.
Yeah, in a meta filled with Druids, it means 13 out of 16 Druids, right? You want to play something that can counter it. And I think Dragon Priest actually does that pretty well. Druids, ramp up the first few turns, and then the Priest just drops these 1-drops, these strong 2-drops. Minions that have bigger stat lines than what they're supposedly costed for. So I think it's a very good meta call.
Absolutely. And Savitz, what do you think Ostkaka is going to bring next? He's locked with his Patron. Patron 1, he will not bring it again because we're playing Conquest Best of 5. What is the next class he can bring here?
I think Ostkaka might just roll a dice here and go for either one. He can't really know for sure what Thijs is going to bring, and so many decks remaining, all different decks, obviously, different matchups. It's hard to tell, but I'm gonna predict Rogue, but that's just a guess.
That's a very good guess, but let's actually hear Ostkaka talking about his decks himself.
for a tournament, it's very much based around like how many players there are. And if it's a very small amount of players, then you can be more specific and try and predict exactly what everyone's going to bring. But if it's like a 50-man tournament or something like that, then it's very much important to just bring solid decks and not try and be too specific. So for this tournament, I brought Oil Rogue, Freeze Mage, and Patron Warrior. And the goal with the decks is to try and beat decks like Paladin and Zoo with all 3 of my decks. So for now, I'm actually really comfortable with what I brought, and I'm really happy. And I think I did my preparation really well.
We've traversed the tombs of Naxxramas. We've climbed every cliff on Black Rock. Now the world cries out for heroes as a new evil rises. There will be danger. There will be doom. There will be ancient temples filled with relics, treasures, and traps. Who will answer the call?
We explorers lead, and we are indeed explorers. Adventure we seek, cross land and sea. Born to go. Yes!
Alright guys, we're almost ready for game number 2, but League of Explorers seems really cool.
Yeah, it does. The quest for the golden monkey, or the origination rod, more like.
Yeah.
That's gonna be cool, but right now the players are playing for the trophy.
Absolutely, the trophy looks amazing. And Savit, do you like Ostkaka's lineup overall? Freeze Mage. It's so cool to see Freeze Mage on the big stage.
Absolutely. Freeze Mage has a lot of good matchups. One of the bad matchups used to be the Warrior, just because of the hero power and the ability to go above 30 health. But Ostkaka has made the call here that the Warriors are going to be less than with what we saw before the Warzone changed. So I like bringing the Rogue a lot. I think it's a little bit of a gamble. Doesn't have a good matchup against something like a Face Hunter, but it has been paying off for him in this tournament.
Well, Ostkaka is really confident in his lineup, and he said like he's not only favored against Thijs, he feels like he's also favored versus other opponents if he wins versus Thijs here.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players are actually very similar in their mindset of, anti-aggro. So it's interesting when they match up together, right? They're playing pretty much the same decks, except for one deck difference. And, the matchups are going to be pretty weird, because how often do you play, a Freeze Mage Mirror? It's a little bit more special. But here we're going to see Ostkaka is going to play Rogue, like you predicted, Savish, against the Freeze Mage. So how do you think about this matchup?
It can go either way, but I would give the edge to the Freeze Mage, because Freeze Mage has so many tools to deal with the minions from Rogue side with the AoE spells. And Rogue has to use those minions to deal enough damage and through double ice barriers and the anti-kill, but it might be difficult.
So what's the best case for Rogue? So if Freeze Mage has a good matchup, Freeze Mage just needs to do what Freeze Mage does. Just set up the defenses, then draw the cards, get to the combo, and stop the Rogue from dealing damage. What is the key thing for Rogue? Is there like a big flurry?
Well, yeah, there are a couple of options. You could actually pressure them a lot with your early game minions, getting those repetitive damage before things like Blizzard and Flame Strike stop the board. And of course, if that strategy doesn't work, you always have the trump card, which is Lotheb, which just stops every card in the Freeze Mage deck. And, hopefully win the game after that.
Yeah, I think the most successful strategy in general for the Rogue player is to put as much pressure as possible early on. Because if it goes to very late game, the Mage is going to be the one with the advantage. So Rogue player has to end the game before Alexstrasza, before the one turn kill after it.
So that said, Savitz, what do you think about Ostkaka's hand?
Well, it certainly is an interesting one. Those backstabs not so valuable. He does have a Violet Teacher, which is definitely a good card. Sprint, if he picks up a preparation, and there it is going to be also very strong. That preparation is going to help him get those extra minions that he needs.
Does need another spell to combo the preparation with, but on the other hand, Thijs has a pretty solid hand. Reporter can cycle for more cards, especially what you want in the Freeze Mage. Not the best turn 3 can establish a secret, but so far looking like a standard Freeze Mage opener.
Alright, but it's not like the best Freeze Mage opener. He doesn't have the Mad Scientist. He maybe would like to have Acolyte of Pain to just play down.
Yeah, it's not the best, but it's reasonable. And Ostkaka here realizing that, it is a race for damage, did use his dagger last turn and this turn, and it's going to reward him since, he has to use his hero power this turn.
Another ice block, a little bit rough here. Thijs was definitely hoping to draw either Acolyte of Pain or Arcane Intellect to get through his deck faster. Now also the Mad Scientists later on might be a bit clunky. in case he draws another barrier to his hand.
So exactly. Master Scientist could only proc an Ice Barrier now, since both Ice Balls are in the hand. So if Osaka knows that for a fact, then he can actually, do some interesting plays around it.
Oh wow, Edwin. Edwin is one of those cards that can be set up pretty early. If Osaka is able to cast a lot of spells, the big Edwin can be troublesome.
And this is not the hand to do it with, though. He would really love to have something like Deadly Poison, Eviscerate, maybe a minion from Thijs' side to also be able to use the backstab to get even a bigger Van Cleef. Here, we're likely to see a 4-drop. Might be either the Violet Teacher or a Pilot Shredder. He could also go for Preparation Sprint, but turn for Pilot Shredder, I don't know if there's anything better than that, really.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you do need to establish a minion, get in that repetitive damage against Freeze Mage. You don't really need card draw right now. The damage is much more important.
Oh, there is the Mad Scientist before he got all the secrets, so maybe he'll be able to play it now.
Yeah, definitely a good draw. And at 4 mana, he can also ping or Frostbolt the Pilot Shredder.
I kind of like pinging, I think. Just set it up, but he decides to Frostbolt to be like a
Yep, and there is the Mad Scientist.
How important is anti-Killbot in this match?
Oh! Is it the time for Van Cleef?
Oh, it might be.
Yeah, that's it's interesting. You can just preparation into something that you don't really need it for. You just want the extra buff.
Do you double backstab?
Backstab your own.
Wow, we know that putting a big minion against Freeze Mages is really strong because usually they don't have much removal. Their only removal is through damage. So that's why, for example, handlocks, when they play like a Mountain Giant against them, it's really, really effective. So Skunk is gonna mimic that with the Edwin, but not this turn. This turn is just going to establish some minions, like someone wants.
Getting the big Van Cleef would have required using the preparation, and keeping the preparation for the sprint is going to allow him to play the sprint and minions on the same turn later on.
Yeah, it's absolutely essential for him to use the pressure on these mages as much as possible to put Thijs in those awkward spots where he either has the removal or he takes the damage. But there is a nice barrier from that Mad Scientist, so that's 8 points of health easily gained. Oh wow, another Mad Scientist.
Well, it's not too bad, I guess. He can play it right now, and that will thin his deck a little bit more, and he will find the cards that he needs even more instead of drawing into any more secrets after this.
So what does he need right now? Is he looking for a Doomsayer, a possible Blizzard, Flame Strike, some AoE clears?
Yeah, I think card draw is the most important thing. The hand, as it is right now, just doesn't seem to be doing enough. So those cards that you mentioned, like Blizzard, Flame Strike, Doomsayer, the board clears. Yes, he does need those cards, but he needs something more. So he needs to first find the card draw for it to increase his hand size.
I also like that Thijs also used this hero power instead of used Frost Nova. Because Frost Nova effectively only gains the amount of health your opponent has in attack, right? So Frost Nova will just heal for 7, where later on it might be even better. Or you can even combo with stuff like Doomsayer, so I like keeping it.
Absolutely. Osaka going with the sprint, 4 extra cards, and
finds another preparation. I believe the next turn we might see a huge Edwin Van Cleef.
That could be possible, but
it's reasonable because on some spots, Mage just has to cast this big removal. And if you have that Edwin set up, it's not dying to it. You can't conceal it, but it's really hard. And even if you have to spend a fireball, it might be bigger than the fireball.
Exactly.
There actually isn't that much big removal in a Freeze Mage deck. Some players do deck in maybe a big Game Hunter. We don't really see a polymorph.
Oh, that was a long time ago when that happened.
Yeah, but Osaka is still far away from winning this game. There's a lot of help for Thijs, so he will have enough time to draw some extra cards for sure.
I think it's actually a little bit problematic for Osaka that he has so many minions on the board right now. That might prevent him from playing the Van Cleef, because playing the spells before it is going to fill the board.
Yeah, that's very true. So if Thijs does choose to, for example, Frost Nova the board, Osaka can actually, combo spells beforehand for the Edwin Van Cleef. So,
But do you really Frost Nova this board? I think there is not that.
No, he's almost at 40 health here, and after the ping, there's only going to be 7 power from the minions. I think he's fine, just like hero power passing.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, kill the 2-1.
Icelands from the top was not the card that I wanted to see.
Yeah, that's exactly
virtueless right now.
Exactly what you mentioned, Thijs. He's missing the draw. Without the draw, he will not be able to get all the answers he needs. And one of the big strengths of Freeze Mage is that it's going to draw almost whole full deck. responding to what your opponent is doing.
He's going to go for the fireball on the teacher, but that is going to allow Ostkaka to play that big Van Cleef if he chooses to do so.
Well, there's double Frost Nova for Thijs, so Van Cleef might get frozen for a couple more turns, but...
How many can he play? The Poison Flurry, Preparation, Blood Mage, so the Van Cleef could potentially be a 10-10 if he wants it to be.
Yeah, 3 mana 10-10 is a pretty good deal.
Sounds good to me.
Is it the best play, though? Thijs, even though he doesn't have Warriors, he has those freezes. He has 3 of them.
I think it's almost impossible to say no to it. He also has that sap available for later on if he...
Whoa.
Pay attention, class.
Okay, so going with the teacher, stronger minion than the Blood Mage would have been. Still gets to play the Van Cleef, saving the Flurry. It would have been a 10-10 the other way around, but this allows getting the teacher on the board and saving the Flurry later on.
Thijs also used the Fireball on the Violet teacher, which pretty much means that he doesn't have a Flame Strike in his hand, right? So it feels very comfortable establishing another one since the last one was so hard to deal with.
Absolutely. Ostkaka got so much information with the Fireball last turn.
Yep.
So what do you do here as Thijs? You got Antonidas, so another kind of dead card, unless it will allow him to have another strategy. If he actually waits till turn 9, he'll be able to coin the Frost Nova as well with Antonidas.
Well, looks like he's just going to slam the assets now, cash in 2 spells for 2 fireballs, and yeah, make it a very hard time for Ostkaka to deal with this.
Yep, Ostkaka does have the answers. Even has that play Flurry.
Well, so the Antonidas play is forcing Ostkaka to do something with it, kill it or maybe sap it, and it also gave Thijs 2 fireballs. So his hand didn't look that great, but now if he changed the coin into the fireball and also the iceness, that wasn't doing much. So he has some ways to fight back. He recognizes that his situation is not great.
Yeah, Thijs' hand just doesn't have enough cycle that a freeze mage usually wants. So he just has to make the best situation out of, a poor hand. Ostkaka, on the other hand, is going to try and...
It's going to clear. That looks like we are going to see the Blade Flurry for 6 damage here. But eliminating the Antonidas from the board and dealing a decent amount of damage to his opponent's hero.
Yeah, absolutely. And he also keeps Eviscerate for some extra burst for the future.
We do see that Ostkaka is kind of all in here. He's playing all his hand and only has a Sapping Eviscerate left for some amount of burst. Thijs really needs to find the Doomsayer, but that's not the card he was looking for.
He gets the card drawn out, but is it too late?
Yeah.
He wants a Doomsayer.
Absolutely. With that Doomsayer, he could have went Doomsayer Nova, and then even after he gets sapped, play another Blade again and another Nova. But right now, he might have to go for the Acolyte to try find those extra answers that he needs.
Is this the moment that you Nova anyway? You obviously ping Acolyte to draw a card.
He has to Nova, otherwise the Ice Block is getting popped. Cone of Cold, no, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's actually alright, but then look at Ostkaka's positioning, having Edwin and the big minions are on the other side of the board.
Yeah, that's perfect positioning.
Yeah, Blizzard would have been certainly a better card. Really smart positioning, like you mentioned here. Having that Erwin Van Cleef on the side and the other big minions on the other side.
Yeah, even though it looks really bad for Thijs, as long as he draws his Alexstrasza in time, it might be very hard for Ostkaka to seal the game. Thijs already has 12 damage in his hand. He still has a Frostbolt, and he has the second Ice Block as well. So if he can stagger his turns correctly, Ostkaka can't actually come back from this. So he's going to actually sap the Acolyte, prevent Thijs from drawing more cards, since he feared the inevitable might be coming soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sap not too strong here, but he didn't really have any other plays to make. So it was either that or nothing.
So amazing. Like I think it's like Flame Strike.
Strike from the top with the ping that would only leave up the
Edwin
Van Cleef, and that is going to be an excellent position for Thijs if he chooses to go with the Flame Strike here.
Alexstrasza was a bit better because with Alexstrasza, as Amaz mentioned, just get him to 15, and then you have double Fireball, and you have ways to deal. Even ping him to death.
That's right. It was really interesting that the Master Swordsmith buffed the Edwin, so that it's that much closer to popping Thijs' Ice Block.
The only minion that would survive the Flame Strike ping.
Right.
Getting the buff here. Thijs is thinking about all of his options. There could be some different lines of play with potentially some of their freeze spells.
Yeah, potentially.
If this right side of the board,
good, and also being the 3-1 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could also use Frost Nova and the anti-heal bot, such that the anti-heal bot attacking the Edwin would, clear it next turn with the Flame Strike Pink. But he's actually going to spend a Fireball.
Yeah, he's going to set up the Flame Strike for next turn.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, that's a really nice play. Ostkaka will not be able to play any minions here.
And one of the win conditions against Rogue is clearing their minions. And oh no, no space for the Loatheb!
He could eviscerate, but I mean, how do you make that play? How are you
going to
make that play?
That would be an insane play.
My mind would be blown if he actually went for it.
He's going for it!
Eviscerating his own blood mixed knowledge.
Wow.
To get that load, he knows the Flame Strike coming on the following turn.
That's very heads up because Thijs doesn't have the Frost Nova. Usually Frost Nova is the counter to Loatheb. It's cost 8 mana, you can still play it. But now Thijs just can't do that. And look at the quote-unquote positioning. The biggest 3 minions are separate on the first, 4th, and 7th position. That's just amazing.
That's so amazing, yeah. On the other hand, he also knew that Violet Tisha is not gonna create the minion to have the space for Loatheb. So what can Thijs even do?
Just do here if he dies.
This is
I guess Icon of Cold.
I guess, but where do you go?
Yeah, where do you put it, you know?
Is the icebox still getting popped?
This really changed the game. Thijs was in a really good position there with those minions frozen.
It's so awkward too because this Kona Cold costs 9 mana. Usually you can ping and play the Kona Cold to kind of shift the positions a bit, but...
You can't even kill Edwin here.
Yeah.
He can't stop the ice block from getting popped here. With the Cone of Cold, even on the biggest minions, he could stop 11 damage by using it on the Van Cleef side of the board. But there will still be 14 from the other minions in combination with the weapon from Ostkaka. So Thijs knows that ice block is getting popped anyway if you choose to use the Cone of Cold. So it seems like he's going to hold on to it for now.
Alright, he's going for anti-Q bots.
Still gonna set up with the Flame Strike.
How much damage is there incoming?
It's a lot of damage. We see, let's see.
10, 16, 18. 6,
so 24 on the board, 25 including the dagger. So yeah, Ostkaka could choose to clear the board, but of course the Acolyte Pain, you want to just deal 3 damage to it, remove it off the board, and not draw any additional cards.
I'm a tiny bit surprised that Thijs chose to go with the heal bot here, because with that Flame Strike and second Ice Block on the following turn, he could have like the heal bot could have maybe potentially be even more valuable after the second Ice Block. Because now he kind of needs the Alexstrasza to be able to hang in there.
That's true.
But can he win with Alexstrasza? Right now this Ice Block is getting popped, so he will need to play Ice Block next turn not to die.
Yeah, well his strategy is going to revolve around clearing the board next turn with Flame Strike and setting up Ice Block, and then drawing the Alexstrasza to heal himself. He already went to the route of clearing all of Ostkaka's minions and winning that way by fatigue. So the game plan changes a little bit here.
Yeah, it's a good strategy, but Ostkaka is the one who was able to cast Sprint and get even more cards. So we tried to set up the kill with the dagger. Is Alexstrasza the only out not to die?
It would seem so. Wow, snapping an Acolyte as well just to prevent additional cards.
Yep. Decides that he does not need the sap anymore for anything else. Denying that card draw. He knows that that Acolyte will not only draw 1 card, but at least 2, maybe even 3.
Both players are so calm. Just look at their faces. They're calculating, thinking about everything. They're here at the world stage of Hearthstone.
Yeah. Maybe they're like, kind of stressed out inside, but you're just not showing it,
Yeah. And here is the Flame Strike finally. That loaded delayed it a tiny bit. Thijs does get to play it here, but 1 Ice Block is popped and the second one is just about to get the same treatment.
Now, Ostkaka's, double oil is going to be really, really good. So even if Thijs does choose to play Alexstrasza next turn, healing himself back to 15, double oil should be able to clear the game.
Yeah, and there is no more Ice Block for Thijs, no more Ice Barriers, all the secrets are out, everything is plain inside.
Yep, and because Ostkaka knows that Alexstrasza is the only way that Thijs can stay in the game, he feels comfortable in healing himself.
There is still a top chance with the Ice Lands in combination with the Alexstrasza in case that the oils would land on the right minions, but Blizzard
Blizzard not the card, and Ostkaka having the SI7 agent can actually deal the remaining damage after the board gets frozen.
Even the Flurry can also deal that 1 damage that's remaining.
Yep, Thijs needs to fish for a card right now. He's in a very desperate situation here.
Absolutely.
Alright, so he's Fire Blasting the minion to see what he can get.
There is no card that Thijs can draw here, and goes for the Cold Icelands. if you're looking from his point of view, there is still a tiny chance, but Thijs knows with 6 cards in Ostkaka's hand, that it's highly likely that there is going to be a card that...
Flurry's gonna do it!
Yeah, Ostkaka's taking game number 2 over Thijs.
Very impressive.
Yeah,
very, very impressive.
That eviscerate play from Ostkaka on his own Blood Mage Thanos, I think that one won him the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you said it's a bad matchup, and it seemed like Thijs had that moment where he could maybe come back. Even though he didn't have the great hand, he had a good position at some point, but eviscerate into Lothar.
I mean, it's not only that, he played the Lothar in the middle of his whole minion board and made the corner code so awkward for Thijs. That was just amazing.
You think he played the Blood Mage in the middle before that, so if he needs to eviscerate it later on, he can play the Lothar in the middle?
That's so depth, it's possible.
Okay, alright.
That was really next level. The positioning, the damage counting, everything. He was able to sub the important acolytes as well before. He put Thijs in a very awkward spot and just grabbed the win.
Yeah, and now, speaking of awkward spots, Thijs needs to win 3 games against Ostkaka's Freeze Mage, and that is going to be very difficult. Thijs does have the Warrior, which is a good matchup, but he has the Priest, and Freeze Mage is so good against Priest. They don't put nearly enough pressure, and they have all the time in the world.
And there's also the Freeze Mage mirror match, which is kind of a coin flip, but then the more experienced player can actually win.
Yeah, sometimes it comes down to the draws, but also the more experienced player can take the advantage in games where the draws are fairly similar. Both of these players, however, are excellent Freeze Mage players, and I don't think there's a massive skill difference there. Both of them are so good and play fairly flawless.
All right, shout out to the fans that are watching the audience right now. You guys' signs are awesome. And yeah, we'll have to see if Ostkaka does take it to the grand finals. It's going to be amazing, but only one European can advance, right?
They are Europeans' finest, the best players we have, Savitz. And one of them will have a chance to become the world champion. But before we even conclude this match, before we even go to the next game, we have an interview with Thijs for you guys.
My past really made who I am now. I look everything positive, even if something is really negative happening in my life or happening with me. It's something I learned from, so it's not bad at all. It feels sometimes like the day back where I played in the King of the Hill, and I had a change there to make a name of myself, and surprisingly also for myself is that I did really well there, and I won 9 times in a row. And after that it went just really fast. I had an invite for DreamHack and I get picked up by a team, and yeah, it's I'm still super surprised how fast all the time go, and that I'm now just here being a competitive Hearthstone player. When I was younger I was kind of ill. I was really struggling with myself, really anxious, and yeah, I had some more mental problems, and it took that time, but how I'm getting out of it, like, it really improves your personality, and now I'm just I feel really strong. I was really unsure about myself. I was always thinking how others will think of me, how they will like me, so yeah, that was some of a problem for me. But after that I just realized that if I'm just myself, that's the best way to go. And yeah, if people don't like it, then it sucks for them. The gaming was a good outway for me. When I started gaming, I always played already some games, but yeah, I enjoyed myself. I found my way making things easier. I felt really comfortable, where I struggled sometimes with being comfortable, communicating. Now it made me easier. The motivation of me is, it's something that was always already with me. In every game I played, even if it was just football or just a small game with friends, or not even a game, I just always look for perfection, and it's something that also, when I play Hearthstone, I play it for fun, but I always want to be one of the better, or I want to improve, and yeah, it's just how my personality is somehow. But now with there's also a lot of motivation. I just like Hearthstone a lot, the game, and yeah, I'm just enjoying everything I do, and that is the biggest motivation for me now. I think in most of the regions, in Hearthstone at least, it's pretty friendly how people look at it. Of course you are competitively when you play the game, but after the game you can have some frustrations, but you will still be friends. I'm not going here to survive the groups. I really want to win the tournament, and that's why I'm just taking a lot of risk. And yeah, I'm pretty sure people didn't expect this lineup from me. For me, winning BlizzCon will mean a lot. Just being the world champion is something I could not even dream of.
Thijs had such a long journey. I still remember Thijs when he was starting. He was just winning some online tournaments, then he entered the King of the Hill, and he had so many wins in a row. And suddenly he wins DreamHack, second DreamHack he is in the final, and then he is the European champion, and now he's here on this amazing stage with amazing audience watching him perform.
Yeah, I mean, he's on a hot streak lately, but you know, he's in danger right now of getting Oscar stopping his hot streak. So he has to keep that positive energy like he talked about, and just focus on his plays, focus on the game, and just win 3 games.
He's practicing so much. Savitz, what are his chances to still win this match?
Well, I gotta be honest, it's going to be extremely difficult. The Warrior is likely to get a win, and I would expect him to play it first, just to get a little bit of extra confidence. You don't want to get 3-0'd ever, and you even more don't want to get 3-0'd on the World Championship stage. So that one is likely that he is going to be able to take down, but it's only going to get more and more difficult in the series if he can go forward.
Even if the matchups are difficult, I believe in Thijs. I think like mentally he is able to come back. This is Conquest format, and I've seen just reverse sweeps before. And Thijs was also one of the players. I've seen him losing 0-3 and then winning the series 4-3. So he's one of those guys who really thinks methodically about the games, and he will not break here at the world stage.
Yeah, Thijs has been down 0-3, 0-2 in many tournaments before. He's an experienced player, and I'm sure he can still do it. There's still hope for him, and he's going to just play one game at a time, and maybe it'll work out.
All right, so he picks up that Warrior. Amas, what do you think about the matchup? Savitz mentioned it's pretty good. Why is it so good?
Yeah, it's really good because Freeze Mage's strategy revolves around playing Alexstrasza and then burning you down from 15 health. But the mechanic of armor from the Warrior just throws that out the window. When your opponent uses Alexstrasza on you, you have 15 health, but say you have like even 10 armor, and the mage does not have enough burn, they just fizzle out and you win that way. And that's really the main strategy that Warriors tend to go with. Armorsmith helps with that a lot, and of course Execute is a key card in removing Antonidas, in removing Emperor Thorson, and even Alexstrasza. They just have all the tools to deal with this matchup.
All right, so it seems really good actually, and Skaka bringing the Freeze Mage. Savitz, this is a bad matchup for him. Is there any valid strategy that he can use?
Absolutely. You want to, if you're the Freeze Mage player, you have to get the Archmage Antonidas, because Freeze Mage without the Antonidas has very limited amount of burn damage. So with those extra fireballs, he needs to get as many of those as possible. And if he does get it with an Emperor effect first, then Archmage Antonidas, maybe 1 mana Frostbolt, 0 mana Icelands, that kind of combo is going. There's definitely hope for him.
There is one more strategy that the Skaka can use. And that strategy is to fatigue the Warrior. Because Warrior has a limited number of threats. This version that Thijs brought is a very anti-aggro one. So he is not running Dr. Boom. He is bringing only Grommash, I believe. And he doesn't even have piloted Shredders. This means that if Ostkaka survives and prolongs the game long enough, he might actually be able to fatigue the Warrior. At some point, Thijs will just not have any threats.
Yeah, that's definitely a valid strategy. It might be a bit more tricky since you do not have healing, while the Warrior's hero part is effectively healing. So it's a little bit more tricky. It really depends on if Warriors use their card draws or not. But right now, Ostkaka is going to pull out Secret from the Mad Scientist, and it's actually super helpful because he doesn't need to draw it later on. So he can draw something more valuable.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely that the Ostkaka would go for the fatigue game plan, unless he sees Thijs make a big battle rage early on. And Thijs is an experienced player, and if he notices that Ostkaka is going for that type of strategy, Thijs will stop drawing and maybe not even use the battle rages at all.
Yeah, that's absolutely a fair point. And looking at their hands, what do you think about Ostkaka's hands? He's got those 2 secrets.
I gotta say, it's not that great. He needs the extra card draw. He needs to find the Arcane Intellect and the Acolyte as soon as possible, fill his hand, find the Emperor, find the Antonidas. A lot of things have to go right for him.
That is a bit awkward because if he goes for the fatigue strategy, he doesn't want to draw many cards.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why mages usually want the Archmage Antonidas, and then, it's theoretically infinite damage with fireballs. You just need to make sure that the Warrior cannot kill your Antonidas on the turn it's dropped. Thijs, of course, is looking to hero power every turn, that's a very good strategy. And save the Armor Smith for when you have a lot of minions and you can have a whirlwind effect perhaps, and just get even more armor that way.
Maybe even get double the Armor Smith for more effects, yeah.
Does go for the shield block here. Wants to get that little bit of extra armor right now and the additional card.
Yeah, more options is always a good choice against a mage, and freeze mages naturally draw themselves, right? Mad Scientist actually draws a card and puts it on the battlefield. Loot Hoarder draws a card. So yeah, it's really tough for warriors to out-fatigue.
Loot Hoarder, not a bad draw from Ostkaka there, but it doesn't increase the size of his hand.
Nope, it's another cycle card. So yeah, Oscar's still looking for something better. Thijs, on the other hand, does have the Patron. It's not too effective against Freeze Mage. They do have Flame Strike. They do have the Thalnos Blizzard. But you know, it's one way to actually just pressure the Freeze Mage enough to win the game. But the more reliable one, based on what all the pros say, is to just gain so much armor that Freeze Mages just fizzle out with no damage.
Well, Patron can help with that. Instead of playing it really early to pressure, you can maybe save it for later. To just play it with both Armor Smiths.
That's true.
Yep, sometimes you can go really quickly with the Patrons and try to get it on turn 5, make a big one before the Flame Strike comes. But in this situation, it was a little bit late. He didn't have that extra whirlwind effect set up just yet. So even if he was to go for the 4 Grim Patrons next turn with the weapon and the Inner Rage, it would be likely to get wiped out with that Flame Strike. And Ostkaka, Arcane Intellect, not just one, but he picks up 2 Arcane Intellects, and those are exactly the cards that he was hoping to see.
Yep, and now if he actually finds an Emperor perhaps, and the Antinous in hand, he can create a lot of fireballs.
Yeah, just drawing the cards is way for now. Do you guys think that the lack of Thorison for the warrior changes anything in the matchup?
Not really.
Not really, yeah.
He doesn't need it right now. It wouldn't help him all that much to decrease the cost of those cards that he has in his hand. It's not that much about the mana costs for now. It's an unstable ghoul. I'd like to just see a hero power pass here. Maybe the ghoul, because why not? But
sure,
doesn't really accomplish all that much. But he also doesn't need to hold on to it for later on.
But this means that Thijs is not pressuring much. He's just armoring up, which is a great strategy, but on the other hand, the game might go long and long.
Yeah. I mean, it is the more consistent strategy, right?
Yeah.
Patron Warrior against Freeze Mage, outlast your opponent, and win the game that way. Ostkaka is the one that's kind of being pressured to pull enough damage before the end of the game happens. So double Armor Smith is pretty decent.
Armor Smith is amazing. If he finds another Whirlwind effect, he can potentially gain a lot of armor on one turn by playing both of the Armor Smiths at the same time and using those Whirlwind effects to get that extra armor and get out of burn range from the Freeze Mage.
So what's the best way to deal with this Armor Smiths?
Archmage Antonidas. That is a good card. He definitely needs that, even though it's not the time for it just yet, I would say.
Ostkaka does need to cycle more cards, but it's a really awkward hand right now, right? You want to play the Arcane Intellect, but you are sitting on 10 cards, so you need to play something, but you don't want to play anything. It's an awkward position.
You can Blizzard, I believe.
You
could
really
just
Blizzard?
Throw it away.
Yeah, you only throw away 1 card though, so it's just an awkward turn.
I think Ostkaka still has time. Like, if he just throws away some cards here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, really? That's surprising to me. I was expecting him to save the Thijs lands.
Yeah.
Play it in combination with that Archmage Antonidas. Seems like he has a different game plan. I'm really interested to see what Ostkaka is planning to do. And how does he feel like he doesn't need the Icelands?
Right. Icelands is usually the spell that you can combo with Antonidas to get more fireballs. But Ostkaka feels like that perhaps this might be the turn Thijs wants to use his Despite. But then once again, Thijs can just sit there, hero power, chill out a little bit, and it's Ostkaka once again who's pressured to actually do something.
Well, you're mentioning chilling out, but how stressful and how straining mentally this match is?
I mean, it's for everything right now, right? It's a single elimination. If you lose the series, you're out of the running for BlizzCon, World Championships, being so close to the trophy. So yeah, I'm assuming the pressure must be super high.
And you also can't be active. It's more about being passive, thinking about your plays, and this is one of the slowest matchups at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, one little mistake might change the whole thing. and that's just what Hearthstone is. So you have to remain focused. Even though some turns you think it's kind of, oh, he's just gonna hero power pass, you know, it's kind of negligible. It's very important to always consider your options.
Absolutely. Sabit, are you considering options for Skak now?
Yeah, I'm trying to see how could he manage with this hand. His hand is full right now. It's so difficult. He has ways to draw more cards. He has the Acolyte. He could even use the Ghoul to kind of draw him a card. But the full hand is a huge problem. He needs to get rid of some of his cards before being able to draw more.
How do you like the preemptive Doomsayer here?
I mean, he just wants to throw it away, basically. It doesn't accomplish much, but it's like, why not?
Well, basically, the Doomsayer is not as good as a random card from his deck right now, so he just feels like he just doesn't want to use it. Thijs here can just, once again, just sit there and hero power, gain some effective health, and just play a card that he doesn't really need. For example, like the coin. Yeah, doesn't feel too important right now.
Ostkaka not the only player who's struggling with the hand size right now. Thijs also with 10 cards, and he needs to figure out what card he wants to throw away in this situation, because he doesn't want to burn the next draw.
That's so interesting, because the Doomsayer would normally be executed, but the fact that Ostkaka just threw it away will mean that no execute targets. So executes are gonna sit there in Thijs' hand, forcing him to do some actions, to make the plays.
Right. Looks like he is deciding to go with the coin in this situation. Thinks that everything else in his hand is more valuable. I wouldn't say that the slam is more valuable. That doesn't solve the problem, because it would only...
it only cycle for another card.
It would only cycle for another one.
And also decreases chances the fatigue race.
Yep.
Oh,
Alex Straza from the top.
So yeah, I mean, Alex Straza deals 13 damage. It's not going to deal any more damage throughout this game. And it's a play that you don't feel too bad playing about. Once again, Thijs' strategy is to reduce you down to fatigue and then, you know, just fizzle you out with armor. So I don't think there is a situation where you need to Alex Straza yourself.
I'm trying to think if there's any reason not to play the Alex Straza. And Ostkaka also thinks it's the best play in this situation. He does put it down, and this is likely to be the double armor smith turn from Thijs. And he's going to get a lot of armor.
Yeah, with the Patron, with the Death Spite, Death Rattle, with the Inner Rage, this armor is going to soar really, really high.
Yeah, even though he got that damage from Alex Straza. It's one of the winning strategies. Such a small armor, but
how much is it going to be? He's at 11 right now, so he's going to...
That's +2 of the Inner Rage.
Double Whirlwinds, one from the Death Spite.
Yeah, you do need to use the Execute.
That is true.
Yeah, so you do not get the Whirlwind, but you still have a board of Armor Smiths, so...
Yeah, that's
shouldn't be unhappy about that, yeah.
+8.
Yep, and with that board, when Ostkaka chooses to AoE down the board, he is going to get another round of armor.
Oh man, that's 12 armor since there are 6 minions on the board.
Yeah, so the best way to deal with that board is having a Doomsayer.
Doomsayer, yes.
Right? Soundless Blizzard is also or Flame Strike. There you go.
But again, that is going to give Ostkaka, that is going to give Thijs 12 armor if he goes with that Flame Strike right now, and it would...
That's right, Sabit, but on the other
very
hand,
high on the HP.
On the other hand, Thijs is stuck with a lot of useless cards in his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And what else can he do?
There's a lot of interesting concepts that arise from the situation right now, right? Because Ostkaka, using the Flame Strike, you know, it's going to stabilize him, but then, you know, he might not have enough time to kill Thijs, right? It's going to count in his hand that, yes, Thijs did use one Execute. So if I play another threat, my second threat would be bigger. For example, Emperor and Antonidas, those are usually the big threats, right? And another thing you realize is that Ostkaka did use this Arcane Intellect very early on, and that was actually really good because it's going to get him closer to fatigue. So all these little things start to come up right now.
Yeah, and it seems like Ostkaka is actually going for the fatigue plan.
Yeah, with 49 health, I'd say that's what he's doing.
Wow, he needs Antonidas. But fatigue damage will be helpful.
Right.
Yep, and Doomsayer, well, that's a little bit late for the party.
Not the worst right now. I mean,
not the worst, but last turn it would be so good. Potentially denying that, either denying the armor or baiting out the Execute, so the Antonidas would have had better chance to survive.
Yeah, you do want the execute to be used on the dukes here, but Oscar feels like he wants to use these antennas right now. Hopefully, the execute isn't in Thijs' hand, so that this antennas goes in the round fireballs. But unfortunately, that's not the case.
Well, it seems like Ostkaka can play risky a bit. He is still in a great spot. He has free chances with the freeze mage. So here, if he risks that there is no way to activate the execute, or maybe if there is no execute, he might just win the game right there. But we obviously know there is a way.
Yep, he can choose anything he likes here. He could go with the Fiery War Axe to damage the minion before execute. He could also go for the slam if he's not too worried about drawing the card here. It does get him closer to fatigue, but it's not really a huge issue for now.
Well, I mean, it might come back to haunt him, right? Every card draw is kind of scary. You take that 1 fatigue damage, you don't think it's a problem, but if you draw 2 cards before your opponent, you're taking 10 fatigue damage when they're taking only 8.
Yeah.
It does rack up really fast.
That is true, but he also has a lot of HP right now. He has 49 effectively, and he's going to get another 2 here. So if it goes to the fatigue, it might be, or it will still be Thijs with the advantage unless he goes into the fatigue. A lot of cuts before Ostkaka.
And also Skaka is running out of threats. With his Antonidas down, he has only Torison as a big minion.
Wow, yeah, and because Thijs just realized that there is one more big threat, he's gonna opt to save the execute along with the Whirlwind to clear it off.
Yeah,
that's pretty smart.
And I want to point it out that he did choose to use the second slam last to kill off the minion from his opponent in order to prevent himself from drawing that 1 extra card.
Exactly. Card draw is sometimes, a double-edged sword in this matchup.
This matchup is so delicate. Every card draw matters. And those Acolytes of Pain, if he follows up on it, they're dead cards. You can't play them anymore.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to play them. They draw 3 cards because this guy's going to ping them, right?
Yeah.
And you do not want to draw 3 cards right now.
That's viable. Well, yeah, Ostkaka doesn't really have much to play here.
How much burst is left for Skaka?
Well, not 48, that's for sure.
Not 48, so...
he needs fatigue to finish the game.
That's true, yeah.
Absolutely.
So this Arcane Intellect is probably not going to get played ever. His Acolyte is also not going to be played. It's going to be interesting.
Frostnova Slayer. Let's even Slayer here.
Just going to stall up for, maybe person Emperor. Yep. Thijs' mind is a bit ticking. It's like, okay, maybe he has another AoE that he's saving for later. So maybe I want to keep the Frothing, to be used after this Strict Corsair dies. I think Thijs' position is very interesting in that he only needs 1 minion to have enough pressure. This 3-2 represents a lot of damage.
Yeah, surprisingly so. Keeping that Frothing, no real reason to play it here. Oh, explosive ship. Well,
it's not a threat.
Not a threat.
It's a card you can throw away and deal with the 3-2.
That's true. It's an alright trade, I suppose.
Alright, we have some cards left. We have 7 cards left for the Freeze Mage player, Ostkaka. And Thijs does have 8 cards left. So yeah, once again, Freeze Mage is ahead on cards.
Yeah, even in the cards remaining, Thijs is doing better than Ostkaka right now.
I was really conservative with drawing. Never played those Acolytes. Use that slam to finish off.
Alright.
This is going to be almost impossible for Ostkaka to close out.
Exactly. When you're behind on fatigue and your opponent is ahead on health, it seems like a double whammy.
Well, he does have some burst.
Yeah, but once again, burst is not enough. Fatigue damage reacts just so quickly. Like, right now, Ostkaka is 2 cards ahead, right? So he'll be taking, 2 extra fatigue damage cards before Thijs does. And what that means is that 8 fatigue damage, you're taking 19 more damage than your opponent, drawing the 9 and the 10 before your opponent does.
Maybe let's count how much damage he has left in his deck. So he should have 1 more Fireball. This is 12, 18, and we'll have double Frostbolt and 1 more Ice Lance.
Well, okay, so Chromash as well. That's even worse. But yeah, if you count all the damage, you have to deal at least as much damage as you have right now, right? So Thijs needs to be reduced down to 26, and I don't think Ostkaka even has enough damage to reduce Thijs down to 26.
There's no way. If I was Ostkaka, I would start thinking about the next game already.
Yeah.
He might be like planning his next pick.
Sure.
What to play.
Because the thing
Well,
is,
he's going to stick with the mage, actually.
yeah, exactly. But Osaka
Death remaining.
can even play the Thalnos because Thalnos draws a card. Like,
Yeah.
there's just so many
that's
dead
true.
cards in his hand.
At least, maybe if he uses Thalnos at the absolute end game, when
Right.
he uses it to like, just bump damage.
If there wasn't so much on the line right now, I believe we would just see that concede from Ostkaka, but when you're playing for this much, you kind of want to play it out, even if you know that it's very unlikely that you're going to win in the end.
Certainly.
Super unlikely. Thijs has a battle, an inner rage on the Grommash that's 12 less health from Ostkaka, but there is an Ice Bear, so 4 less health. But that's still, still damage.
Yeah, and weapons as well. So fireworks is 3 damage. That's why this is supposedly +8. And it goes a couple of turns.
Well, Mad Scientist not gonna do much. All of his secrets are either played or in his hand right now.
But it's a minion. You can do damage with it. That's important.
That is.
It does deal that too. Trades with the Fire Forex charge.
Every party damage matters. This guy can deal 1 damage every turn. Thijs can heal 2 damage.
On the flip side, every card draw minion doesn't matter. And it actually matters more that you do not play them at all.
And Thijs is playing a lot of cards in his deck. He still has the battle rate in it. 1 more damage in winter?
Yeah, possibly. Just things that you don't want to play ever.
This game is
Oh,
interesting.
Emperor finally comes into the hand of Ostkaka. A little bit, bad on the, what was that called? He drew his Emperor, he drew his Antonidas before his Emperor, so the ordering was a little bit unfortunate. So,
Definitely. One of the most important things in this matchup for us, the Freeze Mage, is to draw that Emperor early on, and it might be a little bit late for the party in this case.
It's still a 5/5 minion, something that Thijs will have to deal with.
That's true.
If they execute.
Yeah. Thijs is already counting the number of threats because Freeze Mage only runs the 3 threats, right? Thorson, Antonidas, Alexstrasza. Once you remove those, it's all about the health game.
He might be also counting the number of turns with fatigue. How does it look like? Because at this point, Thijs knows exactly how much health Ostkaka has with the heal bar and the ice barrier.
Right, but still, it seems only a moment ago that Thijs had 39 health, but now it's like 49 health, and it's only going to increase.
And Thijs played so much warrior in the past. I've seen him in the fatigue matches many times before, so he has the experience. He's not being flustered by it.
Another Whirlwind.
All right, activator for execute, I guess.
Sure.
Yep.
He probably won't. He doesn't want to take that 5 damage to his own face here, and with those 2 Whirlwinds, he might as well just use one here. Also, the execute. There's nothing else to execute later on, so the Emperor will go down.
Seems about right. Since both the armistices are gone already, Whirlwinds have no other value other than deal 1 damage.
Thijs should have 1 rotation as well.
Okay. But that really doesn't really matter. I mean, Thijs just needs to clear all of Ostkaka's minions from this point out. Keep on using the hero power because it's twice as strong as your opponent's hero power right now. So that's his game plan.
All right, so Ostkaka, he can't use much burst, I believe. Maybe you want to keep Thalnos, Fireball, Frostbolt, Icelands for the last moment.
Yeah. Even so, the best combo you can do with Thalnos is 21 damage. Well, that's before the Emperor. But even with the Emperor, Ostkaka already used, one of its Ice Lances already, so...
But he needs to play a card, and you don't get the full value from Heal Ball. Doomsayer, you might need it if there is a board. So he's going to throw away the Fireball.
Fireball into a ping. Getting Thijs down to
43 health, oh no! There you go. Like they said, the other Battle Rage comes in hand, so... Yeah, it's really just the formalities right now.
Armor up and pass.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that Thijs is not going to mistake here. He's a very experienced warrior, like you said, and he realizes that his win condition is just the hero card.
Yep, the game is getting closer and closer to the end. Ostkaka almost out of cards.
It's so interesting that they are just locked in this eternal struggle. Mage versus warrior, just waiting till the final condition comes to play. Which is
You could see this kind of like as a, concession break when you're watching like a concert or something. This is like, oh, break time, guys. Like you can kind of chill out, run this match through, and then focus on the other matches that are going to be much more important. Freeze Mage Mirror is going to be very
well. On the other hand,
crazy.
Amas, you blink, you miss one thing, and maybe you will miss who wins this.
Oh, Okay.
So you want it. It is really intense for those players.
It does take a lot from not Ostkaka to. If Ostkaka wins this game, it's because Thijs also helped Ostkaka win this game, and now that's not gonna happen.
I'm actually a tiny bit surprised that we haven't seen that concede from Ostkaka. I'm not sure what exactly is going in his head right now. Maybe he's trying to think about the other matchups. Maybe like how to beat this, how to beat Thijs' other decks with his freeze mage.
So one of the reasons might be that he wants to fatigue Thijs.
But
like
I mean,
mentally, not the game.
That could be the case. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Well, at the end of the day, it is for $250,000, right? You might as well just give the option for your opponent to make a mistake.
Yeah.
Because why not?
Absolutely. And Thijs is in a bad spot overall in his matchup. He needs to win versus the freeze mage 3 times. Even though he has a good situation right now, just concentrating, counting damage, it takes a toll. Ostkaka at this point might be like, it doesn't matter, I lost this, I know it. But I would just play cards and pretend I still have a chance. And Thijs will think, do I really win this?
Yeah, right now Thijs does seem like he's in a mental zone right now. Just goes with his stick with his guts here.
And fatigue hits a bit.
Yep.
Got out of cards. That was the fireball, the last card. So how much damage is available for him? There is an
not 45.
Yeah, that's not 45.
Yeah.
But it's some. All right. Icelands is 5. Frostbolt is 4. It's 9 plus 7. It's 16. Am I math correct?
My math says it's not 45.
That's pretty true.
Yeah.
Thijs here thinking whether or not to attack with that Death Spy. Those Gnomish Inventors and Acolytes of Death completely useless in his hand right now.
Well, the answer is why not, because you do know that Oscar played an Ice Bear already. He doesn't even have a second one.
Yep, that is true.
Perfectly fine.
Alright, let's calculate the first fatigue damage.
Yep, from now on out, the ice blocks from Ostkaka completely worthless. Those do not work against the fatigue, because fatigue damage is taken in the beginning of the turn, and secrets only trigger on your opponent's turn.
Unless you actually play a heal bot, and then fatigue will not kill you. There is like an instance, so that your opponent will not be able to proc ice block.
Well, that's Malorn, I'm thinking. Malorn means that you never fatigue. But So
Thijs takes game number 3.
There you go. Thijs gets on the board.
Yeah, finds his first win in this series, and he is not out yet. He needs to win 2 more times against the freeze mage. Might be more difficult with the other decks, but he has a fighting chance.
So we assume that the priest matchup is really bad for Thijs, and freeze mage will have a great advantage. What about the mirror? Are there any differences you guys recall?
Yeah, the mirror is all about like knowing if you know how to play the matchup at all. Things like Ice Barrier is very tricky because if your opponent plays a secret and you activate the Ice Barrier, you're effectively giving them a lot of health. And Freeze Mage doesn't play a lot of minions, so you don't want to trigger your opponent's secret unless you're very greedy, for example. And of course, Alexstrasza is one of those swing cards. Not only can you use it on your opponent and set up for a kill, you can also use it on yourself after your opponent expends all their spells and then they fizzle out. So it's a very intricate matchup.
Savita, are we gonna see any Frostbolts into Mad Scientist, into Ice Block?
Most likely not, but it might happen, who knows?
All right, so what are you guys most excited about?
Well, the small decisions, because the next matchup is most likely going to be that Freeze Mage mirror, because that is the better deck out of the 2 that Thijs has remaining, so I would expect him to save the Priest for last. So it's the small decisions, the early turns. What do you do? How do you ping? And what do you save for later on? What cards do you feel like you can use to deal with early minions, for example?
All right, before we jump into another game, we have a small video prepared for you guys.
If you want to be a competitive Hearthstone player, you just really have to look at yourself. And with yourself, it's not only your Hearthstone gameplay, but also just look who you are and look what will be the best for you. People always ask me, should I bring these classes, but start with the classes you're comfortable with. Start with the classes you know the best. It doesn't help to go to the best deck in the meta and not playing them well. As for tips, start with online tournaments. Tournament meta is way different than ladder. Also, never copy tournament decks on ladder. It's a horrible experience. People always copy my decks and then they see double BTHs or 6 1-drops in Priest, and yeah, it just doesn't work. So I will just trust in yourself and make the best out of that. I still remember the first time I went to Sweden, and my parents were super scared what I was doing, and I was actually a bit scared too because it was my first time. I didn't really know what to expect. It doesn't really matter how it goes for me. What matters for my parents, for my friends, for my brothers is just that I enjoy what I'm doing, and in this moment I'm really enjoying everything I am doing in Hearthstone.
Oh man, cosplay is real. It's really important to enjoy what we are doing, and we see Elk and his wife enjoying the cosplay as well.
Wow, that's amazing.
Dude, those cosplays are actually pretty legit.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you name those characters, Amaz?
Yeah, Mal'Ganis and Valera.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're really well done. I'm really impressed.
Absolutely. Mal'Ganis is his favorite card. And even though we've seen Elki play yesterday, and unfortunately for him, he lost, he is able to be here as Mal'Ganis.
Yeah, it's pretty scary though. What if somebody's cosplaying Big Game Hunter?
Oh.
Yeah, you're right, Samir.
You don't want to meet that guy.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to avoid him. Well, Mal'Ganis is eternal.
Okay.
But till Big Game Hunter shows up.
Yeah, eternal. Almost eternal.
This is real life Savage, it's not Hearthstone. You know, Big Game Hunters, just Mal'Ganis just stomps him away.
So you just high-five Mal'Ganis if you're a Big Game Hunter?
Oh yeah, you can go that direction too.
Perfect. All right, guys. Oskaka is leading 2-1 versus Thijs, and Thijs has a really difficult matchup in his Priest. And Mage versus Mage Mirror is really intricate, as we talked about it. Guys, I have a different question for you. How creative do you have to be as a pro player to be at this stage at BlizzCon, the World Championship, with your deck choices and deck building?
Well, the thing is, like, you're kind of balancing consistency versus the surprise factor, right? And the thing with this format is that sometimes when you bring a surprise deck, it comes back to haunt you because you do need to get a win at least with each of your decks. So in that case, some players do prefer the consistency, but Thijs, on the other hand, thinks that his Priest is enough to, be big enough of a surprise factor that players might not play optimal against it and just, get the win there.
Well, Priest got him so far, but right now we're going to see the Freeze Mage versus Freeze Mage matchup.
Well, Ostkaka's hand is looking amazing right now. He has the Mad Science and double Arcane Intellect, but Thijs also with a decent hand. He has an Acolyte of Pain and Arcane Intellect. Also the Blood Mage. Well, not a key card in this matchup. Just throwing it out early to get the cycle.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that because you kind of skipped over the Blizzard, Frost Nova, and that's exactly what you don't want in this matchup because, as a Freeze Mage, you don't play a lot of minions, you don't really need those board clears. So what you're really looking for are the cycle cards, the burn cards, and the big threats.
Yeah, there are a lot of worthless cards in this matchup, and most of those AoE spells.
Speak to me.
But also the Doomsayers might be tricky to use.
Well, it seems that Thijs' hand is improving a bit with the Arcane Intellect and the second Mad Scientist. So it's not over yet for sure. And Oskaka got a lot of burst instead.
Yep.
Yeah, but the Arcane Intellects are just so key in this matchup. You do want to cycle for more cards because you either spend your turn cycling or spend your turn using cards that don't really matter in this matchup. For example, losing that Blizzard when you're at 10 cards.
Yeah, the Arcane Intellect here seems fairly obvious. There might be some other plays, but it's hard to argue against that.
Is there any merit thinking about fatiguing your opponent?
Not this early on, at least.
Yeah, that's not the game plan usually for a Freeze Mage Mirror. It's usually you have enough burst to kill them after they Alexstrasza themselves and after 2 ice blocks, or defending yourself after the 2 ice blocks and after your opponent uses Alexstrasza. So it's kind of like a bluffing kind of game.
So you don't want to give them more cards because then they have more options and they will faster get the ice blocks. And
sure, yeah. So fatigue doesn't really settle in until later.
All right.
Right. Explosive Sheep might be a decent play here. It's hard to get a lot of value from it. He doesn't have to do it if he doesn't want to. Also, Mad Scientist and Ping would be quite good.
Yeah, that's actually
taking out the Acolyte of Pain with that already on the board, Scientist.
It's actually a very big board, right?
It is a huge board. It's 4 attack because Alex Struzan does reduce your opponent down to 15 health. So effectively, you are starting the match with 15 health only. If you can use your minions to deal that 15 damage, you can actually just save the Alex Struzan to use it on yourself, and you don't need to use it on your opponent.
Interesting. Choose to go with the Doomsayer, because the Doomsayer probably not very important for later on, so might as well play it here.
Well, that and of course the board is really, really threatening right now with 2 attack.
Oh,
every damage matters in this.
What is the situation of the ice barriers? Because sometimes you may never proc the barriers. If one mage has the barriers and ice block, you just Alex Struzan and then use your spells to pop the block, and then they get the block, you pop them again, and then you win without ever proccing the ice barriers.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine that Thijs would attack here. It was a random seam. There's 50-50 chance that it would be a barrier, and in that case, instead of dealing 2 damage, you would heal your opponent for 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that risk versus reward doesn't seem quite right.
It doesn't seem worth it.
Now Skaka decides to draw with the Arcane Intellect, with some cards, Thalnos and Ice Barrier. Trying to pressure a bit, Mad Scientist.
Still no Emperor Thorison from either side. It's one of the better cards in this matchup.
It's really good because not only does it reduce your cards, it also basically says you gotta remove me right now, and usually the best answer is a Fireball. And when you lose a Fireball to Emperor Thorison, well, your opponent might be able to, piece out some strategy to avoid, more damage. They might burn you a turn earlier.
Mind if I roll knee?
Absolutely.
And there's Loot Horror in the Frost Nova. With the second Frost Nova in his hand, there's not much reason to hold on to it. Probably just a good thing that he gets rid of it. Freezing the Mad Scientist, not all that meaningful in this situation.
Well, for now, Skaka has that Alex Struzan hand and some burst. It's not enough burst to win after Alex Struzan is being played. But it is important that he has those cards, and Thijs doesn't have the heal. So in case that Thijs doesn't pick up a heal at all, then Skaka might put Thijs to 1 health and then just win with the pings.
Yeah, that's right. Pinging is one of the main things to proc the ice block with. So once again, the anti-heal bots are very, very important in this matchup.
Yep. While that ice barrier looks like it could be playable this turn, he won't be. It's unlikely that he would actually do it, because then this Mad Scientist on the board would not find anything. And he's going to go with the ship, killing off his own scientist to get the ice barrier up right now, making his future draws better, because he does not want to draw into the ice barrier from the top of his deck.
Alright, so both secrets are up for Skaka, for Thijs. Needs to make a move here. Antonidas is not good.
1 power on the board, but yeah. That is...
Do you Flame Strike it?
Oh, absolutely. You cannot get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Flame Strike is not that bad.
Yeah.
I mean,
throw it away.
Exactly. Yeah, what are you going to use Flame Strike against? I think the best target for Flame Strike in this matchup is probably the anti-kill bot. So in that case, you lose it. You can Blizzard and Hero Power anyways.
He absolutely could go for the Flame Strike here, just to make room for those extra fireballs later on. And he's going to go for it.
Yeah.
A little bit overkill, but
no overkill. Oh man.
That Thalnos was too much of a threat.
Right. And now we see Skaka actually in a pretty good position. The coin does matter a lot in this matchup. I mean, you can Alex Struzan 1 turn earlier. You can always turn it into a fireball with Antonidas. Just good to start second.
Actually, because he has Antonidas for the next turn, he'll be able to turn both Ice Lances into fireballs and coin into fireballs. So he's essentially getting 3 fireballs.
Exactly. So it seems like this play will be just a Blizzard nothing. Trumping Thijs' Flame Strike against 1 minion is a Blizzard on nothing.
Yep, and he's going to go for it. Then Antonidas coin Icelands would be an option for Skaka's turn 8, but also the coin Alex Struzan are quite powerful.
Yeah, that's absolutely really strong. But then if you get the Antonidas on the board and get those fireballs, your opponent has to deal with Antonidas.
Oh, a preemptive Doomsayer from Thijs. He knows that there is the coin still in Skaka's hand, so it's one of the better ways to preemptively deal with it. In case that he doesn't go for that.
Wow!
It's so good.
He might still go for the Antonidas and Fireballs here, because after that he can just smash Thorison and he would have so many cheap.
Oh wow, really? I mean, if he Emperors this turn, next turn his Antonidas cost 6, his Fireballs cost 3, Ice Lance are cheap, you have like unlimited Fireballs pretty much.
Yeah.
So yeah, Emperor has to come down here.
Yeah, you can't say no to an Emperor like this. There's so much value in it right now.
Oh no.
He's going to go down to the Doomsayer, but he's still in excellent shape.
Thijs does not look happy about that because Doomsayer, it was supposed to stop your opponent from playing their entire turn. But Ostkaka still managed to find play.
And Thijs, he knows he is with his back to the wall. He needs to win this matchup, and it's the best chance for him because the Priest is the tough one. If he doesn't win him, he's eliminated.
Oh yeah, I mean, either or. He has to win this game to stay alive, right? So this is a very tricky situation.
So you know, Thorison hit a lot of cards, and you know the cards were good enough so that Ostkaka actually decided to play that Thorison. What do you do?
Well, right now it seems that Ostkaka is the aggressor. He's going to probably Alexstrasza or like burn Antonidas with a lot of fireballs. So what we're trying to find is a more defensive approach. Find a second ice block, and then after both of your ice blocks are popped, anti-Keelbot, Alexstrasza, and fizzle out the mage that way.
Actually, he doesn't even have the first ice block here. Because the secret is science.
Seems like he's gonna do a preemptive Antonidas before Ostkaka uses his minion, just to stop Ostkaka from developing things for one turn.
Going aggressive here, it wasn't quite optimal, but out of the options that he had, it kind of seemed like the only play he can make. And Ostkaka here with a lot of options.
If he goes for Alexstrasza and just limits the health to 15, he will have enough to just kill Thijs.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, like...
It might be an ice block.
Yeah, the threat of ice block is too high, and the threat of Antonidas sticking on the board is also very, very high. We do know both players play anti-Keelbot, so...
Well, you just need to calculate the damage, right? If you feel like opponent will have a way to deal with your ice block next turn, then you absolutely kill Thijs.
Right, but yeah, you just kill Antonidas. It's too risky not to.
Fireball, Ice Lance deals with that, but he doesn't get the damage to his opponent's face.
Yep, doesn't really matter though. He cycles 3 of these cards for fireballs. I'm pretty sure the coin is going to change in the fireball. Oh no, he's actually going to keep the coin.
Yeah, with that coin he could potentially cast 3 fireballs on the same turn because one of the fireballs is discounted with 3 mana cost.
Absolutely.
Very cool.
So Thijs needs to deal with the Antonidas. It's not difficult, he can just fireball and ping it. But what else he can do? He's still searching for the ice blocks, he's searching for his own Alexstrasza.
Yep.
It does have to deal with the Antonidas like Ostkaka did. But not as clean as Ostkaka, since he did establish a minion afterwards.
Fireball ping seems like the only way to deal with that for now. He could go for Arcane Intellect first to see if he can pick up something else. No, actually Arcane Intellect is not playable right now because he does have 10 cards in his hand.
Is there any merit in another preemptive Doomsayer? Because you are expecting that Alexstrasza. But you see Thorison and Antonidas already.
Yeah, but I mean, how often is Doomsayer going to be used? Oh, just slinging the fireball right to Thijs' face here.
Yeah, Ostkaka with the decision here. Does he want to go aggressive with that Alexstrasza? He could also maybe save it for later on if he needs to use it on himself. But at 16 HP and no Emperor Blade from Thijs' side, he might feel safe.
Yeah, Alexstrasza seems really good here. On the other hand, for Thijs will have 15 points of damage easily next turn. So putting Ostkaka to 1, and 1 is the exact point of health you want to have Mage on. Just ping after that, get the ice block done, and then if there's another ice block, you ping again. So in curse of 4 turns, right? Next you can get into 1, then second turn ping, first ice block. Yeah, in curse of 4 turns you actually win.
Sure, but you know, there's always something that, you know, in the freeze mage mirror messes up your counting by quite a bit. You gotta be a bit careful. Also, if you use your burn right now, what if your opponent just drops like an Emperor or like an Alexstrasza? You do need to save some removal for those here.
And Ostkaka decides to save the Alexstrasza for a defensive opportunity later on in this game.
Right.
This is so dangerous. Anti-Keelbot will save him here. He still doesn't have an ice block on.
No, still no ice block.
He has to either Arcane Intellect into an ice block or play the heal bot right now.
That's right, 13 damage means that 2 fireballs and a ping is enough to kill Thijs. Well, Thijs only knows that Ostkaka has 1 fireball, so he might be a bit greedy here, but I mean, the chances are pretty against him.
Yeah, Arcane Intellect likely to be the first thing he plays this turn.
Arcane Intellect, see what you get, and if you don't get Icebook, just keep bot.
And of course, Thijs is in this spot where his stress is compounded by the fact that if he loses this game, he's out.
Yeah. That might be his last stand. There is an Icebook for him.
Okay.
But the ending heal bot seems a little bit stronger here. Get that minion on the board as well.
He's still continuing with the plan to deal damage.
Frostbolt from Thijs. He knows that putting his opponent down to 13 HP this turn would allow him to proc the Ice Block with 2 fireballs and a ping.
But it's a very interesting situation where Osaka could actually choose to Alex Straza, because after the anti-kill bot is played, Alex Straza becomes that much better. You know that setting health to the 15 is not going to get healed anymore. And then of course you can just pop the ice block next turn. You always have to be careful about your own block getting popped.
Yeah, the thing about Alex Straza is that you see Thijs putting you down on 13. This means that double fireball and a ping is going to put you in 1 and pop your ice block as well. And you absolutely don't want to see that. And if you see that, you need Alex Straza to come back to 15.
I actually think it's completely fine to see that, because then you're Alex Straza all the way from there. After seeing all those burn spells, if he goes to use the Alex Straza right now, there could still be the potential fireball frostbolt in Thijs' hand, which would allow him to proc the ice block anyway. So he's deciding to not use it just yet, and we can see that Thijs actually has that combination of cards in his hand.
That's a really good call from Kaka. He's using Alex Straza to gain some extra health.
Okay, both players have Alex Straza.
This Alex Straza is so useless with Thijs now.
Don't underestimate just yet, because if Skaka does go aggressive, you can have the answer to it. But because both players know they have an Alex Straza, they're going to be very, very careful with the burn. So, for example, if Thijs just goes all out and just spends 2 fireballs, use the ping, and then Osaka follows them with Alex Straza, Thijs doesn't have any more reach.
I feel like this match, the previous game that we've seen going into Fatigue, and then Freeze Mage Mirror, is the embodiment of the European metagame. Most of the European players, they favor control. So,
oh my god.
Alright, well...
Thijs is changing up his game plan. He's going to try to
yeah, playing the Acolyte might prove to be Osaka's downfall. He's going to lose a card. Frostnova doesn't really matter. But if we have a card count here, Osaka might be closer to Fatigue than Thijs is. And we know that Fatigue actually pierces through Ice Block, which is quite interesting.
Yeah.
Might change the dynamic.
If you go down. And this heal bot is also so useless here.
Right. So once again, this is the best use of Flame Strike. Yeah. Killing an anti-kill bot in this match.
Down it goes. Ostkak choosing not to play the Luthor in this situation. He does not want to draw that extra card.
Well, you have to think about the Fatigue at this point.
Oh yeah, now is the turn where it matters, because both players are kind of in a stalemate. They both have Alex Straza, they don't want to use it. I mean, they do want to use it, but only when your opponent pulls the trigger, but they don't want to pull the trigger themselves, so...
And double Antonidas was used already, so they don't have that extra burst in their deck.
Exactly, no more resources are going to gain outside of their decks right now. So like you said, Nimsh, it's going to come down to Fatigue.
Yeah,
looks
this is interesting.
And Thijs seems to have the upper hand right now in this situation. Still at 20 HP, while Ostkaka is down to 13.
What to do?
Oh man, this is just so funny. He's sitting on those fireballs. He can get him to 1, pop the ice book, but he doesn't want to do it. He can't do it. Then Alex Straza just heal him up to 15. There's no more burst. So now you have to use those small minions, but he doesn't even have them in. It's like he can't play outside of pain.
No. You don't want to play it. I mean, you can, but you just kind of kill yourself.
Yeah, that seems like a bad strategy in this situation.
Seems like a bad strategy in any situation if you to kill yourself.
Yeah, I mean the Acolyte. But yeah, that also.
Yeah. Alright, so for Ostkaka, it seems like Ostkaka might be in a... Well, it's a really similar situation. You can't really play loose order, because it will only give your opponent 1 card.
Right, so a fireball is going to be played here, and just going to use the hero power every turn.
Yeah, so we're going to see a lot of hero power being used.
So Emperor finally comes in hand. That is the last threat. Because that's Alex Straza.
Yeah, it's a good card for Thijs right now. That is going to force Ostkaka to probably use one of the last remaining fireball on it, because he doesn't have an AoE to.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Blizzard comes in the hand. Wow.
He's going to go aggressive here. double frostbolt sand.
This seems like it's the turn for Ostkaka to go and pop the ice block here. It's going to establish the Doomsayer to actually prevent the Alex Trezor coming down. That is really, really cool. But
Such a great setup.
but
Actually
Thijs
doesn't.
can actually kill the Doomsayer.
That is correct, because of the discounts on those cards. Thijs can play the Frostbolt in addition to the Alexstrasza.
Yeah, usually you can't do that. Usually either clear the Doomsayer or you play the Alex Trezor. But here, no, it's pretty good for Thijs.
Yeah, absolutely. So do you guys think Alexstrasza yourself is Thijs and then going for the Frostbolt is the...
Seems like the only play in this situation. I don't really see anything else. Could there be something else?
You fish for an ice block, pinging your Acolyte, but you don't want any more card draws.
You can't go for... Oh, can you go maybe for hopping the ice block? Is there any way?
I mean, you're at 1 health, so you have to solve that problem first.
Set up your own ice. Can you set... Oh, he doesn't have the second ice block.
Yeah, exactly. So Thijs does exactly that.
One's out on me.
Here we go. There is that Alexstrasza coming from Thijs.
And Emperor will have another tick. That's also important.
Not too relevant right now, as half of Thijs' cards don't want to get played anyways, but whoa.
He's
actually sacrificing his board. Okay. It's very interesting. And Ostkaka has 1 more card left, which means that Thijs only needs to deal 9 damage, and he's gonna win the game, because once fatigue damage pierces through Ice Block.
That is true.
That's 9 turns of pinging.
Yep. And there you go. And Thijs, on the other hand, he might be also close to fatigue. He is sitting on 2 cards.
So again, Thijs is 1 card up over Ostkaka, which means like he'll take the damage later.
That's right.
And that's really important. This only shows excellence in the fatigue matches on the Thijs side.
I'm almost out of cards.
It's that ice block.
It's not really gonna matter too much, because Ostkaka does not have to burn anyways. I mean, we'll go ahead and play it.
Yeah, why not?
Well, he can't really unload the damage. He can ping face, right? But you want to force the Alexstrasza to play it.
Well, do you really want to ping the face here? I mean, you want to Fireball and Frostbolt the next turn, so that you reduce your opponent's health exactly down to 1, and then the fatigue damage finishes off. So the ping actually kind of makes the math bad.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he should necessarily ping here.
Right. So it's just going to be Ice Block pass, most likely.
Right.
Yep. And he is
Good
going
catch.
to miss 1 damage there. No, that is not a mistake. He's done the math.
Anti-Killbot though. It's really interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty good for Ostkaka. There's a lot of health gain, so this game is far from over.
Yeah, because Thijs is going to draw his fatigue as well. This Ice Barrier is going to come into play though. The only damage Ostkaka can do is through minion combat.
Yeah, and with 1 ice barrier up and the second one in Thijs' hand, it looks like he is going to most likely be able to win this game.
Right, and also a corner cold, right?
Yeah, that also doesn't hurt.
He lost 1 ice block already. Thijs.
Thijs did lose an ice block, but it really doesn't really matter right now.
It really doesn't matter because we are at fatigue. In any case, Ostkaka, considering his options, if he does not play an Alexstrasza or the heal.
Whoa! That is really clever. So now Thijs can actually kill
This is incredible.
because he can't play up to 8 damage.
Yeah, Thijs is confused.
I mean, there is a little bit of a light bulb that comes up when your opponent doesn't ping you with the hero power. So I guess I'll do it for you.
Yeah, absolutely. He's so nice at the word stage.
Oh man,
this was brilliant.
That truly was amazing.
Oh no! Look at I was like, Thijs, my plan got foiled.
You lose a turn, right? Like, what can you do?
Oh, he's looking like he's really in pain right now. He knows that he almost had the game in the bag. He still might.
That was so heads up.
Wow.
Ostkaka.
Yeah, Ostkaka not going to go for any kind of minion combat here. He's going to just try to out-heal the damage in Thijs' hand and maybe win that fatigue war.
That's right. Ostkaka does have effectively 14 health heal. Hopefully he can get the full value off of Alexstrasza. And of course another 8 from the anti-Killbot. Oh, and now Thijs is going to do a preemptive Doomsayer.
Well, Ostkaka doesn't have the burst to win here. but still, it really messed up the plan that Thijs had.
That's true, but now it's interesting because Osaka can take 2 damage, so Thijs only needs to deal 6. So Osaka can't just go with the strategy of pinging himself again. It's not going to work this time.
Yeah, it's certainly not going to work, so he will be forced to play either the heal bot or the Alexstrasza this turn.
Oh, and if he actually plays the Alexstrasza, Tyson deals 13 damage. So 13 damage is easy. 2 fireballs in the ping, and that's 13. So
That is true. So he has to play precisely the heal bot in order to survive.
Or he can play the Alexstrasza and ping himself, right?
That would also...
Oh, no, it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work.
No,
Okay,
it actually
okay.
wouldn't work.
Okay, wow, that's...
Thijs is counting damage. Look at Thijs.
Wait, no, heal bot doesn't really work either, because double fireballs in the frostbolt is 15 damage.
15 damage.
It's true, so that
comes out
should
as
be
well.
checkmate for
Wow.
right now.
Yeah, I don't really see it out here.
That pick was so smart, but it seems like Thijs has it with the fatigue damage.
But yeah, Osaka, of course, going through all the options here. Man, that pick was really, really impressive. But right now, it seems that he's back into the corner. And
the rope is running. What is Kaka gonna do? Can he play anything? He's going for the heal bot.
Yep, going for that 16. But unfortunately, Thijs has the frostbolt to deal the remaining damage.
Some fatigue damage.
Yep,
No.
and it seems like Osaka pulled the trigger a bit too early. And Thijs is going to weather the storm and go to game 5.
That game was so good. So good. And Thijs is tying the series. 2 fatigue wins.
So relieved right now.
How crazy is this series?
That was amazing. With all that, with that being play, it was such a cool play from Osaka, but not enough in this situation.
And suddenly, Thijs is coming to the last game at the best of 5, winning 2 games in a row. How tired you have to be, and how exhausted mentally as is Kaka, just losing 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, both players are pretty much, using all their mental energy, thinking of all the plays. So impressive all these past 4 games. It's all going to come down to this. Just one final match, single elimination. One winner goes through to the grand finals, and one winner, one not winner, is going to have to leave here feeling a little bit empty-handed. But still, you got this far. You're better than like a lot of people in the world, so you shouldn't feel too bad. But of course, players have to focus on this match.
Absolutely. And Savitz, what was your favorite moment during that whole game?
It had to be that ping from Ostkaka. I did not see that, and it was absolutely amazing. Now, Thijs has won 2 games in a row, and for the game 5 of this series, he will have to now play his priest against the mage, and that might be a difficult task. It is certainly the most difficult one for him to win, and he needs to find ways to maybe like counterplay things like Doomsayer Frost Nova that can be very problematic for a priest.
So what is the best strategy? Like, we identify it really as a bad matchup for Thijs. Priest will have a hard time. You can counterplay the Doomsayer Frost Nova, but what are you really looking for as a priest player?
A strong curve early on. Just hope to try to mulligan aggressively, try to get that 1, 2, 3, 4. And if possible, try to always think, what if my opponent goes for the Doomsayer Frost Nova? What do I do then?
All right, and Amaz, from the freeze player perspective, you just go with your standard plan, or is there anything specific you can use?
Yeah, I mean, there is a good plan. You just need to remember that after you Alexstrasza your opponent's hero, that you have enough burn to finish them off. You can always just heal themselves and then get out of your range. So it's very important to wait till you have all the combo pieces ready to go and then just burn them all in 2 turns.
All right, we have an amazing audience. You guys can see the tavern is really busy, and Thijs is thinking what he has to do. He knows this is a tough matchup. He knows this is the final stand. If he wins this, he advances to the final. But if he loses, then, well, he gets $15,000, but his road is actually ending here.
There's so much on the line in this last one. That priest has carried Thijs this far in the tournament, but will it get him to the finals? We'll just have to see.
Yeah, that's right. Now that you mention it, his priest was actually undefeated throughout the top 16. So this is the match to win.
That's absolutely pretty impressive. The guys that are being here, Lothar as well, watching Thijs, his teammate, his prodigy, and a cosplay. This is BlizzCon, guys. This is the world stage, Hearthstone World Championship.
Oh man, it's actually very detailed, very impressive.
Yeah, that's really good cosplay.
He's
All right, so Savitz, who do you think is gonna take it? Heart, like, just use your heart, not your mind.
Well, I've been saying it that I think that Thijs is one of the favorites to win the entire tournament, but I have to give the edge to Ostkaka here. It's a good matchup for him, and he's a masterful player with the freeze mage. So I would predict Ostkaka, but I guess we'll just have to see.
All right, and Amas, who do you think is going to take it?
Man, Ostkaka's plays has been just so impressive, and it would be a shame that if he doesn't make the grand finals. Really, really cool. And of course, Thijs on the other hand, I've been a fan of him since the beginning. Since like when he played ATLC, he got the first place. So yeah, both players deserve it, but only one can go through.
I will go with my heart. I think Thijs is going to take it. He is the European champion. He deserves it. But before we go into the last game, we have a small video prepared for you guys.
Yeah, I heard that I said some words from winning the European Championship might be more difficult than winning BlizzCon. These words are a bit out of context, to be honest, but the way I meant that was that winning the European regionals, it was like a really hard road. We had to get already online and really good European players, and yeah, at the end, winning here is it's gonna be super difficult. Like there are so many good players left, and I hope I can do it, but it's gonna be hard, and I have to perform. I think the decks that I bring here to BlizzCon will be a surprise for a lot of people. I'm not going here to survive the groups, or I really want to win the tournament, and that's why I'm just taking a lot of risk. And yeah, I'm pretty sure people didn't expect this lineup from me.
All right, guys, best of 5. This final game is going to decide who is going to the final. This was so amazing, such a journey. 2 fatigue matches. Thijs barely making it, winning versus Kaka. And now with his priest, the trusty priest, he's gonna face the freeze mage.
Yeah, 2 of Europe's finest going at it here. What a worthy game 5. I'm really happy that this series went all the way up to 5 games.
Yeah, both players are excellent. And is there anything we don't know about them, Amas?
I think we know a lot about them already throughout this journey, from the top 16. And even before the top 16, they had to like play a lot of ladder. And I know that Ostkaka plays a lot of ladder. He finishes top 100 in like nearly every single one of them, and just been racking up those points. Getting to this stage, it all comes down to this.
And here we go, Thijs from Netherlands going up against Ostkaka from Sweden. It's going to be Priest from Thijs going up against Ostkaka's Freeze Mage.
All right, so we mostly said what they are looking for. Thijs is looking to pressure, to play around those Doomsayers, deal enough damage, and he will hope that Ostkaka will not get the clears and will stumble on his jaws. On the other hand, Ostkaka wants to get all the combo pieces. Alex tries to finish the game really fast.
Yep, and of course both players are trying to look for the early games. These hands don't really seem like they can do the trick, so they might just pull back some of them, maybe get the early pressure with the Valence chosen. Thijs is playing second, and for Skaka, of course, the Mad Scientist, Acolyte Pain, those are always really strong cards. You don't want to get them stolen by Cabal Shadow Priest a bit later on.
How important is it to keep the dragon in his hand?
Well, there is a lot of things that can activate off having a dragon in your hand, and Magic is one of those cards that do cycle for another card. So Thijs does feel that this game could go long enough that maybe that will become useful.
Yep, he doesn't find the small dragon for turn 1, but he does find Zombie Chow, so that is certainly something that he likes seeing.
I mean, Zombie Chow really can only be played in the early turns. If you play it later, the Freeze Mage can actually heal from it, and health swings from a Freeze Mage is very deadly.
Wow, that's an interesting hand from Ostkaka. Those 2 secrets not so good, but he also has a Mad Scientist and Arcane Intellect. Doomsayer also very valuable, so it's not too bad.
Yeah,
Shrinkmeister is pretty cool. This means that Thijs has a good curve with the Shrinkmeister, Dark Cultist, and Twilight Guardian into Azure Drake, into a coin Dr. Fool.
Right,
that's exactly what you wanted, right?
That is one of the better curves that a priest can hope for, especially against a Freeze Mage. Yeah, Freeze Mage once again is going to draw the cards. Priest plays really slow. I can take my time, but Thijs is going to start racking the pressure up.
And we were talking about before this game started how important it is for Thijs to curve out Conflict 3-4, and he has it here. That is exactly what he was hoping for. But again, that Doomsayer Frost Nova, there's no way for him to counter it for now.
Yeah, but there's no Frost Nova for Ostkaka. What Ostkaka got is all the secrets because he has double Ice Blow. And Iceberry, one Iceberry was already used. He has a second one in hand. Mad Scientist not giving him any value.
There's no secret left in Ostkaka's deck for that Mad Scientist anymore.
Yep,
A little bit unfortunate for him, but he still has a fairly decent situation here, as long as he finds the AoE that he needs.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Priest doesn't have burst. So even if Thijs gets really far ahead and gets Ostkaka pretty low, if Ostkaka is able to take the control of the game right there and clear the board, he might be in a good spot to win anyway.
But even though that Priest doesn't have the burst, their advantage comes from the minion health. You see that we have Twilight Guardian at 6 health. Dark Cultist can give another 3 health when it dies. So Priest minions are pretty sticky. So they're gonna actually use do their damage mostly with the minions instead of spells.
Yeah, that's a fair point on us.
Ostkaka puts down the second Mad Scientist and the Ice Barrier to slow Thijs down at least a little bit.
Yep. And it's an interesting situation here for Thijs. He might choose to actually sacrifice one of his minions or even not play minions so that Dr. Boom does get the 2 Boom bots out. You have to think a little bit ahead because anytime you have a big board against a freeze mage and they freeze your board, they limit your options quite a bit.
What would you expect being Thijs from Ostkaka next turn? Do you expect Blizzard or maybe Frost Nova, Doomsayer? Something as a segue to the Flame Strike as well?
Yeah, you always have to be careful about the Frost Nova Doomsayer combo because right now you do not have an answer to it and Priests usually do not have an answer to it. Cabal Shadow Priest does not work. So yeah, you just have to be careful not to overcommit.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that Thijs has to worry about here, but there's nothing that he can really do about it except for just hope for the best and play his strongest minion. He does have a lot of gas so in his hand, so if he's board got clear, he could easily establish a new one.
Yeah, the Dr. Boom is super powerful. Lucky Dragon is so right as well, even though he doesn't have a dragon for now. He has a lot of dragons in his deck, so that's extra free damage that can be used at some point.
And Ostkaka does not find a Blizzard or a Frost Nova.
Wow, what a board to be facing down as a freeze mage. You do not expect this board from a Priest player ever. Well, sometimes if they curve it really, really well. And this is one of those cases. There's 15 damage on the board, and effectively, you only have 2 turns left. So Ostkaka feels a little bit too pressured here. Just gonna play an Emperor with only 5 cards in his hand, and effectively just try and stabilize the board.
There's a balance chosen for Thijs. With that 6 mana, he could go for Shadow over Death and play the balance chosen for some additional pressure.
Yeah, that seems really good, just dealing with that Horizon and putting even more damage on Ostkaka. Even though Zombie Chow is eventually gonna heal Ostkaka if it dies. And it's gonna supposed to die next turn.
And Thijs knows that its next turn from Ostkaka is likely to be the Flame Strike, so the balance chosen would also allow him to buff one of his minion, like another minion out of the Flame Strike range. It seems like he was hovering over the No-Child Cleric though, so he might be wanting to get the draw instead.
More answers is always pretty good against the Freeze Mage, especially those Holy Novas. After a perhaps Alex Straza, you want that extra heat back. Seems like.
Yeah, he's going to keep the Shadow over Death here, but this means that the Flame Strike is going to be able to clear everything except for one minion.
Yeah, but still pretty good play from Thijs, just recognizing that it's hard to deal with one big minion from the mage's perspective, and that there's Frost Nova is a great pickup with this there.
That's right, and we can see that Thijs does not actually have an answer to deal with that. Black and Corruptors don't really work well against Doomsayer, and we don't see anything like a Shadow of Pain or anything.
And there's also no dragon for those Corruptors right now in Thijs' hand, so Battle Cry would not activate.
This means Ostkaka can even think about playing Loot Hoarder just to cycle it into another card.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Ostkaka really low on cards now.
Wow, gonna draw that card immediately to dodge the Cabal Shadow Priest.
Yeah, that's a good play there. And the Doomsayer drops down. There's nothing to kill it.
Alright, Thijs needs to find an answer, and that is not one of those. So his whole board is going to get wiped here, and he can't really even develop anything.
No, he can draw one card with the No-Child Cleric, though. Maybe he could find a card to deal with? No, that's not going to do it. He has a lot of spell power, so the Holy Nova would be 4 damage, but still not enough.
And wow, what a turnaround. Ostkaka has stabilized. See if he can leverage this somehow.
That Frost Nova was so important. The Acolyte of Pain is great here. He will be able to draw more cards. This is exactly what he needed. He needs to replenish his hand, and then with more spells, he might actually stop Thijs. But Thijs is a really good opening. He got Ostkaka quite low, and he still has a lot of cards in his hand.
Yeah, I would still say that Thijs is ahead in this game, just because Ostkaka's hand is so small right now. He only has 5 cards. Yes, the Acolyte will draw an extra card, but it doesn't. It's not very threatening. If you Thijs and you knew what was in Ostkaka's hand, you would not be worried one bit.
And there is a dragon as well. This means that Black Corruptor can deal with 3 damage, deal with Acolyte of Pain.
Another Doomsayer being picked up by Ostkaka. He needs something more. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, Arcane Intellect, getting some more cards, replenishing his hand.
Alright. And yeah, the burn is starting to come into the hand. If Alexstrasza ever comes for Ostkaka here, he could actually just pull the trigger and go all in here. Flame Trick's going to clear this board quite well, and once again, stall for more turns.
I'm just trying to count damage here. So if he gets Alexstrasza this turn, he'll have 6 for Fireball, then Icelands is 8, so that's 14, 17.
Oh, wow. How much is that now?
That means this is +4, so it will be 21.
21, I believe. And with the ping 20, no, he can't afford to ping the throne.
Without the Emperor anymore on all those spells, the maximum damage a Freeze Mage can pull out of their hand is 21. We call that kind of like the blackjack rule.
Yeah.
Yeah. But of course, Emperor messes the math up. Thijs doesn't know that. Thijs knows that some cards are reduced by Emperor, but doesn't know quite which, so he's going to be playing extra safe. It still doesn't dodge the fact that Ostkaka, if he draws Alexstrasza, the game might just be over.
Yeah, but he might need to use the Fireball here to deal with Dr. Boom.
Or do you? Do you just play, perhaps the Doomsayer and heal yourself for 7?
I think it's also possible that he would go some kind of cycle on the Blood Mage. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going for it. He wants to double his chance in finding that Alexstrasza.
There you go.
For the next turn.
Let's see how much the Boombox hit. 1 and double one.
That's so bad for Thijs.
That is so good for Ostkaka though. Oh wow, it actually ice lands the Dr. Boom, and once again Thijs is faced again. Wow, Valiant's chosen.
This time Thijs can deal with that. With the Blackwing Corruptor, Holy Nova, or Blackwing Corruptor, Valiant's chosen. There's a lot of ways to do this. But also just Valiant's chosen.
And Corruptor.
And Corruptor, yeah, that's the most likely one because that gives him the most possible power on the board.
This is so good for Thijs.
Yeah.
The second Doomsayer, you see the Flame Strike, so there is only Blizzard left.
That's right, and a very good position here. Ostkaka draws a Blizzard, once again can stall the game out. But keeping the Holy Novas with Thijs is actually so important. He can play Holy Nova into Hero Power, heal himself for 4th over 2 turns, that's 8 health. So that's a lot of health.
Oh, that's the second mark. So this means that the game can still end if there is an Alexstrasza draw from Ostkaka. But at this point, it looks really good for Thijs anyway, because there is not enough clears to deal with the board.
Well, now that you mentioned that, it's actually a very scary situation. If Thijs does get Alexstrasza, he's probably going to be Holy Nova and then heal himself, right? That's 19. And 19 is exactly how much damage Ostkaka has. So Thijs needs to end this game before it gets to that point.
Yeah. There's an Icebook as well. So Ostkaka still has some time to get that Alexstrasza. It all depends on that.
Yeah, and Thijs could go for a Holy Nova to try heal up his own minions.
Oh.
But I believe Ostkaka is only running 1 Flame Strike and it's already been played, so there are no board clears available for Ostkaka.
And once again, it comes back to the matchup of Priest versus Mage, right? Where Mage has that combo for over 2 turns, Alexstrasza plus the burn. Sometimes it just might be too much for the Priest to deal. They don't have access to armor or any overhealing, so that's the weakness of it.
Is Antonidas enough for Ostkaka?
Well, Antonidas is definitely not as good as Alexstrasza because it makes the math really, really difficult. Another Frostbolt comes into hand.
That's so a lot of damage, but not enough to win the game here.
Well, it's pretty interesting right now because the Frostbolt does make it so that Ostkaka doesn't die next turn. He could also use it against the Dr. Broom because Holy Novas might probably block. He could also choose the Fireball and kill off the Dr. Boom that way, but then of course, you don't get the Alexstrasza burst combo that you're looking for.
Unless he goes for the Frostbolt on the Dr. Boom, the Ice Block is getting popped. Those Holy Novas in Thijs' hand are 3 damage each, but with only 9 on the board, that adds up to 15.
So he's so safe.
Would be one off from popping the Ice Block.
Yep, which means the Holy Novas are not going to be used. Oh, Cabal Shadow Priest is not really a good card right now.
How many draws still Oscar has to win with Alexstrasza? Like, he needs to have Ice Block up when he draws it.
That's true, but he still has his Ice Block up right now at this exact moment.
Does.
So this is the turn for Alexstrasza, for Oscar. And of course, Thijs is gonna cross his fingers and hope that this is not the case.
So this might be the last draw for it.
very well be.
Possibly.
If he draws an Alexstrasza after that, he will not be able to play Ice Block and Alexstrasza in the same.
Yeah, he'll have to go with another strategy, perhaps clearing the board and then Alexstrasza hitting the face. But Shadow Word Death is going to make short work of it.
It's so amazing that Thijs is so close to winning this game.
Very important draw here for Skaka. He gets Alexstrasza! Oh my god! Wow!
This is incredible!
That's exactly the card you're looking for. Now Thijs is going to be reduced down to 15 health. And 4 extra healing is the maximum thing you can do. And of course, Osaka has 19 damage. Can Thijs actually get away
with
with
the spell
this?
damage? Is that +6?
The spell damage, the spell power
only
buffs the damage part of the Holy Nova.
Oh.
It will still heal for only 2 damage.
Which is 19, which is exactly what Osaka has in his hand.
Wow.
He has the coin, but it's not enough to squeeze out the hero power.
Yeah, Holy Nova costs a little bit too much. Playing both would be 12 mana, and yeah, that top deck, right?
That was the last moment. That was the only moment he needed. He needed that Alexstrasza. Without drawing it, the game was in Thijs' hand.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was the very
It would have
last
been really
moment.
difficult.
So Thijs goes for the motions.
Yep.
Gets the Ice Block.
Yeah, of course you want to use the hero power because you can Holy Nova next turn and hero power to get even more healing. But unfortunately for him, the Emperor reducing the Ice Lance is just enough to finish the game. Osaka is going to the Grand Finals and is going to have a chance at the World Championship.
He just needs to go for the motions.
Yep.
Double Fireball is 12. Frostball is 15.
Yeah, gotta not tremble now with your fingers. Gonna distract the 4 spells directly to Thijs' opponent, and that's the game.
Yeah, that is game. And with that Frostbolt and Icelands,
Wow.
it is Empire that Osaka takes it, and he goes to the finals of the World Championship. What a match!
I still can't believe it.
What a match!
It looks so bad for him. He was hoping to get the Alexstrasza, not getting it. Then on the last moment, he actually gets it and has exactly the 19 damage that he needed to lethal there.
I can't believe how close Thijs was with this priest deck. It was such a bad matchup, but he was almost there.
Yeah.
1 card away.
And not to mention that the whole series was just it's so intense, right? We got the Rogue doing Osaka's Rogue stuff, and then we have the self-ping. There was just so many different situations where the game could have panned out differently if not for these 2 world-class players that are playing. But Osaka is going to take it today, and yeah, his play was so impressive. He definitely deserves a spot in the finals, and he's going to face against the winner of Hotform and Kuno. That's going to be happening after this.
Absolutely. Osaka is our first finalist. Savitz, do you have anything to say about this amazing match?
I was predicting that we are going to see a good game, but that was an understatement. That was an amazing match. It's just mind-blowing. That's Hearthstone at its best.
All right, I absolutely agree. Guys, Rachel is ready with our winner on the stage. Let's hear his thoughts.
Thanks so much, Nimsh. I'm here with Ostkaka, and you know what? That was incredible, especially that final draw, Alexstrasza for the win. How did you feel when you saw that face?
I mean, it was like a 1-5 or 1-6, so at that point it was just, I thought it was almost over. It was the only card I could draw at that point. But I mean, this series overall was just the most intense series I've ever played, and so many close situations. I almost managed to like throw it away because I felt like in game 3 I didn't play super well. I was a little bit inexperienced in that matchup. But for the rest of the series, I think I played pretty well, so I'm really happy that I made it to the finals.
Congratulations. Osaka's moving on to the finals, taking out Thijs, and you talked about hard choices, especially in Game 2. We saw you make an exceptionally hard choice. You took out your own Bludge Mage Thalanos to play Lotheb. What do you have to calculate when you're making these extremely hard choices in these very high-stakes matches?
For me, it's just a lot about like looking at what your opponent has in his hand and just experience with the matchup, just playing it over and over again on ladder. And obviously, Lothar was really good against Freeze Mage. I saw that he was setting up the Flame Strike, so it was a very logical move.
Now, you and Thijs are two of the most accomplished players on the Hearthstone World Championship stage this weekend. You both have a number of accolades that you've earned throughout the years. Do you feel better having Thijs behind you as an opponent, or do you still feel like the next matchup is going to be your most difficult matchup?
I feel like this match was almost worthy of like being a grand final, so it was an insanely close match. But of course, the other two semifinals also really strong, so I'm looking forward to the finals, of course.
Well, we're looking forward to the finals as well. Please give one more round of applause. Our first finalist, Oskaka.
To kick off 2016, Thijs took part in the Curse Trials, an event that saw 16 of the best players in the world test their deck building skills as Goblins vs. Gnomes and Naxxramas was banned. Thijs faced Savitz in the finals in a close series that came down to a single draw. Let's see what happened.
The grand final. Savitz and Thijs. Savitz has been on some ridiculous like best of fives. I mean, I think every single match he's had has been 5 games long, right? Like the last one, it was Top Deck War, which he barely managed to win against Super JJ. It was the DC best of 5 victory against
Kalento.
Against Kalento and against Amnesiac.
Yeah,
Man.
and he also, I don't know how his series went against RDU. I can't remember off the top of my head, but
that may have been a little.
Actually, I think that was a 3-1.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't
think that was very close, but he's made it, and he's done it doing his own unique style with the Priest deck. That's definitely the oddball in. Thijs, in the meantime, has a team style, the G2. It feels appropriate that G2 seem to have found something unique with the format, with the Priest and the Warrior, and that one of them has made it to the finals. And who else but their flagship trademark consistent player from 2015. I mean, Life Coach was great at the beginning of 2015, but when you think about last year in retrospect, people pick up Thijs as one of the top 3 players who made a notable impression for his results.
Absolutely. It's great to see them here. Let's see, how do these decks match up? I feel like this G2 lineup of decks has mostly profited off the fact that almost everybody has brought this aggro shaman deck. Everybody has brought this druid deck, but the druid deck just wasn't really that easily countered. But it seems like their lineup just does well enough against shaman to kind of punish it. They're playing kind of like, they're playing druid because it's like the almost unbeatable class, and then the other two are like the punish. So it's like the hybrid of bringing your best decks versus bringing the counter comp.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's like a clash of the meta versus the next level and trying to beat it. Sometimes you go a little bit too far with trying to counter what's popular, and you end up weakening your entire lineup. But I don't know if that's the case here. I think Thijs would much rather face against Savitz's Priest than the Rogues, because I think the Rogue is the one that gives a real problematic fit to Thijs's Priest and his Warrior. However, I don't know, like Savitz's Priest, every time I underestimate it, it seems to have the right draws with the right combos, or his opponent mysteriously leaves right when he's about to lose otherwise. So, hopefully that's not the case here. I'm pretty sure that, Amaz and crew put in a work order to have backup power to the entire city of Enskede, so Thijs doesn't have his internet disconnect like he did in day number 1.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, but all right, hopefully none of that does happen. It is going to be a druid mirror. Looks like Thijs has what I would consider the better opener. Oh, maybe not anymore. Looks like they both have some real, I don't know what to call those, sinkers. They just do nothing for most of the game.
Well, they trade. That's basically what it is. The Darnassus Aspirant will warrant your opponent to definitely clear it.
Yeah,
that's going to reset his board, and he can't do anything the following turn.
I was mostly referring to these like huge minions. Like there's a 7 and a 6 in I think it's Savitz's hand. He's got the 6, 7, 8 Thijs.
That's true. And they're very similar too in what they try to accomplish. So we'll see. I mean, I still do like having more card draw than my opponent if I'm playing the Druid matchups, just because the Ancient of Lore can outvalue over time some of these minions. It can trade with minions, and then you'll still have 2 more, versus if for some reason someone can deal with your Ancient of War, silence it, for example, and then kill it, you're just out. So I also like that Savitz is on an additional mana. Assuming that Darnassus dies, but him going first is a big deal to play threats pretty proactively and threaten whatever Thijs plays reactively.
He's going to play a bit passively, though. He's going to give respect to a potential 5-drop from the bonus mana crystal and the coin of Thijs, instead of playing his own 3-drop. But that seems acceptable, as he doesn't have a 4-drop either. So he's not really giving up much. And Thijs drawn pretty badly yet again, but the Farseer, why not?
It's his best play. I mean, even if he had a 4-drop, I think he would still consider playing the Farseer so he can use the coin pretty effectively. As long as he has something to do next turn, he has an opportunity to coin a Thorson on 5 and then hit the Ancient of War on 6, Ragnaros on 7. So that's going to be the plan for Thijs. Just draw something playable. Meanwhile, Savitz is going to be on the plan of just like making sure that he has something to play every turn as well.
Oh, that Emperor. That's a turn 9 22er.
Yeah.
And it's gone. Yeah. I had my hopes
It
up.
makes sense to use it now, just because again he wants to coin Emperor, but you are right. It would be a 22 Wombo for 9 mana.
All right. Well, nobody's going to be playing Secrets from what we know.
No,
I don't like the 5-face.
Pretty impossible to get Secrets. Not unlikely. Not the most impossible, but it's extremely unlikely. I think, yeah, in the end, whether or not you attack here, you could be missing 5 damage, which is very relevant.
I think the main consideration was in regard to keeping his Emperor safe.
Yeah, but he can do it next turn as well. The best way to remove it is the Keeper of the Grove tempo. Otherwise, if your opponent used Wrath, you only had 3 more mana to use.
Well, there's no swipe in Savitz's hand yet, but that would be a pretty brutal card.
Yeah, swipe would be such clean removal, giving you enough mana to also develop other stuff. Oh man, you can play your own Emperor and then innervate clear on the Emperor Thorson on the other side, so that's something that sticks out to me immediately. However, you
Could
still
just play
leave the
Sylvanas.
Farseer.
I don't think Sylvanas is bad. Sylvanas just prompts the trade.
I feel like you're also asking to get blown out by Keeper of the Grove.
Oh yeah. Also, you die to innervate. That's a fun fact.
That is fun, Crip. Very fun.
20.
I think because of the size of your hand and that you have cards like Living Roots being 0, I think it's okay to trade here and try to put the onus back on your opponent to clear. I mean, he still can't clear very cleanly.
I think you just don't clear. I think you Ancient of War and prep for combo next turn.
Well, now you can. You can Azure Drake.
Oh yeah, that is pretty good.
For 2. But
man,
you're right. If you play
Ancient of War play is so good.
You're absolutely right, actually. If it sets up for a Force Nature Savage Roar the next turn. That's really interesting. And it's innocuous enough where it's like you don't really expect it. Because the thing is, some plays are really obvious, you know? Like when you swipe face when there's like a 4 health target in front of you.
Yeah. Yeah,
but
exactly.
in this case, it's still pretty sneaky. It looks like, should I leave it up? Should I? I'll just play this on curve. And Zavit is about to get a pretty big surprise.
Yeah, this Sylvanas is a death sentence. There's no way he can stay alive if he plays Sylvanas.
Well, actually, there's just no way he can yeah, there's just no way he can really survive. You're right. There's I was just thinking he has to heal, right, and then living roots.
Right.
That's the only way he can survive. So that's gonna wrap it up. And Thijs with the 2-turn lethal spot. This was one of the difference makers that we saw Life Coach, his teammate, opt to not do something like this, and it ended up punishing him. And I think Thijs, this is something that he's recognized a lot because he's played Druid so often.
It is a difference in playstyle that I've noticed, that Life Coach would play around more cards than most people can imagine. He usually plays around stuff that takes us a while to see when we can see both hands. That's his strength, that's his forte. While Thijs gets himself involved in a lot of situations that have complicated multiple turn lethals that I feel is very distinct between the two players. Both are very successful styles, though.
Yeah, it's working out really good for Thijs, though. He's up 1-0, and his Druid's out of the way. I wonder if Savise is just going to stick on Druid, get the win, and then reset us to see which is better between the Shaman Priest and the Priest Warrior.
It's going to be Shaman from Savise, in fact. Harrison, you tempted to keep that?
I am, but I'm only tempted if I have a good curve and I'm on the coin, which he happens to have. So
I think he just kept every card, by the way.
Yeah. When you play, because Harrison these days are played in Control Priest. I think Kalento was climbing to rank 2 repeatedly, hitting it over and over and over and over. And he put Harrison in his deck to really kill a lot of the Paladins. But one of the rules that I remember that was being discussed is you should keep Harrison if you think it's a really important card, only if you have the coin and you're on curve. But this happens to be a pretty nice curve. 2-5, even splits. And you even have opportunities to draw into more stuff. The only caveat is that Twilight Guardian doesn't have a dragon for itself to activate, but I'm sure you'll pick it up within the next 3 draws or so.
I feel like Thijs is in a very good position here. With these 2 decks and the Shaman not having won any games, and I mean, I hate to call it early, but it doesn't look like he's going to be winning this game.
I mean, you can just say someone's favored. You don't have to say it's over. You can say heavily favored.
I think he is very heavily favored. Wow, even with a Northshire, it's further punishing the options.
Is someone injured?
Yeah, that means you're not forced to use the coin immediately, giving yourself further options to explore. One thing to consider is that Harrison Jones might not actually have impact if Shaman never draws Doomhammer.
But can Shaman win without drawing Doomhammer in this situation?
It's a good question. One that I'm not personally prepared to answer, Crip, so I'm just going to let Savitz answer that. Because he's the one who has to deal with it ultimately.
Okay. Well, the Wormhurst agent does a pretty good job here. Can Lava Shock and Lightning Bolt just to push for more and more damage.
Yep, try to get more out of your minions, except his minions are going to be met by a wall known as the Twilight Guardian. And the Twilight Guardian is going to be so good because not only will you have minions crashing on it, but you'll also have the Farseer to bounce it back up in health.
I think he might Farseer here.
Yeah, Farseer also does have some validity, but the taunt directly translates to health versus the Farseer is going to just make your opponent attack into your face anyways.
Yeah.
So it's like a temporary stall versus this is a hard stall. They actually just can't attack. Well, I mean, they could, but do you want to put all of the damage into the 3/6? It's tough.
He's got to do it. There's no way around it right now. There's no more spells. He's used all of those. There's no Earth Shock or anything yet. It would have been interesting to save the coin, is why I suggested the Farseer play. because you would then play the taunt the turn after, then you'd have the coin for turn 5 with the Cabal. I feel like the game really like ends when the Cabal hits on the good minion. It's just such a swing.
It's right. Horse riders are great. Feral spirits are awesome. Even when you like landed on other stuff that you don't really expect it, like leopard gnomes, it can really swing how things are going. Ban Bronzebeard, another intimidating card. It's not directly.
Whoa.
It's not directly the threat, but what it can combine with is good. He needs 2 juggles onto Bran.
Or face. I think double face is all right as well because Bran cannot challenge these taunts. I'm actually thinking Saviz has pulled it back. I think he might be the favorite right now.
Well, you can heal for 8, and there's how much onto the board right now? 5, 7, 7, 9. So it's not impossible. It's like we were saying though. Just because you have Harrison doesn't mean that you're guaranteed to win.
That was an anti-kill bot I just noticed. Oh, I guess a little bit better.
Whoa.
Wow.
2 more. Add those to the count. Bran is taking damage. So those splits allowing you to kill Bran if you want to. I don't think he feels like he can afford to. Saviz is targeting the face. The best he would probably trade in is maybe one of the wolves, but he doesn't want to weaken his board to Holy Nova anymore.
Yeah. Pyro, but no spells. You gotta do Cabal.
Shadow Priest. Yeah. Hit the 2-1 and really hope that your opponent doesn't have any more Doom Hammer off the top.
On curve.
I think that might seal it. It's on the mana curve, but it's I don't know. It's allowing him to put 7 more damage. But that damage still seems very far away.
Thinking about killing Bran here. I think it's a good consideration. Because doubling another heal battle cry might actually be a bit of an issue.
I don't know. I have to think that you're... Oh, you know what? I'm thinking about if Saviz expects his Doomer to get Harrisoned. I mean, this is because you're playing as if it doesn't exist. Here's another thing, though. Harrison costs 5 out of 7 mana. With 2 mana remaining, you have to pick up cards like Holy Smite. Boom! He's not happy to see that at all, but he still knows that there's a
draws. There are 2 Holy Smites in this deck. Let's see if they're drawn. That's a 1-drop. That's not a great one. Oh, one of them.
Ooh.
That will
was
keep him alive
so
for now.
important. The last draw possible. Oh my god.
And the Twilight Wealth to push for more board. Okay, 8 damage short. Oh, that's a blunder. That's just nothing.
It's nothing. It's to get past the taunt if he has some kind of damage, but he'd rather just have damage. It probably just going to use Holy Nova and Farseers and that kind of stuff to heal back up right now. You just need to stay alive. What is your opponent not able to play for 6 mana in his deck? I would say absolutely nothing. So he has to be holding situational removal, right?
Yeah, I think Thijs might do a Farseer taunt play. That's what he's thinking about, doing that versus the Holy Nova. The Holy Nova seems like the obvious choice. He might do the Holy Nova and the Farseer, just to push himself as far as possible. Yep.
I like it. It also sets up lethal for the following turn. And can Saviz come back? No, the Totem Golem just too weak at this point. I mean, it's just too weak on the tempo. Even if it was a huge minion like Fel Reaver, wouldn't do anything because he's just dead on the board.
Saviz has to kill the Drake just to not be dead on the board, but there's plenty of damage coming. Thijs has an additional 5 in hand right now.
Cabal the spell power totem and shoot him for 3 on the Holy Smite. That's what I say.
Wow, that's a weak BM. Is that right,
Okay,
though?
then
BM doesn't win tournaments.
Crip, you have 10 seconds to one-up me.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, it's all blurred. The screen is blurred. You can't see.
No, I don't think I could one-up you. That was a good BM. I meant his BM was weak.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, your suggestion was good. I think.
Okay. I appreciate that.
All right. Well, Thijs is on Warrior, a spot we've seen him a few times already. Well, I have to say, I think this Warrior's going to get dunked pretty hard by that Druid. I think that Druid is particularly good against this Warrior with Sylvanas, and I think Harrison's also in there. I think the Priest is gonna destroy the Warrior in most games, but I have a feeling this Shaman is really going to struggle to pull out against this Warrior if it even comes to that.
If it comes out to that, I mean, that's a opening hand where it's okay for Druid. You got the Mounted Raptor, which is sticky. You've got Emperor Thorson early on, which is great. But if Warrior can pick up a single dragon, I would say that it has decent amount of removal options early on.
Mm-hmm. I like the living roots here. Yeah. I'm a big fan of saving at least one Innervate for Emperor. I mean, you have good 4-drops in this deck, but they're not active. Like, you have a Savage Combatant, which is a great 4-drop, but you feel bad just playing it on turn 4. So I think nothing is really going to beat a Innervate Tharson on 4. I look like he might be
Innervate the Drake?
Yep.
Okay. It makes sense. He has the 3-drop following up. Wants to keep up the pressure. Doesn't want to pass to the Alexstrasza's champion, let it just seize the board. Warax is awkward.
Yeah, it's almost good. I think in this spot you might just play the monkey out and worry about removing stuff next turn.
If you play the Fierce Monkey, you have access to 4 mana next turn. It still doesn't improve your removal options on 4 mana. That's like the really awkward thing, too. Alright, Fierce Monkey coming down. He has 2 of them, so it's better to get it down anyways. You're absolutely right. Mounted Raptor, one of the stickier minions as well. So that card's really complicated for Warax to trade into.
Yeah. But it can do it. I'm wondering how much health Thijs is willing to leverage here. He might do a greedy trade onto the 1/1 with the Armor Smith and the Warax on the 4/1. Just to keep another minion.
I think so. I think minions fighting minions is the way you can win in the long term as the warrior, because as you need them to fight and scale, so that way you're not taking the big hits from the Ancient of Wars and the Ancient of Wars. Plus, that Armor Smith is so nice with more minions on board. It's great. Okay, well, Living Roots is something to do. You can kill the Armor Smith and play Living Roots. It's almost certainly that you want to kill the Armor Smith before anything else. Card's so problematic.
I think you've seen this warrior deck enough already. Like, there are no whirlwind effects. I think it's good enough to just play Living Roots as 1/1s. That surprises me.
This is interesting.
Very aggressive.
Especially because it's like he has Living Roots. So he's using Living Roots after he uses Savage Roar to clear the board, and he doesn't have Savage Roar. But I think he's recognizing his hand is pretty awkward.
He can't shield
Thijs.
slam.
Thijs
He can
is
shield
really
slam
awkward.
and monkey.
He's just gonna armor up. He wants to use Bash and Shield Slam in tandem. Voidwalker not really that great as it should be, even though that's usually a much higher than average 1-drop.
That's an okay draw.
I must save.
Yeah, so Druid's gonna need a lot of help from Ancient of Lore in the coming turns. The hand's not terribly impressive to close the game out, but Warrior's also floundering.
Just needs a dragon. Just needs a dragon. Oh, no dragon. The dragon would have been sick because it would have basically blocked the Tharson. Kill the 1/3, the 2/4 doesn't challenge it. Play Tharson into a situation where he dies straight out with 3 cards in hand. It's marginal.
Yeah, he still had an option of playing the Blackwing Corruptor, but I can understand why he wants the value off of it. And here we go. Is it the parade for Savitz to start making the comeback? His opponent had a very weak turn, reducing some pretty effective cards with the Ancient of Lore. And the only way to remove it is to bash, hero power, shield slam, and that happens to be 6 mana. Oh,
that's good.
Interesting. Now you might not need to even use bash. You can just slam, pick up a dragon, kill the 5/3 with the Blackwing Corruptor.
Ridiculous. Oh,
What
he
a
got it.
swing.
He got it. That was huge. Slam into dragon had to be the best sequencing of draws there.
Yeah. It's also a playable dragon too. It's not like something that you have to wait till turn 9 and hope that his board's okay. Twilight Guardian's usually very good. So the Wrath.
Yeah, you can Wrath for 1 and Savage Combatant kill that. Then the Keeper kills the 3/2.
I like it a lot. You don't have to worry too much about trading with your health. It's very clear this deck's not running some kind of Gromash, Alexstrasza combo finishers. Maintain board control.
When those big minions do come down, MC Tech is his only defense, though.
Oh man,
that sucks.
It's just full of awkwardness. The bashes, 3 damage. The shield slam off the bashes, 3 damage, and you would have to armor up to do it.
Yeah. He's gonna do it though. There's no doubt.
Yeah, I think one thing you have to consider is that you can't take that damage from the minions. It's just too much to absorb every turn.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as 7 damage on the board, it's just gonna get worse.
It's reasonable though. I mean, this Twilight Guardian is not even that great without the Battlecry being able to trigger from the hold mechanic. So I don't think you're losing much by holding it another turn.
Yeah, touche.
You're really just. I mean, you have like 2 or 3 9-drops. I think it's 3 9-drops and a 10-drop. You just have to draw one of those. That's it. That's the game. Get one of those.
Yserian, Nefarian. Sorry, Yserian. Ysera, Nefarian.
Onyxian, Varian.
Varian.
That's crazy value in each of those.
Oh yeah, we saw the Varian Dream. It happened. Pulled 3 minions onto the battlefield. It's awesome.
Oh.
Okay. I mean, here's the thing. You're getting by with removal, but it's just barely, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And
All right.
Druid's still gonna keep its foot on the pedal. And putting the Druid in a position where it has to draw into lethal is gonna be really dangerous to fight back from. Very close to an unreal turn. If he was able to play Azure Drake, Innervate, Ancient of War, that would have been sealed. Here's a question. Would you uproot this?
No, 3 damage is too common. But I would definitely not trade. I think I would have picked up by now that there is... I think there is no execute. I think there is no execute.
He used both bashes, a shield slam, and a slam.
Yeah.
He's not going to uproot, but is there any world where where $12,000 wasn't on the line, would you uproot?
No, I don't think so. But I do very much approve of not trading the 3/3s. Hello.
Oh man. I think it's time to forget the synergies with the Twilight Guardian and his Goku here.
Well, a swipe could
14 of
easily
stats.
take care of this. He has 2 chances for a swipe.
You first have to get the swipe, and what are the chances of those, Crip?
Oh, we're gonna try again here, I believe.
Yeah, you can cycle the Wild Growth, unless he wants to keep the Innervate or something else.
I think the innervate is not really worth much after this turn. So I think you basically innervate to draw another card. And if you don't get anything good, you taunt the Druid of the Claw.
What to do?
I agree. I don't think there's actually too much value. It's not like you can silence something and then force a Nature Savage where you need to have Emperor Thorson hit some of those cards in order to get the benefit of it. The Innervate also has benefits from using 2 Savage Drawers, but Thijs already used 1 in the early game, so it's not looking likely that he'll be able to benefit off of it. Oh, sorry, Savitz used 1 early, not Thijs. Thijs is the warrior player.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, kind of funny that he played Mind Control Tech and then Nixia followed up with it.
Well, okay.
Double Dragons.
I guess you could play 1.
You could argue you could play 2. He doesn't have many dragon.
Oh yeah, I think you do play. I think you do play 2.
The only one I believe might be a second Blackwing Corruptor, which is 1 out of, I don't know, 14 cards at best.
Yeah, it's not really worth anything at this stage.
Would you use your weapon at all here? Probably not.
No, you're probably going to get a chance to next turn. You only have 1 charge anyway.
He's thinking about it.
You don't have to worry about MC Tech if you trade. That's another plus.
But when you see Mountain Raptor and an MC Tech, do you expect 2 MC Techs?
I have a sneaky suspicion that you might have 2 MC Techs. But we've just seen it so frequently. I don't think we've ever seen 2 in 1 game, but we've seen MC Tech in every game.
You've been burned too many times, Crib.
Yeah.
The trauma is so real. Oh gosh, another bad draw here. Wild Growth still at least giving him ability to cycle. Imagine if Wild Growth couldn't cycle.
Oh, is that it?
Wait, is that it?
Like it.
Oh
that
my
looks
god.
Like it might be.
Wait. No, he's 1 off.
It's not. It's not.
He has 19.
Yeah, he has 19. That's right.
He was so ready to commit to it too. It was so awkward if he ended up playing it. He could also sit to clear, right?
No, I think you could just commit to it now, give the warrior to 1, because then he has keeper and then hero power. It's not like there's more taunts in this deck. He's gone through 2 monkeys and 2 Twilight Guardians, right?
Yeah, but you also know that there's like shield block in this deck too. I think you just clear and then try to ride the minions a little bit more.
Yeah, probably.
There's actually, I think it's still completely okay. Warrior's out of cards, and you know what card you would really want right around now? Probably want Varian Wren. Except you use your monkeys. What kind of taunts do you have?
No, you don't have anything. That's what I was saying. I think you have no taunts left. That's why I don't think Thijs can come back this game.
He needed shield block. Shield block into the Armor Smith.
It had to be something better than that, but yeah. Shield block into something would have been good.
Alright, death it is. Speed stays alive in the series, but it would have been just a one-sided thrashing if he was not able to win Druid versus the Warrior.
My guess is that Savitz is going to continue to try to get as much information as possible. I think Savitz is going to go Priest here, and I think the Priest is very good against this Warrior deck. Much like the Druid, the minions are hard to remove. Oh no, it is going to be Shaman!
It also could be a comfort thing. Maybe Savitz doesn't feel like his Priest is just reliable as he'd like it to be, but it's worked out okay. Well, he still needs to win with both decks either way.
Yeah. Yeah, Savitz has had a few inconsistent experiences with the Priest, but the few times it has worked, the deck is pretty spectacular.
Not exactly the cards to follow up turn 1 for the Shaman, but the Warrior isn't exactly in the most comfy of boats either. Needs to pick up some weapons. Throws away a Farseer even, so that way he has a higher likelihood of picking up a weapon.
It's really all about the War Axe. I think he mulliganed away to Shield Slam, drew the other Shield Slam, and the first card was the first Shield Slam that he mulliganed out. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, definitely. It's not ideal whatsoever.
That's also terrible. I think you have to armor up here.
You don't slam here to draw a card? I mean, you do miss the 2 health, but your hand's pretty bad, I think. I'd consider it at least.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to consider it. But I feel like the slam is better used to kill a juggler behind taunts.
Yep. Also completely fair. You don't have bash, so you can't really play around something like that. Abusive Sergeants adding 5 damage. I like it. Your opponent didn't show an ability to deal with the board, so just go for it.
Oh, this is pretty crazy. That monkey is going to get destroyed by that lava burst. Oh! Oh, can we do this? Is it going to happen? Cruel task? Oh, no.
He's going for the monkey. That's going to cause a lava burst.
Lava monkey. Here we go.
Well, you don't have to. You can use Coin Rock Biter now. I mean, Lava Burst is very clean removal, though.
I like the Lava Burst a little bit more. But they're both very good.
Let's see. If you use a 2 Overload, you're going to have 2 mana next turn. So you can coin Feral Spirits the following turn if you Lava Burst now. But you lose out the 4 damage that you get from the Feral Spirits. It's hard. You're trading in the Rock Biter, which could give you maximum 6 damage right now to give you an extra 4. But if the Feral Spirits hit 2 turns, then it's worth it. It's actually more damage. It's 1.5 turns of attack.
If you play the Rock Biter, you have to lose a 2-1, so it's only 2 more damage.
Oh, you're right. It's only 2 more damage.
I think he's gonna double trade too.
Oh, okay. So it's giving up that 4 for another 2. Okay, that's perfectly reasonable when you start analyzing it like that. Because I like keeping the coin for the flexibility of being able to Lava Burst next turn if needed. Cool Taskmaster to pick off this Tunnel Trog. So
that's a huge deal.
Yeah, this Tunnel Trog going down would have been so problematic. Have to imagine that Savitz feels really tempted just to draw cards right now. But you overload, so it's kind of a losing situation if you pick up a Doomhammer somewhere along the way.
I like the card draw. I don't think it's worth it to Lava Shock the 2/2. It just doesn't trade favorably against your board.
Yeah, the 2/2, what's it going to do? Just hit it into the 2/3 and then use another cool Taskmaster. That's not efficient at all. Ancestral Knowledge definitely has a lot of gas to go into it. And the Doomhammer was picked up, so it's definitely not the happiest with how it panned out, but it's okay. At least he has a Doomhammer, one of the important cards against Warrior, in my opinion.
The only reason to trade here would probably be like a slam.
Yeah, I guess so, but you can also just slam the other one if you really want the card draw.
Yeah.
Blackwing Corruptor. Pretty nice. That's probably the best card that Thijs could have drawn here.
Yeah, Thijs is starting to reel it back into his side. I mean, he was so far behind going into some of those few turns. But now it's slowly edging towards the Warrior's side.
Well, Shaman has 20 damage in the hand, assuming it could play it all in one turn, and Doomhammer, of course, adding 4 per turn, so he's not out of the woods just yet. Yet, Warrior will be playing the taunt and armoring up, but there's so much damage on the Shaman side. And Thijs is just still so close to ending the game. Or ending the series, excuse me. As long as he can end this game, he can declare himself the winner, but the Warrior deck still seems like it's struggling a little bit these early game woes. The early game seems to be what ultimately betrays this deck.
Little time.
What do we have here?
Well, if you like Totem and you get a spell power, you can Lightning Bolt. And that does give you the option of keeping your mana for next turn so that you can play the Doomhammer.
Yeah, you can do Doomhammer and Lightning Bolt next turn, which is quite nice.
You don't have a dragon. Maybe this is the time you play the Emperor while you have a chance to breathe. But it's one of those false... It's one of those false sense of security. He's holding 7 cards, one of them being the coin, and he just hero powered with 3 mana. Most likely he has another 3 mana card to play in some capacity. In fact, it's impossible that he doesn't have anything to play. So he knows that the Doomhammer must be coming up.
I like the Emperor, though. I mean, I was thinking some kind of more defensive clear play, but I think you're absolutely right in the fact that if you don't play the Emperor here, you're never going to get a chance to play it.
The problem with the Emperor, though, is that you miss out on hero powering, and I think Thijs also might be in the mentality that he wants to hero power as much as possible. But he can't also, he can't also equip the weapon, too, which is really annoying. He'd rather have all those things, which is why Emperor might be one of those things to try to squeeze in. He's taking a super safe approach, even trading with a 1/1. Oh my god.
Yeah, Thijs, I think, built this deck to outlast the Shamans.
Yeah. So he's going to Elemental Destruction. That gives him room to play Totem Golem, Coin, Lava Shock.
Yep.
And that'll allow him to set up a clean, fresh slate for Doomhammer to start going to town next turn. He still has an enormous amount of damage. 25 again, or sorry, 20 with the burn, but 24 with Doomhammer and 28 the turn afterwards. So he's going to really start to hope that this Totem Golem can start putting in the work as well.
And that Lava Shock was a triple innervate.
It's really sick. All right, now. But is it too late? It's a lot of damage. Right now it's 16 damage?
Yeah, it's 16 that I see. Oh, and there's the replacement hammer.
Yeah, this is if you are afraid of the Harrison, but he's not. I'm sensing that the series is going to be tied and going to game 5. Unless Thijs can somehow bring it back right now. He's even going for the Lightning Bolt.
I don't like that too much. Next turn is your last turn. I think it's better to be flexible with it. You play 1 mana now, but you have 1 mana last next turn, so it's the same thing. Well, if he does do Armor Up and then Twilight Guardian, he is alive.
Yeah, he's alive by 1 HP, unless the Spell Power Totem rolls from the Shaman Hero Power, allowing him to hit the Lava Burst for 6. That would kill off the Warrior. So we probably want to do that. The good thing is that you get to actually use the Fiery War Axe this turn and start hitting, because otherwise it's just sitting there doing nothing. But here's another bigger problem, is that you can't kill those Shaman before it's likely to pick up another piece of burn here. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's going to be it. But I think that may have not been true. With a 5 mana True Heart and a 0 mana Shield Slam, you could have gained 6 armor next turn and Shield Slam for 6. So actually the Emperor's second pick had a really big impact that game. And had there not been a lethal there, it's possible that Thijs could have held on the entire game.
Oh no, Thijs, I mean, he's so devastated, man. You see at the end of the game, he's just, you know, stressed out. He was up 2-0, now he's down 0. Now, oh, not down 0-2, but in the past 2 games, he's dropped it while being pretty close. And once again, this Warrior deck, is it the reason he got here, or is it the reason he hasn't won already? It's one of the hardest things. Maybe it's a little bit of both.
Well, it is going to come down to Saviz's consistency on this Priest. I think if Saviz draws well, the Priest minions are just too big to be dealt with appropriately by this Warrior deck. So we'll have to see. I think the range of draws in the Priest are so vast that it's almost entirely based on that. Even though the Warrior hasn't been very consistent either, it seems consistent enough. Shadow Word Pain does deal with a lot of the dragons, though. It deals with the monkey as well.
Yep, that's right. You know, being able to deal with those early game minions is going to be such a big deal for the Priest. You really need to be able to land that curve, because the Priest hero power doesn't do anything. At least the Warrior hero power still gains you life. and ultimately synergizes with Shield Slam, but Priest still has no benefit whatsoever if it doesn't have any minions.
Actually, I really like Saviz's hand here. He can do turn 4 Corruptor, turn 5 Corruptor, and he has a Shadow Word Pain.
For the life binder.
The Pain answers the champion.
Does it?
It can. I mean, it depends on what you want. You can also pass, but that's 2 turns of taking this damage.
It's not about damage. I think it's about value. This warrior deck has no draw. It's all about the big minions.
Yeah, but you're giving it options to expand the board. So while I can understand, because Shadow Word Pain has a lot of targets you can hit in this deck. The first that comes to mind is the Twilight Guardian. There's just going to be more pressure building up, and with that Arathi Weaponsmith draw, that's basically optimal lines of removal.
I think he's going to pass
he feels
again.
like he's going to.
Yep. Because the situation that he set up is, if Thijs plays something, he does Auchenai Circle. If Thijs plays nothing, he wins the board with a coin Corruptor. Saviz just wins both ways. He can afford to take some damage.
The Twilight Guardian isn't killed by the Circle combo with the Auchenai Soul Priest. And I think Thijs is really evaluating this, thinking, like, why isn't he doing anything? He's just passing. Even if he wasn't, like, passing on purpose for this, say he had no play, he definitely would be mindful of this combination. He knows that Auchenai Soul Priest is a possibility here. It's still an unusual card given in the format, right? I'm not used to seeing this, but yeah.
That I am surprised.
A lot, man.
That is a really passive play. I thought he would circle.
It's okay. That's the best target Shadow Word Pain can hit. If you're saying it, you're playing for value. You're going to really outcard them. You're not anticipating that Warrior can kill you. I think he's really taking advantage of the fact that it's clear Warrior doesn't have a true burst finisher, like a true closer. It's got a lot of good starting pitchers, but no ace to finish it out.
What now?
Seeing as everything dies to a circle, I think it's in your best interest to play the Weaponsmith.
Well, one thing for sure is I don't want Thijs to play the dragon. I've seen scenarios like this very recently.
Oh, we have.
Oh no! Ah! He's not gonna have a dragon! Ah! Oh my gosh! All right, okay, here we go. The clear, the circle clear. It's okay because this turn he's gonna play the Weaponsmith anyways, right? He wasn't planning on playing the Corruptor, so he has 2 draws to get the dragon.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
There's Varian.
I get it. Azure Drake there was the best to replace. Well, it's like to build the pressure in case he's not actually saving for an Auchenai play, and it's also replaces itself. So for him, in his opinion, he was okay. Well, but this is the march back of the Priest.
If he played the Weaponsmith first and the Azure Drake second, he could not lose his minion to the Corruptor actually. So the Azure Drake would have actually stabilized the board this turn.
Yeah, that's also a good point too. That's brutal, because the difference between keeping the Drake and not is huge. Bash is 4 damage. Shield Slam gets an extra +1. No dragon!
He still has a... Oh yeah, no dragon.
So he has to bash, Shield Slam, and then I guess the Farseer is all that's remaining mana-wise.
What if he just armor up Shield Slams and then plays the Farseer? That seems alright.
That is true. You can get away with that as long as you don't have Power Word Shield and draw a card, but I don't think you care too much about that. The thing that is scary, though, is how much cards that Priest can draw and outcard you.
Yeah, you do know that these North Shards are particularly threatening in this deck. Saviz is running the Wild Pyromancers. He's running a lot of heal effects. It can really steamroll out of control. So you could even make that play and then just War Axe at the end.
Okay, so he does end up going for a full clear option, but he's dumping a lot of cards to do it. guess the good news is that almost anything is answered by what Savitz plays. The only problem is that he doesn't have a dragon. Another valuable trade here. The priest is just really marching on. It's like you said, using the health as a resource and playing conservative from the beginning. It was a great line that Savitz has taken.
That's a good card. That gives him the dragon he needs.
About time. Ends up paying off. But if he didn't, he would have been in a very similar situation as his teammate, Life Coach. Savitz also, I think, plays 2 Entombs.
I think you're right.
So that means ultimately the dragons in the late stages of the game for Thijs, assuming it goes to a point where neither player can kill each other, Thijs will outgrind the warrior by a big margin.
Depends on the Northshires, right? The Northshires can swing that in a huge direction. I'm pretty familiar with the Control Warrior versus Control Priest matchup. And typically when I feel I'm in control, I just let the Priest draw with Northshire and usually end up winning the fatigue game. But I think Savitz is too smart to let that happen.
Yeah, he's definitely played his fair share as well of the matchups, particularly with the Golden Monkey ones, the variants. You play Fatigue. I think everyone's really experimented with it a lot. Man, Thijs from this point, he's got to use Variant to climb back into it. Azure Drake trying to see if he can dig for some other stuff and really keep up the card count. That's not bad at all.
Yep.
It does happen to weaken one of the minions within range of the Fiery War Axe. So either you choose the Fire... I guess you probably put on the Azure Drake because the Pyromancer is going to die either way.
I like the Azure Drake a lot more. I would consider perhaps... I guess you can't do much about it. No, I thought you could heal. Never mind.
All right, let's go. Varian Rin, this is an actual real need for Varian.
Yep.
Whether you pull minions or draw cards, anything will do.
If he gets like Ysera, he's gonna win the game. Nope.
Oh man, nope.
Oh!
And he drew his third card?
Slam.
That's so huge. Because now he can only play Sylvanas, but he can't actually guarantee a steal on it. No Entomb.
No, the only thing he can do is death his own Sylvanas and hope to get Ysera.
Is that really what it's come down to?
Well, it's happening pretty quickly here.
Well, okay, here... Oh my goodness. 50-50 to steal Ysera, which can completely turn around the tide. Nope. He steals Varian instead.
That's huge, because now Dream punishes Varian.
Yeah, that's right, because the Variant has to be played again, and then that pulls really deep into the deck. But it's... Oh, okay.
Oh, just a card. Just a card. I think Thijs might have a fatigue game on lock.
Well, he's drawing with the slam, so he's still evaluating his plays. Bran Bronzebeard not really impactful here.
I feel Savitz's depression right now.
I mean, he was so close to making a comeback. He was down 0-2, and he's like, yes, I can do this against the Warrior. But, you know, that 50-50 was such a big deal. But he also went for that risk because he knew that if he played Sylvanas and just Death Variant, for example, he's still in the same spot, but might be even worse. However, don't discount the fact that Savitz can still get an Entomb off the top of his deck.
Welcome to the Grand Tournament, champion.
Savitz can't believe that Varian got bounced.
He's like, no, I don't want... You gave me the Varian. Usually the player who plays this is in the bad spot.
With as many spells as Savitz has, this really could be a big problem. It's all up on this, though. Oh, he got his own sets! And Entomb!
Ysera now! And he's got an Entomb! I have no clue what's happening. He's got the Nightmare. I mean, Thijs is saying well played because this is hilarious, not because he actually won.
Wow.
Now, Thijs doesn't actually know how to deal with his opponent, Ysera, because he doesn't actually have the removal in mind for it.
Yeah, he might go face, and that is going to be a disaster because Saviz does have the bounce. He has the flash heals.
Would you want it any other way, Crip, for the final game where Varian Rin decides to finally come off his throne and say, okay, guys, I hear you guys talking mad smack talk about me.
Yeah, and he's playing with Ysera's everywhere. Look at that. What a player.
Varian Rin now reads Battle Cry, put Ysera from your deck onto the battlefield. Mother.
All right.
Here's the big problem. We were saying Thijs might have the edge to close it out in the fatigue, but Saviz also has cards like Entomb, which are fantastic for fatigue. But he's also dying, so does he have enough time? This is such a hard thing. Ysera Awakens is a really relevant card right now, Crip, because damage really matters.
All right, this is an extremely difficult play for Saviz. You also have to consider the fact that he got a North Shard and he has a Circle Heal, so he is capable of drawing every single card in his deck. So the possibilities here are almost endless. He basically has to go off of his deck list and consider every possible imaginable play in this situation.
He definitely needs to. I think he really hopes that he can get a North Shard, what's it called? The Alkanized Soul Priest, but he can't use that Circle of Healing anymore. So he's going to draw some cards. He's almost certainly going to Entomb. If he can get that, if he was able to get that Alkanized, maybe he could have also used some of that first.
He can Nightmare a Taunt to stop damage, by the way.
Oh, you're right. That's such a clutch move, because Nightmare kills at the beginning of your turn.
Yep.
Oh, I love it. So that stops some damage for now. Of course, Thijs is pretty upset. He's looking pretty stressed. Fiery War Axe. Okay, Ysera Awakens does 5.
No, there's no way you could do that right now. Your options are basically to develop a weapon and nothing else. Do you want to develop a weapon? What do you think?
You can develop a weapon, hit into the Wormrest Agent, Ysera Awakens, and then kill Varian, develop the Emerald Drake. But that also, I mean, maybe he feels like he wants to use the Fiery War Axe for 6 damage to the face. That's 11 over turns. I mean, Priest also drew a lot of cards. I want to get a count of how many cards we're actually at.
Priest has got like 5 cards at most, I think.
Okay, well, at this point, he needs to have something on the board, and definitely needs to at least keep hitting the armor up, because he's going to need as much health as possible. This is coming down to a pretty epic game. So this looks like he can almost stabilize, but he's picking up kind of weak cards here. And doesn't really necessarily want to draw too many more, but...
No, I think playing the Armorsmith is a huge mistake. Saviz drew his whole deck. He does have exactly 5 cards. He drew his whole deck, so you know you're going to have your Armorsmith Caballed. The fact that your Armorsmith gets Caballed, I think, means that you can stabilize as the Priest. I think with the Armorsmith coming down, Saviz has won this game.
That's a really good point, because now you can play for the fatigue.
Yeah.
But you're really far ahead of the card draw. This is the case where Warrior really wish it had some kind of execute. Because if you can execute Ysera, then Ysera Awakens has a chance to reset the board.
Let me change your mind.
Cabal on the Armorsmith is so big, and Thijs is losing grip very slowly from this game. And that Emerald Drake is really cool, but not really doing much here.
Alright, well this Awakens is going to have a big impact on the board. But, Ysera won't die, and there's another Ysera in the deck.
There's 2 Yseras. There's Ysera!
Yeah. And there's a lot of armor from that armor smith. I think that was the turning point.
Because you can't actually burn your opponent anymore.
Yep.
What cards do you have? Okay, he needs Nefarian to pull Thought Steal, and Thought Steal will get Ysera in the hand. What do you think about that, Crip?
Oh man, I don't know about that.
How about Nefarian into Entomb? There's a lot of Steel cards left if he can survive that long. If he can survive that long. I mean, the fact is, Ysera even pulling any kind of minions like Laughing Sisters is pretty relevant too.
Yeah.
A lot of board pressure.
I don't see how Thijs wins this game. The last time I said that, the opponent disconnected, so I guess that could happen.
Not now, Crip. Holy Nova's not really it. You know, it's going so long without hitting the other Ysera, but it's perfectly fine. Savitz has got so many good cards ready in the bottom of his deck here. That Entomb has been so clutch. I think Thijs is basically on his... he only has like 2 turns, 3 turns maybe at most.
He's got an Onyxia though. I think if he draws Onyxia, there might be some hope. Oh!
There's Onyxia up top! And there's no AoE clear.
Not anymore.
He used both circles. He used Shadow Word Death. He used Sylvanas. He used his Entomb.
He's got the Dream, but he's going to have to keep getting good Ysera parts for this to work.
But Ysera has, like, the Laughing Sisters. That Twilight Guardian might be useful to stop the Onyxia from direct attacking. But all these 1/1s are so annoying.
Yep, it's really hard to handle the whelps.
I must consider.
Would you kill the Onyxia and just take it really slow and play minions? Just trade both the 4-attack minions, play out the Twilight Guardians and the Laughing Sisters, and then you have Ysera as your final card. Oh, sorry, you have 2 cards remaining. I mean, there's a possibility for that.
Yeah. It looks really bad, but I think it's a good opinion.
I do like the idea of trying to grind it out. However, if Priest is hitting fatigue much quicker than the Warrior is, based off its draws, then it's going to need to also heal itself. You have to definitely consider how much you want to heal, for sure.
Looks like Savez is going to try to go for an aggressive approach.
Okay.
Could work.
Dream.
Could absolutely work.
So he's going to try to see if he can draw something really nice here. Another Dream!
That's pretty good.
Just to keep the Onyxias bouncing. I mean, for Thijs though, Onyxia kind of left mini Boombots if you think about it. It's just like Boombots guaranteed do 3 damage.
Yeah, but those only did 6 damage total. That's nothing. Dr. Boom. Dr. Boom frowns on your statement.
If you ask.
Yeah. This is hilarious, though.
I just want to point out that 10 minutes ago, Crip, is when Ysera's was pulled out by the Varian Rin, followed by the Sylvanas, into Varian Rin pulling another Sylvanas because he dreamed it. What?
Good.
All right. Well, they're still far away from being able to pressure for the kill because tank up is so strong. But Warrior has definitely missed a couple of armor ups here. And I think if you're going to go for that plan of like playing Dream, I think you really go for it again. Try to see if you can maximize one more turn. Poor Savitz has not drawn his other Ysera either. Because I think if he had the second Ysera and played
it's his
Dream...
last card, right? He only has 1 card left.
How many cards does the Warrior have in this deck? How far is Thijs from 50? He's got 5? It's plenty.
Five's a lot more than 1.
Yeah, Priest will be so far into fatigue. Not to mention that he has the tank up.
I must consider.
Among those 5 again is Nefarian. Which is a lot of... It's a huge weight.
Dude, I don't even understand anymore. Injured Blade Master... like anything that he puts out as like a reasonable sized threat is also pretty significant. He's starting to play a little bit of the clear. I do like killing the Onyxia though, for sure. Dream Ysera so you can get maximum value. He's running out of time. Oh my goodness, Savitz ran out of time here. I think he wanted to play the 2 Twilight Whelps so he can get them onto the board, and now the board is vulnerable a little bit. Oh, did he get it on time?
Looks like he missed Drake. Yep.
Okay, not bad. It helps fill out the curve. So Azure Drake and the Fierce Monkey. You got something you can tank up. So has yet to hit Nefarian, the big daddy.
No
I'm waiting for Nefarian to give us some real nice dessert to this awesome main course script. This has been delicious. It's been exquisite so far. Not even Ramsey could be too salty about this game.
Yeah, all that Thijs has to do is stall. He I think this game might be reliant on Ysera Dreams.
Okay,
if he gets like Awakens, then I think Savitz can maybe, like, if he gets like 2 Nightmares and Awakens, I think he can do like some crazy burst combo before he's dead.
Okay, Thijs is keeping the Akanai alive because he doesn't want the Akanai to heal. Oh no, he didn't get the last tech! Ah! He messed up! No! Not like this! Why? Oh, after all we've been through, this is how it goes? He loses the Fierce Monkey and Thijs is regretting everything right now. Oh my goodness. A second too late might have costed him a big opportunity. It's not that the game's over, but the advantage has been definitely given more over to Savitz, and that's rattled Thijs a lot. Emperor's not really anything here.
That's a decent Ysera pull, by the way. The Emerald Drake.
Okay. I don't know if we're gonna actually at that point if the fatigue is actually going to matter. So in 5 turns, Priest will take 15 damage and it can't heal. So if it can last that long, I don't think it will though.
Watch this be like a Nefarian Holy Smite to the face lethal.
So sick. Oh, I would love it. I would love it if that was the case. You know, realistically, it might also be the thing where like you want to suicide your own Akanai so you can start healing. Wait, is that 2 fatigue damage? I was. Oh, I was miscounting. I was pretending as if he was taking 1 next turn. So
no, it is 1. It is 1.
It was 1? Oh, okay, my bad. I miscounted them. So he takes 15 in 5 turns, so he needs to kill the...
He doesn't have to kill the Tharasin is the thing. He doesn't have to.
Right, but I'm saying he should probably consider killing his own Akanai if he wants to heal, or if he wants to be more proactive on the board, keep the Akanai alive, and then use it to fight as minion combat. Okay, Savitz also roving. He's going to use this ping. And it looks like he's trading it in. Okay, I like it. I think you definitely just want to play to keep awake, because the fatigue is definitely against you and you need to heal. Ysera Awakens is also very dicey.
Is it Nefarian? Is it Nefarian?
No. No, it's pretty bad.
That's pretty bad.
He's also going to try to hit to accelerate the fatigue. To the face! I like it! Oh, this is going down so close, Crip. 3 damage next turn. Oh, sorry, 2 damage, my bad. 3 damage the following turn.
He has to heal. He has to heal.
Here. I don't know if he has enough time. He has to draw double Nightmare this turn, I think. Something like that. I think he's just gonna go for it. He has to go for a huge amount of burst, because I think he still has the opportunity to get the Ysera Awakens for the finish, or maybe even a tie?
Oh, it's 10 damage.
Nefarian has... Wait,
no, it's not.
He has to bash. He got bash. That's it. That's enough damage, right?
Is it? No,
that's
it's
2
2.
damage of fatigue.
Only 2. It's only 2.
Are you sure?
Oh, there's 3!
Hammer down!
Job's done.
What was that?
2 Ysairas is not good enough.
That's the grand finals. Thijs is the champion. Savitz can't believe it. We're in shock. They're still stunned. We have their cameras right here. That was insane.
I swear I saw Nefarian played by that warrior deck before. I don't know. Maybe they switched it up a little bit.
I don't know,
like
man.
maybe some of them are playing Nefarian, maybe some aren't. Whatever. Yeah, that was mind-blowing.
That was a climax that lasted 20 minutes, and I will never know what it's like to feel something like that again. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, what a relief that Thijs got the win there. Because if he would have lost by the slightest margin, he would have blamed himself forever for that missed attack with the 1-1.
I mean, and the same thing too. Like, it's one of those things. Okay, I kind of was in the zone where like Savitz probably couldn't win the game, but if he had so much damage, he could have maybe tied the game.
Mm-hmm.
If that wasn't Bash as the last card. We were expecting the Farian for the longest time. I think it's because life.
The re-game on that one. Oh god. We've been here all through the night.
Oh my goodness.
Warrior goes through all the way to the end. How about that?
Speechless.
Yeah. Great stuff. Well, Thijs does take it. He is taking home it's about $13,000 for first place, but certainly all the glory, especially after that.
Yeah, that was quite the photo finish there. Not quite the like 1 damage over fatigue ended up being the lethal where they both end up passing, but pretty dang close. All 30 cards were drawn from both decks, and you wouldn't want to go either way. From all the swings from the Varian Rin, we've mocked him enough, but he ended up being a super player for both teams there. Yep. Also, shout out to Savitz for bringing a really good amount of decks, really being able to mix it up with that Priest. Love it a lot. Thank you so much, everybody who's tuned in. I believe this concludes our programming. We want to give some final shout outs to everybody. But before we do, Crip, do you have anything you want to say about the event before we dismiss?
Not too much. It was really interesting to see kind of like a sneak peek on what the standard format might be like. Okay, of course, we knew the Druids will dominate and all that, but in the end, the very decisive matches were like Priest and Warrior games. So, that actually probably is a pretty good sneak peek on what we can expect in the future of Hearthstone. And, well, unless something drastic happens, the future looks pretty bright.
Yeah, collectively, the Hunters are weeping everywhere around the world right now, as they have not had any representation. But don't worry, the Shamans will live on in its former glory, at least for now. Until then, this has been Frodan and Crip, bringing you guys the Curse Trials presented by Team Archon. A big final shout-outs and thank you to everyone who helped make this happen, including geekfield.com. Check out their link. It's /Team Archon, so that way you guys can get up to $50 worth of swag in every one of those packages that they present. A big shout out to the Curse Network for help sponsoring the event as a whole, along with their subsidiary network of Hearthstone.com. And finally, the Innkeeper.com. What they do is help you manage all your collection, your cards, in case you want to build meta decks. Make sure just at least take a look and see if you like the tool. And if you do, you can incorporate it into how you play your Hearthstone. Until then, we're done. Until next time, it's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun. Have a good night.
Thanks for watching.
In Hearthstone, form over time is the true measure of success as a player. And after taking down the European Championship in 2015, as well as a top 4 placement at the World Championship that year, Thijs secured his legacy in the 2016 European Spring Championship by beating Inner in the finals. Let's see how he did it.
The final set, it's going to be Thijs versus Inner, and both these guys have had very different play styles and very different roads to get to this point, and very different backgrounds as well. So, of course, I'm joined by Savitz and Kibler. We're going to get right into player number 1 here, which is going to be Thijs. Savitz, talk to me a little bit about Thijs. What's his background? What are your thoughts on him moving into the finals?
I'm sure that a lot of viewers watching right now know of Thijs or have seen him play in the past. The most accomplished player definitely in this tournament. He is the European champion from last year. He's a semi-finalist from BlizzCon. Has won a lot of tournaments, over $100,000 behind his name on his from Hearthstone, and that's really impressive on its own.
And Kibler, are you surprised at all? I know you have been hyping Thijs up throughout this tournament. Are you surprised at all to see him get to the semifinals?
I mean, not at all. I picked him as my choice to go through to the finals and to be the eventual champion for a reason. I think that he is the strongest player in this tournament, and he's proved exactly that.
Yeah, 2 out of the 3 analysts in the pre-show did predict Thijs. So, unfortunately, one of our members predicted Casey, and it was not true. I will not name any names, but the people that watched the pre-show know who it is. But Casey had a good run as well. Now, what's Thijs? What are the keys to Thijs' success, Savitz, moving forward into this final, going up against Inner?
One of the interesting things that I've noticed is that like Inner we've seen bring the freeze mage, and some others did as well. Thijs, very well known for his freeze mage gameplay, but he thought that it was not worthy of bringing here. He thought the 5 other decks give him better chances. So Inner has been able to get the win with his freeze mage every single series that he's played, but he's also like lost some games with it. Yeah. So that's one of the decks that I'm like most interested in watching in the finals.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how his freeze mage performs. Thijs' lineup, I think, is pretty strong against it. He has the tempo warrior, he has the shaman and the hunter, all of which can really put pressure on that freeze mage.
Yeah, okay, well, let's talk about Inner a little bit now. We've sort of talked about Thijs for a while, his pedigree as a Hearthstone player and being the favorite coming in. Inner is a player who was very unknown. We saw in some of the videos that we saw earlier and in his interview, he's a very quiet guy with a very subdued personality. But he came here to play, and he had some slip-ups yesterday. So what's going to be Inner's key to success moving forward in this tournament, Savitz?
I think that his chances are very good against Thijs. Thijs might be the favorite, but Inner is definitely a worthy opponent. I enjoyed watching him play his rogue deck and his mage deck. He really knows his stuff. Those are some of the most difficult decks to play, and he's really proven that he is able to pilot them to great success.
What was so remarkable to me about Inner, watching him play his match today, not only did he match Casey's pace of play, we remarked earlier about just how breakneck a speed Casey played at, but he just seemed to have just an automatic awareness of what he needed to do and what was important at any given time. Instantly he drew that cold blood. He's like, okay, I have you dead next turn. There wasn't any hesitation at all. He absolutely had a game plan in mind going in and executed it not only perfectly, but incredibly quickly.
Yeah, we've seen it sometimes that when players are maybe nervous, they might be playing very quickly and mistakes are getting made. There was a small mistake with sequencing yesterday that we saw that happened from Inner's side, where there was a little bit of like a risk that it could have went wrong. But most like today, when we've seen him play, even though he plays fast, he plays solid, and he's just really, he knows his stuff. He's very comfortable with his decks, and he just knows what he needs to do to win.
Yeah, I like to call that type of place out instinctual, because you really don't have much time to think. And now let's take a look at their lineups side by side. So we see their deck lists. They're quite a bit different, though. There's a few differences. What are going to be some of the decks, Kibler, to look out for moving into this grand final?
I mean, clearly the biggest difference in their lineups is the freeze mage versus the mid-range hunter. Inner has shown that he's able to take some key wins with that freeze mage deck. Hunter was a much more popular deck in this tournament, and I think that the hunter deck feels like it's probably a bit better positioned overall in this matchup. I feel like the freeze mage may struggle quite a bit against the warrior, against the shaman. The hunter matchup I feel like can go kind of either way. It does have some strong matchups against the zoo and the rogue, but it really will come down to where Inner can get that freeze mage matched up, I feel like.
Yeah, I think the warrior is very likely to be getting banned from Thijs' side. It's something that we see very often. When a player chooses to bring a mage, it's very likely that their strategy overall is to always ban the warrior. Rogue also kind of well, it's not that bad of a matchup against warrior anymore, but still, like, warriors like to go out, and seeing what matchup Inner ends up getting with this mage is going to be big.
All right, well, I'm going to go with a little bit different approach here. I want to talk to you guys about what deck you think will be the weak link. I want to actually bring up that deck list again so we can see it, the side-by-side deck list again to see it. What deck do you think, going into this final, we're going to start with you, Savitz, for Thijs, do you think will be the weak link in the grand final?
I think that Rogue is something that can at times kind of defeat itself. It might struggle against even the mage, and the shaman is a little bit too fast maybe from Inner. So even as powerful as it can be to get that auctioneer, get it concealed, get all those nice card draws and combos off, against some of Inner's decks, it might be too slow, even against the zoo if he doesn't get the right cards early on.
All right, Kibble, I'm going to ask you for Inner now. What deck for Inner could be sort of his downfall in this series that really is going to have to sort of perform?
I think the freeze mage is really going to be what his lineup lives and dies on. The freeze mage, if it is able to find a good matchup against the zoo, and we've seen Freeze Mage decks lose to Zoo these days. There's things like Crazed Alchemist that can really throw a wrench in the Doomsayer Frostnova plan. I think that will be the crucial part of his lineup, and if he can find a win with that, I think he has a good chance.
Yeah, should be a good one. And we're going to go down the line now, and we're going to sort of give our predictions going into the grand finals. We've had some bold calls throughout the weekend, but we've also had some safe calls. Savitz, I'm going to start with you. We're at the Spring Europe Championship Grand Finals. Inner versus Thijs, who's going to take it?
It's so hard to guess against Thijs. He has to be the favorite going into this, but I do think that Inner's chances are very good, and if he doesn't make any mistakes, it's pretty much 50-50, depending on how things work out.
How decisive of you.
Yes.
I am going to not accept that answer.
You got to pick one, man.
Force you to pick one.
All right, I have to pick Thijs. I mean, he has to be the favorite. Also, in my mind, I have a lot of respect for him as a player, always playing flawlessly. It's nearly impossible to find any mistakes, even small ones, from his lines of play. It's just a pleasure to watch him play, and I think he's going to take it.
All right, Kibler.
I said before the first game of the tournament that Thijs was my pick to win it, and I'm sticking with it. I think that Thijs is going to take this down. He will be the first repeat regional champion in Hearthstone.
All right, well, there you have it. The analysts have spoken on their predictions. We still want to give Inner a little bit more time before we jump into that match. So we're going to move on to some different topics here. I want to go back to sort of Inner's play style as a player. Inner, a very instinctual player, and I want to get your guys' thoughts on that type of play style. I've heard some criticisms, whether it be on social media or just talking to people in person, that say it's not that great because there's high stakes. There's tens of thousands of dollars on the line as far as placement goes. There's a spot at the World Championship at BlizzCon on the line. But there's some players who say overthinking is actually a big deal too, and letting your preparation shine through is a big thing. So, Savitz, both of you guys have been competitive players, whether it be in other card games or in Hearthstone as well. So, Savitz, you first. How does that play into your psyche? Do you think overthinking is something that you should play into the back of your mind when you go over these things?
With this much on the line, and there might be some extra like pressure, and nerves might be even bigger of an issue in this finals. It's a lot of money, and also the ticket to BlizzCon. So for Inner, I really hope that he's going to slow it down. Just see the play that he first is going to be making, but then take a small pause every turn and kind of double check that you're not missing on anything. Because if you make one mistake against a player like Thijs, it can cost you the entire series.
Yeah, Kibler, what are your thoughts on that?
I absolutely agree. I think that on the first day, Inner kind of underestimated the impact that being in this kind of situation could have on his ability to sort through things and play instinctually, as you mentioned. He kind of made a little bit of a misstep in one of his games in his first match, and we saw that visually just rattle him. He was sort of had his face in his hands. He was really clearly shaken up by that, and I think that we saw him come back with very much increased poise today. He has been playing quickly, but he's been playing very well, and I think that he'll carry that on to the finals.
All right, well, let's sort of move over to Thijs' play style. Thijs is very preparation-focused. You saw it in his interview as well. Savitz, when you prep that much, we actually heard it from George C. in his preliminary interview. He said, when deck lists are public, it makes people play afraid. And Thijs has had some moments in this tournament where he has not played things because he was afraid that a tech card from his opponent's deck would have punished that type of play. And even though he's made it this far and had success, that might have cost him a few games or at least a few points of damage along the line. Can you over-prepare for a tournament, Savitz?
I mean, it's certainly something. You might overthink things quite easily. For example, there are no Black Knights in any of the lists here, but if you know that your opponent is running that card, you might be overthinking it. Oh no, every time I play a taunt, you think that your opponent has it in their hand, and with the stakes so high, it certainly is something that is a threat. But Thijs is such an experienced player. I think he's going to recognize the situations and just take the risk when he has to.
If they've got Black Knight, you just got to uproot, man. You just got to uproot.
Yeah. That's right, but no Black Knight, but there is that Harrison Jones in some of the decks, so you got to be careful for that, but taking the risks when necessary. I think Thijs can do it, and so can Inner.
All right, well, the stakes are high and the stage is set. So without further ado, we're going to send it over to Frodan to introduce our grand finalists.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right. It's time for the grand finals to crown our spring champion for Europe. Who's it going to be between Thijs and Inner? Let's go ahead and meet our first contestant, hailing from the Netherlands. It's Thijs. And his opponent, hailing from Russia, it's Inner. Inner, the first question goes to you. I'll keep it short. You look like you're on top of the world. Is that how you're feeling right now?
Kind of, yeah. But that is the final game. We'll see.
All right, we'll leave it up to how the cards fall. Thijs, you've been on the stage before. Once again, in a grand finals. What's it going to take for you to get to the top once again?
I'm just gonna, I prepared, I did my best, I feel that I can feel really comfortable, and now I just want to take the trophy.
All right, well, best of luck to both of you. Shake hands. And once more, we're going to crown a champion for Europe. Stay tuned, guys. The best of 7 is about to continue. Stay in your seats. Let's hand over to Rob and Oaks, who's heading to the caster desk with Sottle and Kibler, as you get ready for the grand finals.
Thank you, Frodan. I am here, joined by Brian Kibler, and although it's been a relatively fast journey today to get here, this has been an incredibly long journey throughout the 3 months to get to this point. Ladder finishes, Open Cups, preliminary qualification, and now we are finally here, down to 2 players, Thijs and Inner. Kibler, what does this mean for these players? Such a grind for them to get here.
Well, for Thijs, it's a moment that he can try to really affirm the position that he has risen to in the Hearthstone community. He was the European champion in 2015. He has so many accolades behind him. You know, he just really wants to further cement his spot in sort of the pantheon in Hearthstone. For Inner, it's a chance for him to really start building that story. He's already gotten to this point, but being able to be one of the competitors at the World Championship at BlizzCon, that's beyond anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're already seeing a bit of an evolution in Inner. You know, day one, he was a little bit in his shell, but you saw there just from that entrance, giving it a little bit of the Rocky on the way out. Like, he's starting to feel like he belongs here, and that's a really big deal. As you see the 2 players starting to stare each other down a little bit now. Both players entering their focus, but from the technical side of things, you discussed it quite heavily on the analyst desk there beforehand. Who do you think has the overall edge as far as lineups go?
I feel like the edge goes to Thijs. I really like his lineup overall. I feel maybe this is a little bit of my bias showing, but I like the Hunter deck more than I like the Freeze Mage deck, in particular in this matchup.
Good, and we are going straight into our first game here. Inner is going to be on the zoo, Thijs with his Reno Warlock, and Brian, how does this matchup usually fall? What are the key cards? What are both decks looking to do?
Well, one of the key cards is sitting in Thijs' hand, Reno Jackson himself. This is a matchup that prior to Standard tended to be pretty significantly, I think, in the advantage of the Reno Warlock player, simply because they had so many strong tools fighting for the board, gaining health back. Since Anti-Healbot left the format, since there just aren't quite as many ways for the Warlock, or rather the Control Warlock, they're both Warlocks in this instance, to claw back into the game. It's made the deck lean a lot more heavily on Reno Jackson, which makes the fact that it's in Thijs' opening hand very important.
Yeah, I think definitely the board clears also have to come into effect as well, though, right? Because you cannot just heal yourself back up to 30 against Zoo and hope that's going to be good enough if they still have 10 power on board the following turn. It's just not going to get you across the line. And one of the things that can make those board clears more effective from the other side is that Zoo has lost a lot of cards as well. They've lost most of their efficient death rattles, the Haunted Creepers, the Nerubian Eggs, etc. Yeah,
and while Thijs has that Reno Jackson in his opening hand, he mulliganed the rest, and the cards that replaced it just are not very good. Ragnaros and Alexstrasza are very powerful cards, but they're very expensive cards, and this is a matchup that can go very quickly.
Yeah, Thijs would have been looking for an opening similar to what he got against Loyan on his Reno Lock game, where he had the Doomsayer into Imp Gang Boss curve. Does pick up the Doomsayer now, and I was just about to make the point that Inner missing his 2-drop is a massive deal as well, because obviously he's the one looking to play for pressure in this matchup, and the fact that he's missed his 2-drop now gives that Doomsayer a very realistic chance of going off, whereas if there was a Dark Peddler or a Knife Juggler down alongside this Flame Imp now, he'd have a much more realistic chance of dealing with it.
Yeah, it's a very, very big deal. Now, the only real way for Inner to remove that is either a Power Overwhelming or a Soulfire. He has both of those in his hand, but that ends up costing him a fairly significant amount of resources here. He's going to go ahead and use the Soulfire, loses Defender of Argus, but this is very important because he is able to maintain his pressure on the board.
Right, yeah, I think definitely worth the loss of some burst damage and the loss of a card from your hand. And actually, although Argus is such a power card in the deck, since that was the card he had 2 of, it may have been his best discard just to maintain the variety of options in his hand.
And the Twilight Drake from Thijs, pretty valuable here. The most important thing for your minions in the early game against Zoo is their health.
Yeah.
Because Zoo's power lies in its ability to effectively trade into opposing minions with buffs. Unfortunately for Thijs, the Power Overwhelming is enough to take out the Drake despite it having so much health.
Yeah, so board dominance continuing for now, but Thijs, after that very, very awkward-looking opening hand, has been drawing some good options that's at least keeping him on the board here. Spellbreaker and Imp Gang Boss, both relatively appropriate. Spellbreaker would be the better on-curve play. You can get rid of the annoying threat of the Imp Gang Boss spawning too many tokens, but is the Imp Gang Boss equally appealing in this situation?
I think that the Spellbreaker definitely has some appeal. The Imp Gang Boss has a bit higher health,
right.
And right here, if he does play Spellbreaker, the threat of Defender of Argus or a Abusive Sergeant are both pretty scary. He has seen one Defender go down to the Soulfire, so he may be thinking it's not that likely he has another one, but unfortunately for Thijs, this is going to be a pretty bad situation for him because the Defender of Argus will allow Inner to remove his board with little effort.
Certainly will. He's going to go ahead and place the Argus on the 1-3 and actually not take the value trade, mitigating some AoE effects, Mortal Coil as well. He's just going to keep his powerful minions on the board. As you mentioned, the health on your targets on board, very important in this matchup. But yeah, little psychological tricks that can sometimes get you into trouble in Hearthstone. It's perfectly valid reasoning to say, I've just seen one Defender of Argus get discarded, I'm not going to play around the second one. Just so happens that sometimes they do have the second one sat in hand and you get punished for it.
And this is actually a pretty good just on-curve Cult Apothecary for Thijs, brings him back up to 27. The Cult Apothecary is a 4/4. That body is quite valuable against the board that Inner has available to him.
Yeah, and the first real whiff of a turn from Inner here, didn't really pick up any power options, does have Power Overwhelming in his hand to try and create a better trade with this 4/4, but it's not an attractive looking proposition to use a Power Overwhelming on any of these minions. Didn't really pick up any really big proactive threats as well, just a couple of 1-drops.
It's definitely a power option. It's literally an option with power in the name.
All right, Kibler, you win this one. But yeah, a low impact turn, let's put it that way. No Darkshire Councilman, no more big threats coming down on this turn. He is still, maintaining his dominance of the board, so he's still looking in good shape. And there aren't any crucial AoEs in Thijs' hand right now, but Inner, of course, will be considering the various implications of what does a Shadow Flame do to my board right now, what does a Hellfire do to my board right now. So he has to work out how to mitigate all those potential options as best he can.
If he does decide to, he's going to go ahead and just attack 2 of his minions and wants to save that Power Overwhelming potentially for burst damage or to fight through a larger minion on a later turn.
Yeah, so Thijs, this is the situation you get into now with Reno Lock, where you're playing a tempo-focused matchup. You're playing against a deck where they're just trying to out-tempo you as hard as they can. So your temptation is to match that. So the highest tempo play you can make right now is just to play Brand Bronzebeard and Imp Gang Boss, assuming you're not just going to slam Reno. But there's the question of, do I win the game with this hand that I have right now? Do I need to tap and pick up more options? Having now seen that Twisting Nether come out, I'm kind of okay with this line of just playing the double 3-drops and competing with the board, but with no AoE in sight, I think the temptation to tap there might have been a lot higher.
Yeah, he definitely needs to find some sort of answer to what Inner is doing here. Speaking of finding answers, Inner finds a Soulfire or a Mortal Coil. The Mortal Coil gives him the ability, well, he was going to, want to attack the 3/5 into Bran and then Mortal Coil, but now the Juggler means that Mortal Coil is no longer terribly valuable in that particular exchange. He could attack his 1-power guys into Bran to use the Mortal Coil in order to draw a card. That ends up being a little less overall efficient for, I think, what he wants to do because it leaves him without a Death Rattle minion in play.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that Mortal Coil was a strong pick in 2 out of 3 worlds, but the world where the Knife Juggler snipes down the Bran has got him into a little bit of trouble. He is going to go with your play here, Kibler. Now he's... Oh, wow! That Juggler!
Oh, the Juggler, he really wanted Bran dead.
Wow.
And I think Thijs knows, based on that attack sequence, that the card that Inner selected was Mortal Coil. Right. He's really sort of telegraphed the fact that this is what I'm trying to do with my turn. Right. And particularly the time that he took, the hesitation after the selection, really telegraphed that card in his hand. So a bit of valuable information for Thijs.
What's particularly crazy about that whole sequence of events is that the Mortal Coil there seems like such a safe pick, because if any knife hits the Imp Gang boss, for example, there's a Mortal Coil target on the board then, because an Imp gets spawned. So that specific interaction with it hitting the brand twice specifically was the only thing that denied his coil that turn.
And I wonder if the sequencing of Inner's particular attacks, he attacked with the Voidwalker first. He could have attacked with the minion with Death Rattle first.
Very true.
And he would have known where the knife would have been thrown. So it's a very minor thing, but ultimately significantly impacted the way the turn played out.
Yep, so now suddenly that power overwhelming is looking a lot more rosy, but he's going to go ahead and coil first to pick up his card. His hand is still lacking in threats a little bit. That Councilman changes that very, very quickly, though. Darkshire Councilman, one of the biggest threats in the Zoo deck these days. 5-5 into 3-5 through the use of power overwhelming, and he's just going to continue to play for the board here. This is interesting because he's seen no Hellfire, no Shadow Flame being used for several turns now. So he might just be able to put his opponent on a Twisting Nether as the only potential AoE in hand, in which case, trading with the Imp Gang boss doesn't really achieve anything.
And that Demon Wrath is a huge draw for Thijs, because he has the opportunity to use Twisting Nether to clear the board right now, and then the Demon Wrath gives him an answer to the follow-up Forbidden Ritual that's waiting in Inner's hand.
Right. Yeah, I mean, not too much debate about this turn. Thijs is going to go ahead and remove this board with the power of Twisting Nether. We're going to get a life tap from Inner, which I like. He's not going 100% all in on the Forbidden Ritual. He's in fact not even playing one of his cards.
Thijs even has the perfect curve of Demon Wrath into Reno.
Right.
Or Sylvanas, which he also
now
just drew. I think Reno Jackson here may be something that he might consider, just because he is playing against a deck that has a significant amount of burst damage. He has seen Power Overwhelming. He's seen Soulfire. But I think that there's a lot of incentive to ensure that you're not priced into playing Reno on a future turn. A lot of players will think that, okay, I want to get the maximum value out of my Reno Jackson, so I'm going to wait until I'm lower. But that can sometimes lead to being in a very awkward situation where your mana usage isn't optimal in a later turn because you feel like you have to play Reno to stay alive.
Right, particularly because at a high level, that's something your opponent will be trying to do, right?
Exactly.
They will try and create a situation where playing Reno Jackson is awkward for you because of the board they create. So if you have the freedom to do it and it's a significant heal, as that was for Thijs, it's usually a solid plan to just go ahead and do it. But still, now that he's chewed through most of those cards that he drew in the mid-game, we're kind of back to that sort of opening hand-looking scenario where most of his cards are fairly awkward against the deck he's up against right now.
They are fairly awkward, but they're also fairly powerful.
Yeah.
Even though Ragnaros is not the best card against Zoo, it's still Ragnaros. It's still a card that they need to deal with, or just the threat of it killing one of their minions or just sending giant fireballs to their face is very, very real.
Yeah, I mean, the Zoo has tapped and played Flame Imp, etc., all the way down to 12 life so far. So
Alex Strauss in your face? It's not even good.
Right, but with the 4 damage Reno on the board already with the Soulfire in hand, he has a potential Ragnaros that can hit face at some point as well. Like, the Zoo cannot just play all out for offense here. So yeah, I like this Rag coming down right now, because this Ragnaros, if it ever manages to connect with face, threatens to end the game.
Going to Soulfire the dog.
I like this.
And is he going to attack the face with Reno?
Yeah,
he's going ahead. If Ragnaros hits face, the game's over. If Ragnaros hits a minion, well, that's really bad for you too.
Yep. These are situations that you can often create with Ragnaros, where it's either I win or I win. You either get a fantastic trade on the board with Ragnaros' Fireball, or you just get lethal. They're usually superior to just playing the safe version on the board. But Mortal Coil is going to allow the removal of Rag. But
that's that Mortal Coil that he picked up a bunch of turns ago, wanting to use it immediately. Finally, it kills a Ragnaros. And he draws another Mortal Coil off of it.
Yes, he does. So, yeah, I mean, this is just really, really awkward. No way to even answer the Reno on board. So power overwhelming draw. 4+4 where I come from, Brian, makes 8. And that means Thijs is going to go up 1-0 in the grand finals here. Inner has some fighting back to do. And the Reno lock able to overcome the Zoo.
Yeah, and that's a big matchup win there for Thijs. I think the Warlock deck was one of the matchups that the Freeze Mage was potentially going to be able to match up quite well against.
Right.
I actually had it sort of confused in my head when I was sitting at the analyst desk. I was thinking that Thijs was actually playing Zoo, but the Reno Lock deck I think is similarly vulnerable these days because of the lack of healing in that deck.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's definitely a key win, because that can make it much more difficult for Inner to really pick up that important win with this freeze mage.
Yeah, it seems weird to say that the weakness of the Reno Lock deck is a lack of healing, right? But in the freeze mage matchup, you know, they have 54 plus damage in their deck, so that one Reno doesn't get the job done, and the loss of heal bot has hurt them significantly. We haven't really talked about the bans just yet. Inner has had his Shaman banned out, where Thijs has lost his Warrior. I don't think it's a great surprise to see that face Shaman going down from Inner's side. I think that was looking pretty powerful against Thijs' lineup, but what do you think of the Warrior ban?
We've actually, I believe, seen Inner ban Warrior in every matchup so far, and I think that given the fact that he is playing Freeze Mage, it's generally a class you don't want to go against really any version of when you're playing that Freeze Mage deck. Similarly, I think the Warrior matches up fairly well, the mid-range Tempo Warrior matches up fairly well against most of his lineup in general, so I definitely think that that's the ban he was looking for when constructing his lineup.
Right, I was backstage with some of the players while the admins were asking for the bans at the start of the day for the semi-finals, and before the admin even got anywhere close to Inner knew what the question was and just said Warrior again all day, every day, 24/7.
Actually, I believe last night we were talking a little bit with Inner, and he was just saying, yeah, bad Warrior every time.
So here we go. We're going to have the Shaman from Thijs. This is an aggressive Shaman. It just has these extra mid-rangey cards like Tuskar Totemic and Thing from Below thrown in there. It's going to be the Shaman up against the Zoo from Inner, and Thijs does have that Coin Totem Golem opening, but Power Overwhelming on a Death Rattle minion, followed up by a Flame Imp, picks apart that opening very, very effectively.
That's the perfect answer for Inner here, and this is really the perfect matchup for Inner as well. The aggressive Warlock deck typically matches up extremely well against the aggressive Shaman deck because they are so much more effective at keeping early minions on board. The aggressive Shaman deck has better tools to close out games, like Doomhammer and Lava Burst, but those aren't necessarily efficient at fighting for the game, for the board early, which is really what the games can often come down to when it's minion deck versus minion deck.
Inner's going to go ahead for the 3 1/1s here. Had the option to play Voidwalker and 2 1/1s, but with nothing on the board to, you know, protect these tokens from the Voidwalker, didn't really seem to have much use, and he'll just be looking to leverage one of these tokens with the Dark Iron Dwarf on the following turn to trade up. And this Tuskar Totemic is looking like a pretty solid target, but there is Totem Golem number 2 of Proceedings.
That was huge. We see the little thumbs up from Inner there. He's like, oh, okay. But despite Thijs getting the best possible result from his Tuskar Totemic, he's still in trouble. He's still just got his board entirely cleared. He's facing down a 4/4, and this is where the Zoo deck's strength really lies. Its ability to use these pumps, many of which come in the form of minions. But this is also where the strength of the specific version of Shaman that Thijs is playing lies. The 5/5, the Thing from Below that he's able to play here, thanks to having summoned those totems, has suddenly really shut down Inner's offense.
Yeah, I mean, Zoo is the deck that, you know, plays numerous buffs, so if you're playing another board control-based flooding deck against them, you normally get outmatched because they have too many Direwolves and Power Overwhelmings and Abusive Sergeants to deal with you. But this Thing from Below right here is one of the cards in this deck that can really just change the maths on that and just say, you know, I'm putting a huge 5/5 down for way too little mana than you're able to deal with, especially with one Power Overwhelming already gone from the deck. And looks like Inner is going to try and take the Juggle here. Juggle a +1 drop, which will enable a trade 50% of the time. So this is a big deal in terms of who gets to dictate the initiative of the attacks here, and he does unfortunately miss out.
And that can also be a pretty big swing here. Thijs has that Lava Burst in his hand, which, as I mentioned earlier, generally pretty inefficient in these mid-range minion battles. However, or rather inefficient in the aggressive minion battles. However, it's excellent at dealing with mid-range minions like that Dark Iron Dwarf. He's able to potentially trade his Lava Burst, get that Dwarf off the board, and suddenly his Thing from Below is much bigger than anything else in play.
Yeah, so he has the opportunity here. He can take a full board clear with the Lightning Bolt and the Lava Burst. He can develop a Squire alongside that. That will mean he only has 3 mana next turn to answer what Zoo will have to offer, but a 3 mana turn next turn with Finley and Flame Tongue Totem with an Argent Squire already on the board is looking like it still could be potentially very powerful.
Yeah, and that is a huge swing in not only this game, but in this matchup. This is a place where Inner really needed to find a win. With his Zoo deck. He does find a Soulfire, however, and that will allow him to potentially answer this Thing from Below. So Thijs is not out of the woods in this matchup just yet.
He's not, and he holds on to the Councilman over the Abusive Sergeant. Abusive Sergeant is honestly one of the very best cards in this matchup, so don't get carried away thinking, okay, he kept the best card in his hand. Abusive Sergeant definitely has a lot of usage, but Darkshire Councilman as a power play is fantastic as well. But this is where that Flame Tongue Totem turn does come into effect. With the Flame Tongue on the board, it looks like he's going to go ahead and favor Argent Squire number 2 over Finley. That does make sense to me. He's not going to use his hero power until next turn anyway, where he will likely have the mana to play Finley and do it immediately. And the Divine Shield value trading up with a Flame Tongue actually, seems like it could create some favorable trades in the future.
And that's a big draw from Inner there. The Forbidden Ritual allows him to play Darkshire Councilman, play Forbidden Ritual, not only get a huge buffed Councilman on board, but also get a very wide board that's very difficult for Thijs to trade into, even with his Flame Tongue Totem on board. It's important to note, many players include a Elemental Destruction or Lightning Storm in some of their Shaman decks. Thijs does not. Thijs has no way to clear this board.
He does not, but he does have a way to at least clear that ever-growing threat of the Councilman. That second Flame Tongue is possibly the only thing in his deck that could do it efficiently. He's going to go ahead and Totem before playing Finley here, which might seem obvious, but there is a thought not to do it because sometimes you pick up the Warlock hero power, which means that you have more mana available to you for a card that you draw if you don't Totem first.
And this is an interesting decision. Fire Blast versus Life Tap. I think he does need to go with the Life Tap, just because Fire Blast only allows him to sort of incrementally remove these small things from the board, and he's totally out of resources other than this.
Yeah, I mean, he can't pay 2 mana a turn to kill a 1/1 each turn. That's not a line that's going to win you the game, right?
I feel like he picks the Life Tap. He really needs to find higher impact cards like Doomhammer, which he does. And Inner with the well played as Thijs gets exactly what he was looking for. And now Inner does have a very good turn here potentially. Oh, a 0 cost 8/8 in the Sea Giant is huge.
All right, so hopefully Inner doesn't just go ahead and Mortal Coil that 5/1 right in the middle first. That seems like a bit of a potential mistake. So trading out the Flame Tongue Totems here first seems sensible, then using the Mortal Coil to finish something else off. He only has 5 power in attacks from these 1/1s, so without using the Mortal Coil on a Flame Tongue Totem, he couldn't even get rid of the buffs on the board.
Yeah, he could choose to just remove both Flame Tongue Totems this turn, using the 5 power he has and the Mortal Coil. That would leave Thijs with 3 minions, but it would cause him not to actually lose any power on board. He does choose to leave the totem up, however, finds Power Overwhelming. He could use that to clear off the totem as well. Or he's going to take down Finley and leave just the totem in play.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to isolate the totem. So the ordering there, he wanted to use the Mortal Coil early in his turn while he still had attacks remaining. So if he picked up, say, a Direwolf Alpha, an Abusive Sergeant, or a Power Overwhelming that we saw, he then had more options to be able to trade for the board more effectively. But suddenly, that 8/8, obviously a 0 mana 8/8 is a massive draw, but with that Doomhammer in hand from Thijs, it's a particularly huge draw because it now means Thijs can't create a world where he wins a race by just going face because he has this 8/8 clock on the board. So.
And people talk about the 4 mana 7/7 that Thijs just picked up in his hand. It's actually totally outclassed here. He's going to be able to get that down, I imagine, in order to contest the Sea Giant somehow. But it will basically end up the Sea Giant will basically end up being able to clear it off the board. I think he's debating the Doomhammer versus the Flame Wreath Faceless here. He could use the Doomhammer to either go face or remove the 2 minions. And yeah, this puts Inner in a situation where he has just the 8/8 and is going to have to choose exactly how he wants to use it, whether he sends it face. This lets Thijs potentially find Feral Spirits, which can absorb damage over time fairly readily. Oh boy. But Defender of Argus makes that 8/8 a lot scarier.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think what Thijs was trying to set up that turn, or would have loved to have set up that turn anyway, was a situation where the Sea Giant had to choose between killing the 7/7 or the Flame Tongue Totem, where there wasn't enough damage to deal with both. He couldn't do that, so he just went with the board control of the Doomhammer. But that Argus coming down may just crush his hopes and dreams. Does have a bit of a defensive play here with the Feral Spirits that can at least let him see another draw, but it's hard to imagine a world where he digs himself out of this through that 9/9. I don't believe there's an Earthshock in his deck either, from what I've seen.
Well, right now, the Sea Giant can currently only take out one of these wolves. The 7/7 can kill the Sea Giant after the fact, and he still does have Doomhammer in play.
Sure. Have we seen Rockbiters from Thijs yet? He used one early to kill a Flame Imp, I believe, after that power overwhelming play in the early exchanges. So he only has one left in his deck, if I've remembered correctly. So has also, of course, used that Lightning Bolt and Lava Burst in the same turn. So a lot of his direct damage has already been pulled out of the deck.
He's pretty far behind here, does not have all that much life to work with. He has life tap, but it's a lot better when you are not under nearly as much pressure as Thijs is right here. Life tap will find him. Doomhammer's a great card, but not when you're this far behind and not when you already have Doomhammer in play.
Yeah, I mean, Thijs is going to consider his options here. He's just going to go face. I think this ends up being his out. Is 13 really relevant, though? I think it is. There's still one Lightning Bolt left in the deck, so I think going face increases your out significantly here. You can basically, you're hoping to chain draw Rockbiter into something, and sending this 2 extra damage face gives you that something to be Lightning Bolt and not just Lava Burst.
Well, if you go face as well, you put your opponent dead to just Rockbiter if he doesn't clear your Totem Golem.
Sure.
And I think that attacking the minion, you're going to take damage from the minion attacking your face next turn regardless.
Right.
He does choose to clear the Peddler, so I'm curious exactly what he's playing around in this instance.
Yeah, it's hard to say, but
no matter what he was playing around, nothing could help him survive. Leroy Jenkins, who comes down and takes game number 2, tying up the series for Inner.
Yeah, and that'll feel great for Inner, getting himself on the board. I think, he's up against the Titan in Thijs here, so I think, it's hard to not consider yourself the underdog, even though maybe from a skill perspective, he might consider himself on par with Thijs. Thijs has all the experience in the world. He's the one that everyone is looking to win this series.
We did see the inexperience playing on stage kind of rattle Inner on the first day. He made a slight misstep in sequencing, and it visibly impacted his confidence. He was playing, looking shaky, playing maybe a little bit shaky, but he's come back today and really put on a performance that has shown he's probably gotten over those nerves, but he hasn't been in the grand finals before.
He hasn't, as they both survey that potential trophy that could be their prize for winning all of this. They're both deep in thought about their queue for the next game. 1 game apiece. So the decks that have picked up a victory are the Zoo for Inner and the... Wait, what did Thijs win game 1 with? I've already forgot.
Thijs won the first
with
game
the Reno
with
lock,
his
right?
Reno lock.
Yeah,
Yes.
so still quite a few options remaining. Wondering if we might see the mid-range Hunter from Thijs come out at this point. You did predict it to be a potential power deck in this lineup.
Yeah, I think the Hunter deck is pretty strong, in particular now with the Warlock gun.
Yes,
I actually think the Warlock was the weakest matchup for the mid-range Hunter deck in all of Inner's lineup, because Thijs is playing a very anti-control version of Hunter. He has the Camel. He has no copies of Unleash the Hounds, so that's a build of Hunter that can struggle very much against Zoo.
Yeah.
Well, that's gone. So all that's left for Inner are these combo control decks like Freeze Mage and Rogue, and then his mid-range Warrior deck against which Desert Camel is an excellent card because there's no 1-drops.
Yeah, I mean, I had the pleasure of discussing the strategy of this deck with Life Coach quite extensively, who plays a very similar list, is a practice partner of Thijs, of course, and he said basically you're bringing this deck into the tournament, you most of the time are going to be banning Shaman, and then the only deck you're left exposed to is Zoo. So yeah, with the Zoo gone, having picked up a victory for Inner, it makes a ton of sense for Thijs to lead out with this deck here. He's up against the Tempo Warrior from Inner.
And this is a matchup where it is very much a tempo matchup. As the Tempo Warrior
is
name,
it now,
as much
Kibler?
As I might fight
is
against
it, Kibler?
that name, it's still a mid-range deck. But the importance in a matchup like this one really is tempo, because this is a matchup where one player can very easily get ahead significantly in the early game, and that can cause big problems because neither deck really plays terribly well from behind.
Yeah, looking at this opening hand from Thijs, the one thing he will be thinking right now is that he hopes that injured Kvaldir stays in his deck now, because he's drawn both Fiery Bats, so if he gets a Camel before a Kvaldir now, that Camel is a very, very huge power play. But going down the line here, He has the option of coin 2 into 2, or he can go for coin double 1s right now, or he can just play a 1-drop and maintain his coin. This is one of the most flexible openings you can have for a tempo-based deck, is the double 1, double 2 opening hand with the coin.
I like the emote from Inner here. Is the laugh. He's clearly showing that he's loosened up a bit since his early stress on day one. Thijs, though, clearly a playtest partner of Life Coach, as the rope is burning on turn 1. This is, though, admittedly a very difficult first turn. He has a lot of options. He could choose to save the coin. He's going to go ahead and just play a King's Elec here.
Well,
he actually coined that. I was like, wait, maybe that's not what I'm going to do. And, well, there's the injured Valdir. It's still in his deck, but not going to come to his hand as it does not win the joust.
That looked very much like a Fiery War Axe to me. It was a Fiery War Axe. Inak throws out the greetings. That War Axe is a huge deal. May have had to have gone ahead and slammed that greeting to get it off the board if he didn't pick it up. And now the decision to go coin 3-2 into 3-2 is looking a bit rough, but he does have the backup plan now of the double Fiery Bat, which plays around the War Axe to an extent.
And this is a rough situation for Thijs because there are both 2 copies of Ravaging Ghoul and 2 copies of Whirlwind in Inner's deck.
And 2 copies of Acolyte of Pain as well. Yeah.
Thijs does have the Freezing Trap as well as Deadly Shot in his hand, so the Acolyte is not quite as scary as one of those might be, but there is the possibility that Inner can actually just get a Fiery Bat trigger to draw a card off this Acolyte right away. He chooses not to attack, however.
And Quick Shot being picked up is very, very relevant here. Deadly Shot, a very high-value card, so he wouldn't have necessarily wanted to throw it away here, but he is, in fact, going to use it just for curve reasons. This enables him to use a guaranteed combination of 2 of his 2 mana cards in hand on the following turn, even if one of those cards is Quick Shot.
Well, there's another Acolyte for Inner here.
Well, let's try that again.
And I think that he may be considering the possibility, now that Thijs is going into a 4-mana turn, it's much more important that he actually clears these because the threat of Houndmaster is absolutely huge. Right. And 1 Fiery Bat hits his face, Blood to Ichor on his own minion. He could have chosen to Blood to Ichor the Bat, which would get it off the board. But that would not give him a 2-2 because the Bat would die.
Yeah, there's also some sequencing questions there. Obviously, he could have Ichored his Acolyte first, at which point he would have picked up the Whirlwind. So that scenario makes what he did look a bit silly, but of course he was trying to maximize the chance of that Fiery Bat token. Fiery Bat Death Rattle hit the Acolyte of Pain, which is why he did that first.
And this opening, or rather this hand from Thijs, is a little bit awkward here. It's not really what he's looking for in this matchup. A lot of these small minions, a lot of these utility cards, they're good in particular situations, but against the mid-range warrior deck, these are very vulnerable minions like the Fiery Bats. He really needs the more substantial things like Houndmaster, like Stranglethorn Tiger.
Right. Blood to Ichor plus Ravaging Ghoul is a solid clear here. Ravaging Ghoul, one of the best tempo cards in this Tempo Warrior deck, Kibler, is able to clear out very, very small minions, wide boards very easily, reverse the state of the board, which is exactly what you're looking to do in these mid-game turns. And it's a very, very strong time for him to create this reversal on the board, because he now has a follow-up of Cairn, which is a powerful card, but a relatively slow one initially. So you want to be able to consolidate it on a board where you're already comfortable, not one where you're fighting from behind.
Yeah, and Thijs picking up a second bow, really not what he's looking for here. He has that Freezing Trap could be good, but is not good at the moment because of the 2-1 in play. Yep. He can use his bow to kill the 2-1 and then drop the second bow or that grub alongside the Freezing Trap, which does threaten to deal with Cairn. It's problematic, though, against a warrior deck that includes Krorkarn Elite, because you can really never be sure that you'll be able to guarantee the freeze effect on Cairn there.
Yeah, so he is going to go for that play, develops the Carrion Grub, locks out the Cairn with the Freezing Trap, and now suddenly Inner's hand does not have a great deal to do in terms of proactivity. Fierce Monkey is nice. He can also now turn that into a 3-card Battle Rage if he would like to. Looks like he's going to go ahead and start by slamming the Carrion Grub. Picks up Ragnaros Firelord, so he has now reduced his Battle Rage capabilities just a little bit. Not enough mana remaining for the Monkey, the Battle Rage, and the Whirlwind. So probably just going to go ahead and drop the Monkey here, armor up, and he's going to hold on to that Battle Rage for a following turn.
Yeah, this is definitely a rough spot for Thijs. You know, he has a very marginal life advantage, but he is super far behind in resources. Inner has 5 cards in hand, like you mentioned, that Battle Rage as well. Yeah, it looks like he's just going to go ahead and I think just kill this. No, he's actually not going to kill it. He's just going to go ahead and slam it again, dig a little bit deeper into his deck. Well, speaking of kill, there's Kill Command. Thijs picks up the spell that can give him a way to take down that monkey, but still not a great situation for the Dutch player.
Yeah, I mean, Inner's play on that following turn, I'm just trying to work out his thinking. I mean, first thing to make clear is that secret that's in play from Thijs is not a secret. There's only one secret in the deck, and it is Freezing Trap, and since the lists are revealed to all the players, he knows that that is exactly Freezing Trap. So there's no way that he's going to want to attack with this can when he can potentially get something else frozen instead. But it seemed like the potential 3-card Battle Rage turn was an extremely powerful line there, but he chose to just...
turn instead.
Yeah, he's going for it this turn instead, which also makes sense as to why he left that Carrion Grub at 1 health on the following turn, which looked a little bit strange. But the Battle Rage pickup now does get activated. Inner made a little bit of a wince because, okay, now it makes sense. He was reacting to the double Armor Smith Whirlwind pickup, and that, Brian Kibler, is the worst draw in Thijs' deck by a mile.
Not only is that an incredibly low impact card at a juncture where he needs something powerful, it also makes other cards in his deck worse because it's his last 1-drop for the Desert Camel.
Yeah.
So Thijs in a really bad spot here, and Inner, as he has been doing all day, playing very quickly with a very powerful turn. Whirlwind here will gain him a bunch of armor, set up a 5-card Battle Rage. This game is all but over.
It certainly is. This was the big power turn from Inner. You saw his reaction on at the end of the previous turn as he got a good look at which cards he drew. Armor Smith, Whirlwind, he knew was pretty much guaranteed to lock that game out. And now it looks like he's even going to go ahead and just activate the Freezing Trap so he can start pushing through damage. He wants this game over and done with. We've seen he is a rapid, fast, impatient player. He wants to get this done. He wants the momentum to continue and try and ride this streak all the way to the European title.
Flame Juggler for Thijs, that's not going to do it. There's really no coming back from the situation for Thijs here. He's going to play it out. We have seen Thijs, not someone who generally will concede unless the game is over. Does give Inner the possibility of making some sort of crucial mistake. But this is a game where it's hard for me to imagine Inner even being able to find a line of play that could lose. He's just in such a dominating position.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem that we could just fairly comfortably play cards at random and still win the game from this position. Varian being picked up is just another huge late game bomb, but Inner actually for once is in such a good position that it's taking him some time to work out exactly what the best line of play is.
I mean, this is the sort of situation. A lot of players, when they get to a game state where they're in such a huge lead, they will kind of get overconfident. In some cases, make mistakes that could lead to them losing from what is otherwise pretty much an unlosable position. And it's important, even if you do have a big lead, not to just squander that by just playing quickly because you're like, oh, well, whatever, I'm just winning. Or maybe he also just wants to experience the joy of crushing Thijs for as long as possible on this stage.
I mean, that is very possible as well, but the play he's ended up with, I'm pretty happy with. Much Whirlwind synergy is to be had. He picks up a ton of armor, makes a huge Frothing Berserker, enranges another Bloodhoof Brave. Thijs is in a huge mess right now. As you mentioned at the start, no Unleash the Hounds in his deck, which is one of the cards that could at least have some sort of impact on this board, so unfortunately, Stranglethorn Tiger not going to do it. This is going to be the end of Game 3 for Thijs. Inner now taking a lead, and I spoke to him very, very briefly in the post-game interview after the last game, and I asked him, was the BlizzCon dream, was it ever something that was a reality to you? Was this just something that you were doing, gathering points, seeing if you could make it to prelims? Was this all a pipe dream for you, or were you really focused on BlizzCon? And he said, no, of course, I hadn't thought about it. I was just doing it to see how far I could get. Well, now suddenly it's a reality. You are very, very close.
Yeah, he's in the lead in the grand finals, and this is definitely a very strong position for him. He does still have that Freeze Mage and that Miracle Rogue, and those are decks that have the potential to struggle against what Thijs has remaining in his lineup. There's the Miracle for Thijs as well. That, I think, is probably the weakest deck remaining for Thijs, because it is, at best, a even matchup against the opposing Miracle deck, and it tends to be unfavored against Freeze Mage.
Absolutely, yeah. But having said that, yes, I agree that these decks that Inner has left are the decks that are bad in the matchup concerns. They are, decks that he likes, decks that he's the most accomplished with. He is primarily known as a Freeze Mage player, put in a ton of Freeze Mage practice with, arguably the best Freeze Mage player in the world, Laughing, as well as Dr. Hippie, who we saw in the previous season's Europe finals, who is established as one of the best Freeze Mage players in Europe himself. So he is one of the elite. He is Freeze Mage.
I was going to say, he's not a Freeze Mage player. He is a Freeze Mage, as he said himself in his interview earlier.
So yeah,
I'm not a Freeze Mage. Not at all.
Wow, really, Kibler? I never knew this about you. I thought Freeze Mage was your favorite deck, and you spent all of your evenings just happily firing Frostbolts and Ice Lances at your opponent's face.
All right, well, it will be Thijs playing the aggro Shaman deck against the Freeze Mage.
Yes, indeed. The Freeze Mage deck and Inner the Freeze Mage himself. He's playing against both of them. Finley Murgleton, Totem Golem, Thing from Below as the opening hand. So a promising looking start. There's always some debate about keeps of Sir Finley in this deck because you are playing the Totem synergy cards in the form of Thing from Below. But when you already have another Totem in your hand straight away, and that's the reason you can afford to fit Finley in your deck, is you have Tuskar Totemic, Totem Golem, Flame Tongue Totem, etc. You can still discount your 5/5 even without that hero power. When you have that security, I think in this matchup particularly, looking for one of these aggressive type hero powers on turn 1 is definitely viable.
Yeah, and Thijs finds Steady Shot. He is taking his time before picking it, which I really can't imagine another pick in this particular matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him in the previous series in the semi-final. He took exactly that Mage over Hunter in a matchup against, was it?
It was N'Zoth Paladin, I believe.
Against N'Zoth Paladin. Yeah, which was a very, very interesting decision and one that me and TJ were talking about backstage. But still, Frostbolt is going to come right down now to deal with the 1-3. There is going to be almost certainly a Totem Golem follow-up. That is going to be met with the Doomsayer, and suddenly the advantage will swing quite heavily towards the Freeze Mage here.
Yeah, Thijs does have an answer if he chooses to use it. He could... actually, no, he's overloaded. Never mind. I was thinking that he could play the Lava Burst, but here... Thankfully, he does have that hero power, which does mean that he can have a productive turn regardless. He can Steady Shot the face, attack the face. Still does 5 damage, but will enter his next turn with an absolutely clear board. Inner is able to drop an Acolyte of Pain and get his card draw rolling.
Yeah, that is just about the dream Doomsayer for a Freeze Mage in that scenario. Wiping the board, denying the tempo, and then being able to develop an Acolyte behind it. But speaking of the dream, if there's one thing that Shaman dreams about in this matchup, it's playing a 4-mana 7/7.
Yeah, this is a very big threat that can easily chip away, not even chip away, chunk away, hack
pound away.
Yeah, rip the life out of the Freeze Mage. That's what I like to do.
Yeah.
And we see the Flame Breath Faceless. Inner is not going to have any way to stop it, at least immediately. And it will crack in for 7 damage. But Inner does set up a board that allows him to not only threaten to get some damage in on potentially the 7/7, but also draw him a bunch of cards.
Yeah, so this is actually kind of a complex turn for Thijs here. I mean, the Twitch chat play here is 11 to face. That's the most damage you can do this turn
No,
with
you can do
Abusive
12.
Oh, you can do 12 with Love Burst, sure. Okay, so this is the alternate line where suddenly you're giving Acolyte value here, but you're protecting your 7/7 from these minions on the board. So this is the alternate consideration. He's not valuing the card draw from his opponent too much at this point, since the entire board is essentially Death Rattle, draw a card. So he knows card draw is going to happen. So he was just trying to protect his 7/7 from these minions on the board. That, paired with those, a Frostbolt ping or a Fireball suddenly is able to take care of it really easily.
Yeah, and Inner now, he finds a Arcane Intellect. So he finds more card draw. He's going to go ahead and draw with his Novice Engineer first. It's an interesting choice. I wonder what he's looking for before drawing with that Loot Hoarder. He finds a Torch.
He does find a Torch, but I mean, Novice Engineer going to come down. I'm almost certain we're going to see the Ice Lance come out as well here. There's just no way he can tank another 7 right now, especially with no secrets in sight just yet. And still, the Overload is going to prevent Thijs from loading up the Doomhammer this turn, but still plenty of proactive stuff. Abusive Sergeant to send in extra damage. He has the constant threat of that Hunter hero power, and as soon as he is able to start firing away some of these spells, then he's going to be in really good shape.
Thijs really has to be afraid of Blizzard next turn.
Yeah.
Inner is going into a 6-mana turn, and in particular, he also has the Blood Mage Thalnos in play, along with 3 minions. So a Blizzard, even if he did remove the Blood Mage, could threaten to actually wipe out pretty much his entire board.
Certainly could, but he is just going to go for the all-in play. I think this is right because he basically has him covered even in the world of Blizzard here. With the amount of damage he has in hand, it's not really a big deal if his board gets blizzarded. He can just switch to the all-out face plan, not worry about his board too much. We are going to find out, though, Kibler, because the blizzard has been drawn.
But from Inner's perspective, he really is just worried about his life total.
Right.
He can blizzard here, but if he blizzards here, he is passing the turn without having drawn any extra cards, and he's still pretty far away from potentially having Ice Block or Bearer to keep himself alive.
I agree. So, Arcane Intellect and Frost Nova is definitely a pairing that you could throw together here. Inner is just considering his options, though. That Blizzard is attractive, and there is a tendency sometimes to, get tilted towards the card that you draw on the immediate turn because that natural excitement that you get of drawing another option. Looks like Inner is going to go ahead and favor the Blizzard. And as you said, that leaves him still without a secret activated. Argent Horse Rider picked up is even more damage, but Thijs can just start rationing out all this damage now in the most efficient way that he possibly can to try and beat that 12 health. He hasn't seen a secret played yet. No information, of course, from Thijs' side as to whether there's one in hand or not.
He needs to just try and get the game over as fast as possible.
Right.
He wants to just get the Doomhammer to the face. He can use his hero power here to get another 2 damage, leaving Inner at just 6 health. He has 8 points of burn in his hand. So barring the possibility of exactly Ice Block, the game is going to be Thijs' next turn.
Yeah, not to mention there is still that 7-4 on the board that needs being dealt with. He is able to deal with it just with his board, trading into it one by one, but that Ice Barrier is a risky proposition. He doesn't know that there would be double spells in hand that could kill him without even having to activate the Ice Barrier here, so he might suspect that's good enough. Might also just be taking a risk. He may expect to die here, but he might just be saying, okay, if I'm going to win this game, this is what I need to happen. Right. I need this barrier to stick.
Yeah, and this is a situation that you are leaving yourself. He could have used Arcane Intellect to dig,
right.
But if he Arcane Intellects and digs, what's he beating?
Yeah,
he probably can't beat the burn spells that kill him anyway. If he just plays that and it's like, okay, well, he has to get another Ice Block the next turn because his opponent just has Steady Shot. So here he's just playing for the... is Thijs going to attack?
So it puts
he
him up
still
to
have
14.
enough damage?
It puts him up to 14 life, so he has 8 from the Lava Burst. Yeah,
okay,
he
does.
Still powers
I
through with
briefly,
the hero
I briefly
power
was,
as well.
was terrified.
Yeah.
But Thijs does end up just having the damage to close things out despite the Ice Barrier, and he will even up the series 2 games to 2.
Yep, so Thijs squares things up again. As you said, we're starting to get down to the decks now with Inner that can start to be a little exposed, but I think that was one of the worst matchups remaining for the Freeze Mage for sure. That Shaman, Inner has the fastest build possible almost. He hasn't even slowed his deck down with the new list that a lot of players are going towards, the one Thijs is running with the Thing from Below and the Thing from Below and Tuskar Totemic. So that deck was as fast as possible. Being able to just crush out the Freeze Mage, and from now on there is going to be a slightly more favorable matchups with the Freeze Mage at least.
Yeah, the Freeze Mage is in definitely in good shape against Thijs' Rogue deck.
Yep.
The sort of bigger question mark, I think, is the Hunter deck. Historically, Hunter has been pretty good against Freeze Mage.
Right.
This is a bit slower of a Hunter deck than we've in many cases seen in the past. Topping off at Call of the Wild, that is a bit slower than say. A lot of the previous iterations. Also doesn't have a lot of the Death Rattle minions that in pre-standard, things like Piloted Shredder that could make the board clears less valuable.
Right, I was discussing this matchup in some detail with the players who are here, and I know Thijs thinks it's immensely favored for the Hunter, George C thinks it's favored for the Freeze Mage, Crane thinks it's slightly favored for the Hunter, so the jury is still out, is the verdict on this.
And one thing that's important is we've actually seen so many different versions of Hunter. That's the class that has seen the greatest diversity in terms of the choices and the specific builds in this event. And Thijs, I think, has one of the better builds against Freeze Mage. He has no copies of Unleash the Hounds. He has not the Carrion Grub, the Desert Camel.
Yes.
The other 3-drop. So that, I think, gives him a lot more power in this matchup and a lot less potential dead draws that some of the other builds might suffer from.
Right, and he also has the high main as well, which isn't an auto-inclusion. You know, some people are leaving the high main out of their deck because of some of the targeted removal like Sap and Hex that you commonly come up against in tournaments, but high main is one of the power cards against Freeze Mage for sure, because it's so difficult for them to deal with efficiently on the board. So completely agree with you. Thijs does have a very powerful build of the Hunter available to him, but you, I think, in the pre-finals analysis segment pointed out that maybe the Rogue might be a difficult point for Thijs, and that is the other deck that he has remaining here.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the deck that, I mean, as we were saying, that is definitely a good matchup for the Freeze Mage. The Freeze Mage wants to queue into the Rogue. For sure. You definitely get a win there. And then it could just come down to Rogue versus Rogue.
It certainly could, and that is a matchup that we saw in the semi-final as well, that Inner was able to win in explosive fashion. We saw that, you know, that clenched fist when he got that cold blood and knew that he had the damage to force through. I was actually talking to Casey about that as well, and he did, in fact, pick up on that signal. Like, he knew that he was dead, so he was considering options as crazy as, you know, shadow striking his own blood mage Thalnos to try and pick up that healing that he needed to get out of it. So, you know, maybe Inner needs to just hold back on some of the information that he's revealing to his opponent here, but again, it kind of comes back to that inexperience and unfamiliarity that he's talked about with this kind of live studio Hearthstone environment.
I mean, and Thijs is someone, you know, he's been here before. He has been exactly here before, in fact. The grand finals of European Championship. And that is, you know, that sort of poise and not necessarily letting your excitement get the better of you when you're in a situation where communication of that excitement could possibly give your opponent information that they could use to influence their decisions.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that only comes with time. This isn't something, you know, a lot of the best players in Hearthstone are very studious people. They sit at home and they use their time, you know, time management skills effectively to gather information on the meta, gather information on deck lists, you know, running spreadsheets, all these mathematical equations, working things out. Experience in a live tournament environment and how to handle yourselves, how to overcome the nerves. That's not something that you can learn through any other means than just being here and doing it over and over again.
All right, well, here we are, and it is time to see who wins between Thijs's Hunter deck and Inner with that Rogue.
Yes, indeed. This is a matchup that is often dictated by key usage of the card Sap, but I think people oversimplify the matchup in that sense and just say, okay, you know, it's favored for the Rogue because they can Sap high mains. Well, things aren't quite that simple. Sometimes the Hunter can have an aggressive enough start that, you know, you have to Sap an early Hound Mastered target or you're going to end up taking too much damage, and then the Hunter is able to come through. So it is a little bit more complex, but an early Backstab and an early Tomb Pillager here from Inner makes this look like a very promising opening hand for him.
Yeah, and you know, one card that's fairly key in this matchup we see in Thijs's hand, or at least we did before he mulliganed. We'll see if it's still there. The Deadly Shot. Deadly Shot is a card that is able to answer even a concealed Auctioneer. Inner's version of Rogue actually only plays a single copy of Conceal, but the combination of the pressure that the Hunter can put on, in particular with Desert Camel, which creates multiple bodies that can be more difficult for the sort of tempo-based removal of the Rogue to deal with, along with actually having answers to Gadgets and Auctioneer, not giving your opponent time, can really give the Hunter a window to take down the game.
Yeah, and here you can see Backstab, a huge card against Hunter. Most of their early game minions are extremely vulnerable to the Backstab. He's able to develop the weapon now for tempo, which means if the Desert Camel comes down and pulls a Fiery Bat, he's able to take care of it with the dagger and coin out the Tomb Pillager to contest the 2-4 effectively. Now has double Tomb Pillager as well.
Yeah, that Tomb Pillager is a huge card in this matchup for the Rogue. It actually gives them a sizable body that can not only contest the mid-range minions of the Hunter deck, but also threatens to actually close out the game, so they don't necessarily have to play the slow, grindy Gadgets and Auctioneer style of play.
Right, and now the consideration for Thijs here has to be how he allocates his resources here, he's going to go with the Freezing Trap. He did see Inner coin out the Tomb Pillager here, so he's expecting something along the lines of second Tomb Pillager, maybe an Azure Drake somewhere in the near future, because if this Pillager were to die, Inner could of course coin out a Drake on this turn using the coin that he got, so he's going to choose not to Deadly Shot it. Keep that in mind, as you said, for the Gadgetzan Auctioneer being concealed or for higher value threats. Freezing Trap and the Hero Power locks it out quite effectively.
Yeah. Inner with a potentially tough turn here. He does have that second Tomb Pillager, will get the first one bounced, and does decide to just play the second one, giving him, again, a fairly large minion that can help contest what Thijs is able to muster. A second Deadly Shot for Thijs, though, will potentially allow him to just continue the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a very interesting decision because Deadly Shot means no more development here, and he does have 2 good development options on his part, but that 5-4 on the board threatens to trade so effectively. I mean, what does Desert Camel get you? At best, it gets you 2 more 2-4s, any of which are a nice trade for the Tomb Pillager. What does Animal Companion get you? Well, some of the time it gets you a 2-4, which is a really good trade for the Tomb Pillager. So now that the second Deadly Shot has been drawn, it seems to make sense to me. He does still have the initiative. He's plugging away for 4 damage a turn since he keeps hero powering so often. So the Rogue is still under pressure, even though Thijs is missing on some of his development a little bit.
Yeah, he's gotten Inner down to just 18 life. He doesn't have access to any real burst in his hand. There's no kill commands. There's no quick shots. And he does have that high main, which, as we mentioned, so great in so many other matchups. But in this one, often a card you just don't want to ever actually spend your mana on.
Right. And Shiv is going to come down, followed by the SI7 agent, and that dagger that was able to be developed on turn 2 has just meant so much for Inner here, and that comes from the power of the 0 mana backstab, able to remove the first minion that Thijs played and develop the mana into the dagger there, and that's been able to answer half of the Desert Camel and now the second half of the Desert Camel on the following turn, so that dagger is pretty much primarily responsible for him being a 3-3 ahead of the game right now.
And there's Huffer off the Animal Companion. This is definitely a difficult situation for the Hunter player because once the Rogue starts developing minions, they can start to really contest the board, and the Hunter player really needs to just keep the pressure on, keep attacking.
Yep.
Because their goal, obviously, is to reduce the opponent's life to 0. But the Rogue is able to do that in much, surprisingly, in much larger bursts, thanks to Leroy and Cold Blood and things like that, whereas the Hunter has the more consistent damage over time because of the steady shot hero power.
Absolutely. Does get the Valdir this time, does Thijs, off the Desert Camel, so he is in pretty good shape now. This is a very awkward board for Rogue to deal with. Even with such a large hand, they need very, very specific combinations of cards to be able to deal with this effectively. He's going to go for the Violet Teacher, the Eviscerate. He has the trade on the board into the Huffer if he would like it, which I'm sure he will take as he's under so much pressure. So now just isolating that 2-4 on the board. Double high mains now from Thijs. As you said, not a card that you really want to invest the mana into in this matchup, which means his hand is looking sparse on options. At what point do you get to, Kibler, where you say, okay, now I just have to play one of these high mains now, or I'm just going to relinquish the pressure anyway?
I mean, when you, in part when you have nothing else to do.
Right.
I mean, Thijs is definitely in a very rough spot because, Inner has now this Violet Teacher in play, which threatens to make the Deadly Shot in his hand completely useless, essentially. And now Thijs has to figure out, okay, am I going to attack the face? Am I going to just give up on my Deadly Shot here? And I think that's the plan he's taking. He's just going to go ahead and try to close out this game as quickly as possible, hope that Inner can't punish him for leaving this Violet Teacher on the board. And I think, in particular, with the high mains in his hand, this is kind of a just hope situation because he has so few resources that are really valuable at this stage, and the game is getting long, which really favors the Rogue.
Yeah, and there's also the consideration that just the more heavily you pressure the Rogue player, the more damage you push, the more desperate they get, the more likely they are to just sap one of your minions because they have no better removal option. Then suddenly your high mains become good cards again. But the Gadgetzan Auctioneer is going to come out here. The Eviscerate can help him clear out the board entirely, which means no additional damage in hand right now for Thijs. And even if the high main does come down, Inner is still preserving that sap, but he might be just considering the option of holding onto that damage and using the sap, because let's be clear here, Inner needs to find a way to race very, very soon. Otherwise, he's just going to lose to the Hunter hero power.
Yeah, Inner has just a single copy of Earthen Ring Farseer in his deck. There's Kill Command, but Thijs has no beasts. He can use his hero power here, play out a high main, puts Inner to just 5, if Inner is not able to close out the game the next turn or heal himself, Thijs will have the win with that kill command in the following turn.
Yep.
But that's a big if. There's already a Auctioneer in play. He could also just not play the Savannah Highmane
and use Deadly Shot instead.
He could use the Deadly Shot, which will reduce the possibility that Inner will be able to kill him on his turn. It gets a 1/1, but this also, not only that, but it also strands Sap in his opponent's hand.
Yes.
Which means that that's one fewer cheap spell he can possibly play.
Yep. And there is no activator in hand right now for Cold Blood, which is the only spell that Inner's holding onto right now that is castable. So if he does have to lead off his turn with that, it does mean it's going to be an inefficient use of Cold Blood. But Thijs is considering his options, seeing if there's any particular reason why he would want to kill Command now. It's like he is going to go ahead and do it. So he has turned his strategy face up. Inner knows exactly what the deal is. He is dead. He needs to either kill his opponent or find his Earthen Ring Farseer here to get himself out of this game.
Yeah, and he finds a Zeril, which can represent another shot at a card. Cold Blood will pick him up 1. There's Leroy.
Okay, so now we're talking in terms of damage. He has 11, no, he had 10 on board already. That 1/1 cannot attack. That's 16 with the Leroy. So he is a way too far off for lethal to be a realistic possibility.
And it's interesting, crucially, the fact that Thijs chose not to play a Highmane has stranded that Sap in Inner's hand. If Inner's next card is Earthen Ring Farseer, if Thijs had played that Highmane, he'd lose the game.
Right, and there's also just the consideration that the Deadly Shot at the very, very least took 1 damage off the board, which is probably more relevant than that Highmane was ever going to be. It was just going to be Earthen Ring Farseer or bust for his opponent. He knew that. So, yeah, second Cold Blood is going to come down. Inner is going to continue to cycle, but he is on a drawing to nothing right now. This game is over, and despite that conceal at the end...
You can't conceal face.
Looking like the dream draw, face is still visible, even if it wasn't.
Oh, there it is. The last card.
So
Zadavada, just there to tease him. And Thijs will take Game 5 and lead the series 3-2.
Yeah, you go. Even if you could conceal face, the Hunter Hero Power always knows where to go.
True.
You just press the button and it does the job
the
for you.
place stealthed or not.
Yeah, so Thijs is looking in very, very good shape here. He is going to go to the hill. Just one more game to pick up to become the repeat European champion, which would be a phenomenal feat. But I believe TJ is standing by with some of our players to see what they are having to think about this grand final.
The action's starting to heat up. Thijs just 1 win away from winning the grand final and making himself a Europe champion once again. I'm sitting here with Crane and George to talk about what this player's got to do to find a win. So, George, I'm going to come to you first. Thijs just has 1 win left to make it and be the spring champion. Can he do it? What is he going to have to do to win this match?
He's got to win with Rogue against his Rogue and his Freeze Mage. So he has like 2 chances. And the mirror's pretty volatile. Freeze Mage is kind of bad, but he has 2 chances. It was super important because if he lost with his Hunter, it would be pretty difficult then because he has to win Rogue against Freeze Mage on its own. And in a vacuum, Freeze Mage would win every time. So I think it was super important that game, and Thijs is probably favoured to take it now.
Graham, what are your thoughts? Do you agree Thijs is favored to take this, or do you think Inner has the decks to bring it back?
I mean, if you look at the matchups, I think it's fairly close because it's all gonna come down to the Rogue Mirror, in my opinion. Like Inner's Freeze Mage, he's so good at it, and if you know how to play it, you almost always beat the Rogue with Freeze Mage. So the Mirror is gonna be key, and I think he has a really good shot at making it. I mean, it's just going to come down to good decision making.
All right, well, good decision making it is. We've heard it from George. He thinks Thijs is going to take it. We've heard it from Crane. He thinks it's going to come down to the Rogue Mirror, but we're going to send it back to the desk to get into the action and see the finale.
Thank you, TJ, George, and Crane. Interesting thoughts, both from George and Crane there. Obviously, we made the point as well that the Rogue Mirror could end up being crucial here because the Freeze Mage Rogue game is fairly one-sided. You know, Miracle Rogue is a very highly tuned combo deck that has all the tools it needs to kill an opponent once. It's not very well equipped to be able to deal with killing an opponent upwards of 3 times sometimes when Ice Blocks comes into play, as well as chewing through ice barriers, etc. So the Freeze Mage can definitely be extremely effective in that matchup. But if we do see an eventual Rogue Mirror, is there anything in either of these lineups looking at them that gives one deck or the other the edge?
One thing that is worth noting is that, as you mentioned earlier, Inner only has a single copy of Conceal, and we have seen a number of Rogue matchups in this event and throughout the preliminaries come down to just a conceal turn rather than an auctioneer turn, just setting up a burst of damage over 2 turns thanks to conceal. So that could give the edge to Thijs.
Yeah, that is in the future. Right now, Thijs is going to have to try and win the difficult matchup first if he doesn't want this game to go all the way. He's 3-2 up right now. If he can get the unlikely win with the Miracle Rogue against the Freeze Mage, he will be the first repeat European champion. He's got a long way to go. As we mentioned, Freeze Mage heavily favored in this matchup.
It is called Miracle Rogue, though.
It is.
Anything could happen.
It is. And the fact that someone in Hearthstone or in a card game in general could be a repeat European champion is something of a miracle in itself. Of course, Brian, you have a lot of experience with playing huge card game tournaments in a bunch of different disciplines. Like, what would it mean for someone? Like, what level of dominance does it show for someone to win such a huge tournament back-to-back on 2 consecutive years?
I mean, it's particularly impressive, as you mentioned, because it's done, you know, if he does win, that it will have happened so close together. Because one of the most important things is demonstrating yourself as a top player in games that do have, in card games that do have elements of chance in them. You need to demonstrate that you can perform consistently. Obviously, players preparing and bringing great decks to an individual event will often lead to them being able to be successful in that event. But it's still very important, and perhaps more important, to demonstrate that you're able to have that kind of success multiple times. And for Thijs to have been so successful over not only last year, but into this year as well, is incredibly impressive.
There we go. And let's not just quite get too far ahead of ourselves here. Thijs does still have a way to go, and even right now he's having a very tough decision as to what he wants to do with his coin here. Obviously the coin is just a very valuable card in itself in this matchup, and after Thijs's 60-second turn or so, we see a 1-second response from Inner, who snap fireballs that Violet Teacher before it gets too far out of control. And that leaves Thijs with a fairly dead turn of his own. He's just going to try and cycle out his Blood Mage Thanos, attack face, re-dagger. So the pressure has been relieved by that fireball from Inner, and you can see straight away how much more comfortable Inner is with this deck than he is with any other. Just straight away, he knows every play that he wants to make, and this isn't an indication of him not thinking about the plays. It means he's incredibly comfortable, and he's so comfortable with the expected outcomes of the deck that he can consider options during his opponent's turn. And then when it comes back to him, he knows what his reaction is straight away.
One thing that's very important in Hearthstone in general, and in particular with a deck like Freeze Mage in Hearthstone, with the, it's emoting. Emoting is incredibly important.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
But beyond emoting, is just understanding the dynamic of a matchup. Not necessarily figuring out everything from sort of first principles as you go, but recognizing this is what's important at various stages. This is what I'm looking to do in the early game, the mid game, and the late game. And in particular with Freeze Mage, it's like, okay, well, what are the combinations of cards that represent me being able to win from these variety of situations? And Inner clearly understands that very, very well.
Yeah, in the meantime, Thijs has decided to go off very early in this match. Gadgetzan coming down, backstab and a preparation being used with the Fan of Knives, and the spell damage means that the Emperor is taken care of, and he's making a pretty strong push early on in proceedings here. No Flame Strike in hand from Inner to be able to deal with this Gadgetzan right off the bat. It does have the Blood Mage, which can help some of his spells deal with this board very effectively.
He also just has a pretty significant amount of damage. He is going to use a lot of it to clear the board, but has Alexstrasza also waiting in the wings. And worth noting that Thijs' deck has only that single Earth Ring Farseer to possibly heal himself back up.
Yeah, the single Earthen Ring is becoming pretty much standard these days. Both Inner and Thijs are favoring that list, or that configuration in their lists, so not too much healing to mitigate the potential damage of the Freeze Mage here. The Rogue, if they're going to get the job done, does have to play as the aggressor, hope that the Freeze Mage misses some of their important answers and they're able to push enough damage through. But push after push here from Thijs is being denied by Inner. We saw the early Violet Teacher meet the Fireball. We saw that big Miracle turn get answered with the double Forgotten Torch. Now just a lowly 3-3 on the board, threatening damage.
And Inner just continuing to draw cards here. Novice Engineer picking himself up an Ice Block, or rather a Frostbolt in addition to that Ice Block he had. Just using a Frost Nova to prevent a little bit of damage here, just looking to buy himself some time.
Yeah, does use that time to develop the Ice Block as well, so he is now protected to the damage from hand, and that's relevant because we see Thijs has already built up all of his burst in hand. The Leroy Jenkins double Cold Blood combo is sat in hand already, so if Eviscerate started to get added to that, he would be under threat of dying very quickly.
It's worth noting that Inner has quite a bit of damage in his own hand.
Yep.
He has double Frostbolt, Ice Lance, and Fireball. That, I believe, adds up to, well, a lot.
Right, so this goes some way to explain the Frost Nova on the previous turn, because basically if Inner can keep that ice block up for this turn, he essentially has auto in proceedings from there, because if that ice block is protected, he can Alexstrasza on the following turn, and then he has all the burn to back it up. So that Frost Nova may look like a waste on just a 3-3, but it's just about maximizing his chances of protecting 23 life from getting popped right now. If that can happen, nothing else matters for Inner.
Yeah, and Thijs here, trying to figure out if there's any way he can really deal with this this particular board. Going to go ahead and dig a little bit with the Azure Drake, and looks to be thinking about preparation.
Yeah, he might just be looking to prep out a spell and make a huge Van Cleef here, as he's going to prep the Conceal first, hide his board. Van Cleef is going to come down as a huge threat, but as I elaborated on the previous turn, this is a formality. Rogue has no way to interact with an ice block here, which means that Alexstrasza is going to come down. The Earth Ring Farseer is in hand, but Ice Lances and Frostbolts just keep getting drawn. And that single copy of Earthen Ring Farseer is not going to be enough to get the job done here.
If it weren't for that that Ice Lance picked up, Thijs might have been able to get himself out of range to die the immediate following turn, but Inner has just enough, or more than enough damage to close things out, despite, even if Thijs breaks the ice block here, even if Thijs heals himself, Inner has all the tools he needs.
Yep, so Thijs is just going to go through the motions here. He'll be strongly suspecting that he dies, but there'll be an inkling in the back of his mind that maybe the follow-up here is Pyroblast, in which case I've just pulled myself out of range, but he's going to get the sad news very, very quickly that the combination in hand from Inner is Fireball, Frostbolt, and Ice Lance. And as he goes through the motions here, we can see with our perfect 2020 caster vision that the game is over, and this Grand Finals in fitting form is going to go all the way down to a Game 7.
Yeah, Thijs is going to go ahead and break the ice block and even conceal his remaining board if he chooses, but doesn't end up mattering whatsoever. Inner has everything he needs in his hand to burn Thijs into a crisp.
Yep, and leads out with the Doomsayer just for the fun of it. Second Doomsayer joins the party. They want to watch the firework display, and here we go. Fireball, Frostbolt, and Ice Lance comes up.
The end is, in fact, coming.
There we go. Inner, after, this just being purely a dream to him just a few months ago, is now one game, one victory, one mirror match away from picking up a ticket to BlizzCon and the title of European champion.
Yeah, we look at his face. He has played very quickly, very decisively throughout this, but I think it's really setting in that he is about to play one game of the Rogue Mirror match to determine who will be the Europe Spring Champion and will be moving on to BlizzCon later this year.
Indeed, he's just taking a moment, just compose himself, quick sip of water, but he's come a long way just purely in this tournament. It has to be said, he did look a little bit uncomfortable in the first day. He's come out of his shell a little bit. He looks much more accomplished at the desk now, and Thijs is the one that's looking a little bit pensive about proceedings, if anything, right now.
I mean, Thijs, he's a player who has a lot of success, a lot of experience on this kind of stage. But even if you've been there before, this is the final game to determine who will be the champion, and that's stressful for anyone. I've been in this kind of situation, and definitely the nerves are there no matter how many tournaments you may have won in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. But this again, for Inner for sure is the most important game of his Hearthstone career, and we've talked about the Rogue Mirror. That double conceal build for Thijs does possibly give him the slight edge. I believe there's only one Shadow Strike in both lists as well, which can have a big impact. Shadow Strike, a very, very clean removal card in the mid game for the Pillagers, the Azure Drakes, the Gadgetzan Auctioneers. So Thijs has drawn the early Edwin here as well, which can be another way if there's no sap. Generally, sap is just not a card that you keep. So if the early Edwin can come down as a huge 6/6, 8/8 or beyond, then that can be potentially crushing in the matchup, but suddenly the psychological side comes into effect. You know, do you want to bet your tournament life, bet the European title on going all in on an Edwin?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a tough situation. Thijs, both players really taking their time with their mulligan decision here. I imagine in part they don't want to give away any information to their opponent before they make their own mulligan decisions.
Right.
That's one thing that some players don't really pay much attention to, but your opponent sees the number of cards that you mulligan as it happens. So if you immediately make your mulligan decision and your opponent has the opportunity, okay, well, you kept 3 cards, so I know you're very likely to have a good hand. Speaking of good hands, neither player with a particularly exciting one. Inner does have the more proactive hand, barring that Edwin Van Cleef, though.
Right, I mean, what I will say is that Inner actually mulliganed very quickly there. He kept his hand.
Oh.
He just kept SI, Prep, Gadgetzan, Auctioneer. He just felt that was good enough. And honestly, I mean, it's not bad. I mean, generally, the way I like to mulligan in this matchup is that I want threats, and I want, like, 1 tempo card. I want a Deadly Poison or a Backstab or an Eviscerate alongside threats. So, you know, SI Agent, Gadgetzan, Auctioneer, and a Prep kind of, you know, fulfills that requirement for me. And he's picked up a very, very powerful curve. Picks up the Tomb Pillager and the Drake to go along with the Auctioneer and the Prep. So he's the one that's going to curve out as the aggressor here, but Thijs has the opportunity to swing proceedings back the other way right now with a Edwin Van Cleef.
Yeah, Deadly Poison allows him to remove the SI7 agent from his opponent's board and coin 6/6 Van Cleef. Suddenly, Inner is under a lot of pressure.
Certainly is. He does have the consistent curve on his side, and with that preparation in hand, he does have the potential to make a huge Edwin of his own on a following turn, but Backstab is picked up, which can allow him now to answer this Tomb Pillager. He did have the sap already that could just go ahead and get rid of it if he wanted to ride this Edwin to victory, but Blood Mage Backstab is possible as well. It does already have the Deadly Poison Dagger, though, so it doesn't need the spell damage from the Blood Mage.
Yeah, this is got to be a pretty difficult spot, an interesting spot for Thijs. He does have, as you mentioned, that sap, and as you said, sap is not really a card that has tons of application in this particular matchup, and I think that getting your opponent's 4-drop with it is about as good as it's going to get. And he's just going to go ahead and cold blood Edwin Van Cleef. So Thijs wants to get this over as quickly as possible. 10 damage to Inner's face.
And this just, I spoke about this in the opening, you know, there would be a tendency for a lot of players in this situation to play safe in this scenario. You know, Thijs is not that guy. He's going to make what he thinks is the best play in any situation. He's going to ignore the exact status of the game. Doesn't matter if this is him in his bedroom or him playing for the European title. If he thinks Sap Cold Blood is the play, then Sap Cold Blood is the play.
And Inner does not find a Sap of his own. We mentioned that Inner snap kept his hand, all 3 cards. We also said Sap is not a card that you generally want early in this matchup. Right. So Thijs able to piece through that information and read that Inner probably doesn't have a Sap. I can just go in on this Edwin and end the game as quickly as possible.
And he has 15 damage right now. He has that second Deadly Poison that he can add to the first
and
one.
Eviscerate
Picks up
as well.
Eviscerate. Doesn't have the mana this turn, but if there are not dramatic answers picked up for Inner in the near future, Thijs is going to close out this Rogue Mirror in unexpectedly quick fashion. Inner needs something serious very, very soon. He has Auctioneer and a Preparation in his hand, so miracles are possible here. The clue is in the name of the deck, but he's going to have to find something.
And Thijs, you know, despite this huge edge he has right now, taking his time. He doesn't want to miss anything. He's going to go ahead and attack the face right away, getting Inner down to just 7 life. And Inner will pick up Violet Teacher. That is not going to help. He has, as you mentioned, that Auctioneer. He can prep, he can find Sap, but that's not going to be enough.
It's really not. You know, Gadgetzan Preparation, Fan of Knives is his best looking play right now. That would allow a trade into the 10-6, but the Azure Drake would still remain on the board. Even if a Backstab was picked up, it couldn't do the 2 damage because the Drake was already damaged, but he sees no better option here. Shiv is picked up. That's not going to do anything better than Fan of Knives in this scenario. So unless Backstab is picked up here. Okay, so actually the Shiv first was sensible because it meant he could have picked up Backstab into Fan of Knives.
But it's too late.
But there's nothing there.
Thijs is the Europe Spring Champion. He'll be going back to BlizzCon back-to-back years.
Wow, and that cry that came out from Thijs was audible over here through my headset. He is a delighted young man right now. A repeat European champion. A valiant effort from Inner, just falling at the last hurdle, but no shame. Thijs continuing his dominance as just one of the most dominant Hearthstone players we have seen in our game's short lifespan.
And look at the champion just overwhelmed with emotion. He is, you know, a player who is so passionate about this game, and clearly this means a lot to him.
Yeah, I believe we do have Dan is standing by to have a few words with Thijs. I'm sure he's a happy boy. Dan, take it away.
Thijs, a million words must be going through your mind right now. Give me your first thoughts now that you're the spring champion for Europe.
Well, actually, not much words going into my mind. It's just time now. I worked so hard for this. Already, like after last year, like it was hard to get myself motivation again. But yeah, so happy now. Just super, super happy.
What's the secret? You're the first person to have a repeat champion, and you've done it again so recently. 2015 was the year for you, and then also you're doing it here in the spring season. Tell us, Thijs, how do you do it?
Well, the most important thing is hard practice, improve, look what you can do better. People sometimes argue that it's hard to be consistent in the game, but I actually think that hard working and playing a lot, preparing a lot works out.
How does this field of 8 players that you're able to triumph into the hundreds over compared to last year? Seems like it was extremely difficult once again.
Yeah, it feels amazing. It's just, again, like I'm so happy that it pays off. I put a lot of time into it, and yeah, that it works off. I just have to give a really big shout out to some of my practice partners that, especially Stan Sivka and Radu, they were the last days when I was here also in America. Every time that I would like to play, they were there for me. Life coach also, JJ, like they have been, without them I couldn't stay here. And of course the Team G2.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Thijs. We'd like to present to you the trophy. It's a little bit heavy. But once again, I present to you the Spring Championship winner, Thijs from the Netherlands. Hard fought and well earned, well played. Congratulations to Thijs. And we're done over here. Let's send it over to the desk to break down what happened and how that all went down over to the sidebar.
Thanks very much. Once again, a big congratulations to Thijs. We're actually going to get a few extended words with him after we're done recapping the day here, but we're going to give him a chance to celebrate, to reset. We can actually hear him celebrating with some of his friends across the stage. But to be honest, it was a well-fought tournament, a well-fought day, but at the end of it all, our predictions were correct, and I'm not surprised. Savit, talk to me about Thijs' run through this tournament.
It's truly amazing to see somebody be so consistent in a card game. There's always that your cards are in random order in your deck, and seeing somebody be so consistent, do so well every time, it's just a pleasure to watch, and I'm actually really emotional right now for him, because I've known Thijs for a long time, and just such a well-deserved victory.
Yeah, he's an impossible guy not to like. You know, even when I went and spoke to him after he defeated Loyan and was having a few words to him then, and you know, he's just such a engaging, happy, enthusiastic character. He thinks about the game the right way. He reacts to defeat. He reacts to bad variance in the right way. He just understands what it takes to really just keep going and just get the volume of games underneath his belt. That means he has the experience to come out on top over and over again.
Yeah, I remember watching Thijs. He's sort of an icon for up-and-coming players who want to get their foothold in competitive Hearthstone. I remember watching in 2014, 2 years ago, Thijs make his way. He was like a 7-time-in-a-row champion on like Deck Wars, which is a King of the Hill style tournament. Back before there was a Hearthstone Championship Tour, back before anything. So it's really cool to see him be the first player to sort of have those back-to-back championships. Not necessarily back-to-back, but two. In a very short period of time.
Yep.
Let's take one last look at Thijs' entire run through the championship. Savit, why don't you go through some of the people that Thijs beat on his way to be the Europe Spring Champion?
Yeah, after the grueling preliminaries, Thijs in this tournament managed to first beat his first opponent, Turna. After that, Loyan, and now finally Inner in a 7-game series. I'm actually a little bit scared for summer season because the finals was so awesome. It's going to be hard to beat, but I'm sure we're going to get another good one then.
Yeah, and for it all to come down to the Rogue Mirror, I was actually joking with Dan on the side. I was like, out of all of the matchups to see in the 7th game, if I was either player, I would not want to go into a Rogue Mirror matchup.
Yeah, and it was crazy because when I saw the mulligan came out, I made the point of, you know, how brave do you have to be to bet the title on Van Cleef, right? Because suddenly if Sap comes out, you've committed these resources to a Van Cleef to the board, you lose the game. And not only did he commit to the Van Cleef, he committed to the Cold Blood line straight afterwards. Like, he knew he was playing the percentages. He knew most of the time Sap was not going to be there. If most of the time Sap isn't going to be there, most of the time you're the European champion. So, the laws of card games and playing the percentages makes that the right line to take. Thijs had the discipline and the guts to take it, and he got paid out for it. It was awesome to see.
All right, well, now we have one player who's won 2 championships. Thijs, of course, winning the 2015 Europe Championship and now the Spring Championship for 2016. What does this mean for competitive Hearthstone? Because there's a lot of people say, how long is it going to be before we have a repeat champion? Well, it wasn't that long. So what does this mean for competitive Hearthstone in the long run now that we have a repeat champion already?
I mean, I am feeling quite inspired by just seeing how it's possible to even like do things like Thijs does. We play so well, so consistently, piloting 5 decks in a difficult best-of-7 format. Why am I wearing this shoes? I want to play.
Yeah, Sato, I know you're sort of like Savitz as well. You guys sort of made the transition from player to casualist. Did you think it was going to be this short of amount of time before we saw someone take 2 regional championships?
No, I absolutely didn't. I think it was great when Standard first came in that it seemed like it was rewarding better players more often. There was less individual power cards that were above the power curve. Games weren't being decided by who drew Deathspite, who drew Dr. Boom. The power level was more balanced throughout. People were getting more time to make decisions and outplay each other, but it's still a card game, right? Like, you still have to expect a certain level of variance inbuilt to the fact that you're just randomly drawing a card each turn. So the fact that someone can overcome all that and be so consistent, and consistency is such a buzzword with Thijs, but you can't get away from it because it's true. He just keeps winning, and that's phenomenal.
All right, well, we do have Mr. Consistency himself standing by with Dan to give his extended thoughts on his championship run.
Thanks, guys. I'm joined by Thijs on the winner's desk. That's right. This is your platform. No one else can join you, Thijs, because you're the champion. We already got your initial feelings. We want to take this opportunity to break down a lot more about just your wins specifically. So we walk through each game of the series, your victories, and just talk about some of the mindsets that you had, because there's a lot of elaborate strategy that does go into the finals now that you guys have so much information. And this series, thankfully, did take some time to think out. So let's go ahead and roll the first clip and start off with game number 1, where you're able to win Reno Lock versus the Zoo Warlock. What was some of the mindset as you were watching this flood coming at you?
Well, this is one of the games I prepared a lot for. It's also, my Warlock is pretty anti-aggro. Like, I actually have all the expensive cards here in the hand, but what is really important, I try to play the Zoo Mirror as long as I can. At some moment you will lose it as the Reno Warlock, but as long as you can fight for the board, at the end of the game your AoE effects are getting really strong, and normally you want to hold on them a bit longer than playing them on turn 4-5 already.
What gave you the gall to go for this Ragnaros play in Soulfire, even though it doesn't have it's not a high chance to directly win? I mean, I think it's a pretty good play, but why don't you go ahead and explain it?
Yeah, here it was actually a hard call to make, because I actually had also with the Sylvanas and Fender could also set up the board really well, but it would cost him so much to trade back in the board, and I knew that even with a discard I could most likely still drop 2 cards. I felt comfortable going for this play. Even if Rag would miss, it will still kill a reasonable 2-drop. So I felt fine with going here for the Rag. I didn't felt it was too aggressive or too YOLO.
Sure. Did you expect Zoolock right off the bat from him?
I was pretty confident he will start with Zoo, and this is something that is hard to maybe explain, but yeah, people have favorite decks, and when it comes to a lot of pressure down, people start often with decks they are a bit more comfortable with, and
sure.
That is one of the things that I always try to abuse in some way, that I can get an advantage, and I felt that it worked out in all my 3 series. I felt that I had a lot of good matchups going into here.
Yeah, it seemed like you constantly got the edge on people, at least in the first game. I think definitely worked out in your favor. I guess the last question I want to ask about that first game and ultimately the Reno Warlock is, do you feel like what's the overall piece of the strategy for a lineup that Reno Lock fits?
Reno Lock fits, it beats kind of almost all the control decks. When people go for really greedy decks with the Nazot, for example, you have really good matchups, but you don't have to build it in any greedy way. But just a lot of early game, as you see. I played a Soulfire also, what is really good against aggro, and just people also in a burst combination. I feel the card is one of the best cards in the deck. Yeah, just a really solid deck. I'm just a big fan. Reno, one of my favorite decks to bring.
Would you change any card if someone wants to take this Reno Warlock and head to ladder?
Well, I think actually this is one of the Reno Lock. It might be from the 5 decks. If I look over it, some decks you shall probably not play on ladder, but the Reno Lock is one of the better ones. I went to the top 10 also last season with almost a similar list, and yeah, I think especially the Kodo is also, I like it at the moment. I was thinking of putting it out, but yeah, there's still like some Doomsayer and against Warrior. It's pretty fine. I think this list is actually pretty solid. I don't think you need to cut any late game. I'm only running Ragnaros and Alex.
Absolutely. Check out the Battle.net website, by the way, to check out Thijs' list as we go into the second game, where you're able to use Aggro Shaman to beat his Freeze Mage in game number 4. Specifically with this matchup, it's really tough for Freeze Mage, but you also had some pretty good opportunity to line up some cool plays, specifically with setting up position yourself to threaten with that 100 hero power.
Yeah, there are some specific cards that are really good against Freeze Mage. For example, the Doomhammer and the 4-mana 7, the Faceless. These cards are so good because they have to spend so much, and then Doomhammer is just 16 damage against Freeze Mage. He actually had I had an okay hand, but he had a quite good start too. So it went actually it went harder than I was hoping for, but yeah, at the end, like, it has so much burst damage, and if there is one weakness of Freeze Mage, is also getting bursted down by spells.
Would you keep Doomhammer in your opening hand against Freeze Mage if you knew it was for sure?
If I had at least like 1 or 2 drop, I would keep it, yeah. And that's actually the same that I will do in my semi-final match against Loyan, for example. There was a control warrior, and if there is, there is no Harrison, and that is a bit of the advantage you have in tournaments. If there is no Harrison, Doomhammer is 16 damage, and which card deals 16 damage?
Doomhammer does.
Yeah, Doomhammer does.
I can answer that one. And I mean, people are looking at Shaman right now as the go-to class. Is it too strong not to bring to a tournament?
I think it is too strong to not bring, especially if you have to bring 5 decks. With 3 decks, you can consider not bringing it, because there might be some strategies where Aggro Shaman just doesn't fit, or mid-range Shaman. But yeah, I would say Shaman is a top 3 class, and it is the deck I have spent the least time on, because I feel how more I play with the deck, I can improve more with my other decks. So yeah, it's a bit straightforward, but really, really strong in tournament and on ladder.
Is there any card you change specifically? People want to take this to top legend as well.
You can consider like I'm playing a really more aggressive. I think the Tuskar Totemic is so insane. I hate the card, but it's so good. It's better than a Feral Spirit, so I will always go for. I was actually thinking of cutting Feral Spirits. Was not the biggest fan from it. Yeah.
Interesting.
And
one of them or both of them?
Probably one of them. Okay. Kind of like the Horse Rider a lot. Not sure if the thing from below is always that consistent, but if you drop it sometimes for 4 or 5 mana, it still seems to be pretty reasonable.
All right, cool. Let's roll into the third game that you're able to win, which is the mid-range Hunter up against a Miracle Rogue. A super pivotal game in the series. Talk to me about things that you were keeping in mind during this game.
Yeah, this is a matchup that I favor the Hunter a lot in. I actually had a really rough start by not going aggressive, but this is the matchup where you have to be aggressive. You have to pressure hero power a lot. As you see, I had double high main all the time. I just never want to play it. It's so bad of a card. I prefer doing a steady, like just pressing my hero power once, than playing a high main in this matchup. And I know that sometimes you really roll over Rogue in 50% of the games, and in the other 50% you really have to fight to get every amount of damage in. And yeah, I was actually not happy how it also looked here. Then I picked up I picked up the kill command, what gave me a bit more outs, and yeah, at the end then, I also, the reason I kill commanded here already was also giving myself a bit more outs with Call of the Wild, for example. I know he had an Earthen Ring. Sadly, he drew it a bit too late.
Yeah,
but
last card. Yeah. I love the Deadly Shot play to make sure that your opponent can't get a spell to use with the Gadsden Auctioneer with Sap. So he had the Sap in hand. If you played the high main instead of just Deadly Shot randomly, plus you might have the upside of killing the Gadsden Auctioneer too. Very good. I think that was a play of the series for me on my end. And Hunter in general has been pretty underrated. Is that what you feel as well for a class like this in tournaments?
I think Hunter is my best deck here. I think Hunter in tournaments is really good. On ladder, it struggles. I wanted advise this deck for ladder. The reason for that is, as you see, I made my deck really tagged with the Camel, and it's so good. There are only 2 matchups where it hurts you against, and that is Zoo and Shaman. So I ban what you probably know. I ban Shaman mainly, and I take the loose against Zoo, and it's favored against everything else. It's so strong around the field. How more decks you need? Like for 5 decks, it's probably my best deck. It destroyed everything in practice.
Yeah, there you go. Don't try us at home because you're gonna run into your own fair share of shamans pulling tunnel trucks. I don't know if that's what you want. Let's go into the 4th game here, where you're able to finally seal the deal. Miracle Rogue versus Miracle Rogue, and some of the ballsy plays. I mean, it wasn't an uprooted Ancient of War, but it might as well be when you attach it as a 10-6. What gave you the courage to make this play, and specifically the reads?
I saw that he kept the wall hand, so that is a really dangerous thing if the rogue goes. If the rogue is going first and he keeps everything, one read that you make is that he has like probably Pillager, Auctioneer, maybe prep things. And also in read is, they don't keep Sep. You don't keep really Sep in the mirror. I was actually considering doing it sometimes myself. Because there are 2 ways you win. You go for a really aggressive Edwin, or you win like with the Gadget Sand during the game. But yeah, when I saw him keeping the wall hand, I saw my hand, what wasn't that good at all. I knew that I had to go all in here because I would never win in a later stage.
Yeah, I think that ended up being the key. Of course, from this point on, it was kind of a blowout because he just kept digging, but that's so interesting. You were paying attention to every card that he kept, and that helped you make some decision of whether or not you can actually go aggressive or not. A job well done. How good is Rogue, in your opinion, for the ladder these days if people want to start emulating this kind of play?
I think Rogue is not a really good ladder deck. It just struggles so much against Shaman. So yeah, it fits amazing in my strategy. By banning Shaman, you put the worst matchup away. And I don't think it's that. You can play it on ladder, it's fine. You can, but I will take it a bit more, maybe against a bit more against the Shaman. I will not mind playing like double Earthen Ring and that kind of stuff. Double Deadly Poison is probably not the right ladder tech also.
Sure.
But it's okay for ladder, but probably not gonna. Yeah, it's also not that good against Zoo anymore. It's okay.
Only the true Rogue loyalists will end up
staying.
Well, you talked a little bit about your ban deck strategy of Shaman. Would you ever consider changing your Shaman ban at all if you hit a specific player in the lineup? Like George C, for example, has Murloc Paladin that's really weird. Would that change at all if you faced against him?
I had some Shamans, like if there were people with a really late game mid-range Shaman and they had Zoo, I would probably ban the Zoo because these 2 decks were a bit rough for my lineup. Against Inner, I was actually considering banning Zoo because I was really expecting the Warrior ban. So I was like, yeah, that's my best matchup against Zoo. I don't have that much against Zoo anymore. Sure. But yeah, my decks were so bad against Shaman that I was kind of forced to still ban it.
But I mean, you knew you could ban, so you left that hole purposely so that way you can be better in other matchups.
I feel if you want to tech your decks against Shaman, it hurts you, especially against 5 decks. I don't want to like focus on 1 or 2 certain classes. They have to be strong overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I see like a noticeable missing of like no Harrison Jones, for example, of just like because people usually play the shutdown of Doomhammer. So ultimately, if you were to pick one out of your 5 decks, which do you think is the best to ladder with and start climbing so they too can be also a champion?
Well, I had a lot of success with the Temple Warrior. I think that is one of the decks that I really didn't like here. It was my deck that I'm slightly regretting, not totally regretting because I didn't find a 5th better deck, but really good. It's, for example, way better on ladder. And I would say the Reno Lock, like my Reno Lock, I think it's really well made. It's really good against aggro. It's really good against the control decks and might struggle a bit against Rogue, but that's really it.
Okay, cool. And then any last pieces of advice you'd give to somebody who also is watching you and is inspired and now also wants to take your title away from you?
Yeah, I would say it starts with like playing a lot, but what is really important is you want to improve yourself, analyze your plays. What I always do is like I go back over my matches. There are always ways to improve. I think I played really well here, but I'm pretty sure that I still have also room to improve there. I think it's just try to, be motivated, and I'm pretty sure like if you work hard, I really believe in that. If you work hard, you will reach your goal, and then you can become the next European champion.
Wow. You can frame that and put that in your wall. For anybody who wants to become also a Europe champion, there's the summer season, so make sure to get your games in on ranked play as well as sign up for those open tournaments. That's pretty much it. Thijs, thank you so much. Have any final words you want to say before I wrap things up, talk about next week's schedule and whatnot?
No, just everybody here also. I know there are a lot of supporters also in Twitch chat. Like I super amazing to have so much support. I really, it gives a lot of energy. It gives a lot of motivation to keep going. Yeah, and just again, like, now in G2 with my, it's amazing. My teammates, all my practice partners. There are too much to say thanks to, but yeah, especially like with Sivka and Radu have been with me the last 2 weeks. That has been just super amazing.
What an incredible journey, man. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Couldn't be happier for you. And we'll see you at the Hearthstone World Championship. You're guaranteed to go to BlizzCon.
Oh, that's... I could, yeah.
You can take it easy now.
It's amazing. I mean, my last month, it was so much just playing. I have played every day, like 7-8 hours just to improve, be ready here. And now I'm just so happy that it's paid off.
I think all the players in CAS can also agree. A job well done. And thank you so much, everyone who's been able to tune in for the journey. Next weekend, we're going to continue our path to crown yet another champion. June 17th to 18th, starting from 9 p.m. Pacific. We're going to have the Asia Pacific Spring Championship featuring the best players from Korea, Taiwan, Southeast Asia, Australia/New Zealand. That area is just going to be really fun to watch. We have some other casts coming in like Doa, too, making a return. Can't wait to see him. And then we also have the Spring Championship for the Americas, June 25th to 26th. That's going to be 12 hours different at 9 a.m. Pacific. Very similar to how we did Europe as well. And that's pretty much it. Make sure to go out there. Once again, congratulate Thijs on Twitter at G2Thijs. And thank you so much, guys, for watching. We'll see you guys next week for more Hearthstone Championship Tour action. Frodan and everyone else here, thank you so much, and have a good night.
In the 5th China vs EU tournament, Thijs went all the way to the finals to play for the prize of either $200,000 or an Aston Martin. The 2 previous years were won by Chinese players, and Thijs was going up against Xiao Ti, one of the players we know now as the best in China. With such a huge prize pool up for grabs, both Thijs and Xiao Ti were feeling the pressure, but that did not stop them from giving us an incredibly tense series and ending with Thijs jumping into an Aston Martin.
You just see that you are 10 steps away from an Aston Martin, and we're getting off to a Zoolock mirror to start off. Thijs has Prince Kaliseth and had the decision to keep Tar Creeper, but I think he wants more 1-drops than that. And Xiao Ti doesn't look like he has the most, beneficial hand, especially being on the play, is going to really need to find a 1-drop here.
Yeah, he does get it, and it is a 1-drop that is not ideal, this Kobold Librarian, but it can at least challenge what might be a coin Kaliseth from Thijs. In fact, if Thijs draws a 1-drop, I might expect him to just hold back on the Kaliseth for a bit. Because if you coin that and then just play a 1-drop, it's kind of a waste to only buff 1 additional minion by +1/+1.
Yeah, Thijs has a hard decision here. He could go for that coin Prince Kaliseth, which is a very appetizing play. The issue is exactly what you said. You don't have follow-up to this play, so if you go coin Prince Kaliseth into life tap and your opponent is just playing minion after minion, that could be very, very bad for you. Especially seeing how Xiao Ti has Soul Infusion, Voidwalker, but it looks like Thijs is going to take this risk, just go ahead and play out that Prince Kaliseth and utilize the buff as quickly as possible.
As long as he gets a 1-drop next turn, it should be good enough. And Xiao Ti with the 3/5, which can come onto the board and have taunt, is actually so powerful in the mirror. It can take 2, maybe even 3 value trades because he has this fungal enchanter to heal it up on the next turn. I do not see how he could ever pass up on this. He can even curve out with Happy Ghoul with the fungal next turn. And this is a hand to maybe beat a Kaliseth hand, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, so what I actually really like here is I would like to see Xiao Ti just pass this turn and not even swing anywhere with the 2/1, not trade and not take the face damage, and just kind of tell Thijs that he needs to have, some kind of, he needs to have, a way to he would have to life tap this turn. Sorry, I'm stumbling over my words. But with the face hit, you do leave yourself vulnerable to Happy Ghoul coming out, whereas if you just had passed that turn, you'd force Thijs to life tap, and then you can just take a value trade and do the fungal enchanter. So I don't quite like the hit, but, not going to get punished for it here, as there is no way to enable that Happy Ghoul.
That is quite next level, not even going for the face hit there, kind of cosplaying, like playing around an even lock, and you don't want their Hook Reaver to come down. But yeah, you really explained that well, and I definitely see the argument for it. Having 2 damage this early on wouldn't make too much of a difference. But now that he's started the damage, you have no choice but to keep it going. And this board from Zhao on turn 3 is looking kind of insurmountable, even with a Kalaseth buff.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think that, Kalaseth in the hand, but Thijs is just having a really rough time, especially not being able to really combat these minions right now. Just kind of is forced to play out this doubling imp just to put something on the board. And right now, if Zhao wants to do so, knowing that the next best play next turn is just, a Serenite Chain Gang that's potentially buffed up, could just keep playing onto the board and just keep wailing away. I think value trades need to come out here if he does go for the Serenite Chain Gang, however. But, he can just push a lot of damage face, and this game could end very quickly.
I definitely like just the one value trade there, because even if the doubling imp gets a trade onto one of the Serenites, you can still trade away your Kobold Librarian. And if that is, he even needs to do so. Shouty is presenting, 15 damage on board with Life Drinker. That's 18. Thijs is at 19. He'll probably heal with the Voodoo Doctor. And I'm actually really surprised to see this trade from Shouty come out. I feel like he really needed to push his advantage there, but most of the time this should still be enough, I think, even with the double Happy Ghoul coming out from Thijs this turn.
Yeah, I think more so the reason Zhao went for that trade is he was worried about the potential for a Fungal Enchanter Happy Ghoul turn from Thijs. I think as long as he trades there, he's fine, because this board is insurmountable for Thijs, and there's not much that Thijs really can do besides kind of Hail Mary this Solarium. He needs to find something here. 5-drop isn't it? That's a bit of a start, but that's not what he was looking for.
Those are quite awful indeed. Those are two of the best cards that you need to discard, and nothing that's playable along with this Void Walker. Thijs doesn't really want to be Soul Infusioning his Fungal Mancer, but he doesn't really have the choice at this point. And I gotta say that the coining out of the Kalaseth really came back to bite Thijs there, not having a good play to follow it up. It's also that it gave Shouty more room to play around, or to not have to play around Fungal Mancer. You see on turn 4 there, he could have maybe gone face because the coin Fungal Mancer wasn't a possibility at that point.
Yeah, Thijs thought there long and hard about whether he wanted to use the Soul Infusion there to buff up this Fungal Mancer. I think he has to, just for the reason that he's not going to live long enough to be able to buff up the Chain Gang and play it in the next couple of turns. I think he needs this Fungal Mancer to be more impactful when it does hit the board, but it's very unfortunate the Soul Infusion went onto the Fungal Mancer and not the Chain Gang for the next couple of turns.
And Shouty is unfortunately healthy, so this Life Drinker is not going to actually activate the Happy Ghoul. So I'm not surprised to see this Solarium at all. Doesn't quite have the mana to play a 5-drop, which is unfortunate, but he at least hits a 1 and a 3. And the doubling imp doesn't have space at the moment, but of course Shouty can trade off his Kobold Librarian to make room.
Yeah, I think Zhao was really searching for that second Fungal Enchanter there, as that would have just been game-ending in and of itself. But, he still has a very strong board state, and he's already seen one of the Despicable Dreadlords discarded from Thijs. If I remember correctly, Thijs does play 2 of the Dreadlords. He does. He was expecting more odd pounds in the tournament, so this is a bit of a risk.
That's right. So Thijs now, even though the Fungal Mancer looks like it creates 2 monstrous minions, they're only actually able to clear 2 things. So I think Thijs is forced to play down the Serenite Chain Gang. It's quite good in the sense that only one of the minions can get value traded, because I assume he'll put his 4/4 into the Void Walker. And then Thijs can also heal it back up with the Voodoo Doctor.
Yeah, it appears to be Thijs' only sort of play. If he goes for the Fungal Mancer here, pretty sure he may just be dead on the follow-up. I mean, even if he's not, there's just way too much damage presented. So I definitely think it has to be that Serenite Chain Gang plus the Voodoo Doctor. Still a decent way to fight back for the board, but we can see Zhao will have plenty of refill for the next couple turns.
Yeah. And one consolation for Thijs is that right now Shouty doesn't have anything to buff his minions, so that one Serenite might be able to eat 2 minions, whereas the other one stalls the Happy Ghoul. I can see a world where Thijs can maybe come back, but it's very unlikely. Like, Xiaoti's next few draws have to be just completely dead.
And with that fungal enchanter, I would say that's probably the opposite of dead. Can take a value trade, fit in a life tap. That was a very strong draw. That's what Zhao T was going for earlier on when he went for that Solarium, was just trying to draw this card.
I think this is pretty much lights out for Thijs. Even though he gets to land this Fungal Mancer, there's just too much damage onto the board. Even if he were to draw a Despicable Dreadlord, Zhao T set up his board in a way to not be vulnerable to that at all.
Yeah, and if Zhao T wants to, he can even go for trades to play around this Fungal Mancer, which I'm not opposed to. I think the trades are very strong here, and as long as your opponent doesn't have a board in the Zealot Mirror, there's no real way they can win the game. So these two trades do look very nice. Also forces that 4-3 into the 2-1, rather than the 3-1 going into it.
I think no matter which avenue Zhao T takes, he will be fine here, but he just wants to make sure that any little piece of healing that Thijs can put together will not be enough for him here. So best thing Thijs can do is just to play down this doubling imp. If he had picked up maybe something like a Soulfire, he could have prevented a little bit more damage, but this will just be game with the Life Drinker and the 12 points of damage on board.
Yeah, and if it wasn't game already, the Soulfire off the top makes it super game, and Zhao T is going to go up to a quick 1-0.
There you go. Zhao T takes down the mirror. One of what might be a couple more mirrors in the future, and I think it might be likely that we see a Zoo versus Tempo Mage matchup in the future. And this is something that people argue about a lot. Personally, I feel like the Tempo Mage is slightly, ever so slightly favored just because of the power of the shooting star with Cosmic Anomaly. But what's your take on the matchup, Dr. J?
I think it is close to 50-50. I can see merit for, both sides. I do think that Tempo Mage, when it does have either that early explosive rune start and capitalizes on having a Kirin Tor, or if it has something like that shooting star with the Cosmic Anomaly that you were mentioning, it can seem very one-sided for the Tempo Mage. But sometimes Zulok, they just Soul Infusion the doubling it, they play that, and they take value trades onto things like Mana Worms, and it just kind of is smooth sailing for them. So I think there's definitely very powerful plays on both of their sides.
True enough. And I'm also curious as to whether you keep Alaneth in a lot of these matchups. As the Tempo Mage, you definitely want that against slower control-oriented decks, but there's merit to keeping it against aggro decks too, but only when it's supported by cheaper cards in your hand, right?
Yeah, I don't think you really can take that huge risk. We saw Thijs earlier, exactly, I believe, against Zhao T in the earlier days, had the option of keeping Olunith in one of the series, but the other two cards in his hand were not very aggressive tools, and they were not, 1-drop Mana Worm or 2-drop Arcanologist. So when you have that decision, if you do have those early game, it does make more sense to keep it. But if you don't have that early game, then you kind of have to throw it away to look for it.
I'm very excited to see the Tempo Mage come into play if it wasn't obvious yet, and those two players are looking more focused than ever. So Thijs assuming the steepled finger stance, that's a personal favorite of mine in terms of like the focus face, focus stance, as far as Hearthstone play goes at least. And the very next matchup will be indeed a Tempo Mage versus Zoo.
I really like this keep from Thijs. Decided to go for the Fungal Enchanter along with the Happy Ghoul because he knows he's most likely going to be damaged in some form or fashion, so he will be able to heal up and get that minion down. Having the combination 2 is really strong. I would have liked for Thijs to maybe consider keeping the Soul Infusion. I'm a big proponent of keeping Soul Infusion in a lot of matchups. I think it's a very, very strong card, especially if the leftmost minion is something like a 1-drop. You can buff it up and take so many value trades on a Tempo Mage that it really, really helps. So I would have liked Thijs to consider that, but I can't blame him for wanting to have some kind of 1-drop instead of the Soul Infusion.
Yeah, the 1-drop Flame Imp is very crucial to contest Mana Worm, although I would be more inclined to hard mulligan for it if you're going first. So Thijs did see, though, that Zhao T missed the Mana Worm on 1, which is a very welcome sight for him. Thijs also picks up a way to damage himself on turn 1, which is really important, so that now he's able to coin out the Fungal and Happy Ghoul. If he didn't get that Kobold, Shouty would have just played this 2-drop, and Thijs would have to hold back a turn. Oh my gosh!
Oh, that is yeah. Thijs fans are really just going wild in the crowd right now, as that was the best draw he could have had.
And Shouty now is gonna have to hope for this Cosmic Anomaly to come off the top of his deck soon. But will he even have the time for that? That is a 5-mana play with the Shooting Star. Okay, Kirin Tor is a good start. It can at least stave off the next minion that Thijs puts down.
It does stave off the minion that Thijs puts down. Also will be able to, kind of contest the board. And if you thought it couldn't get worse for Zhao T, Thijs has really shown you that it can't get worse. It can get much worse.
Think again. So Shouty now is going to have to face off a massive board from Thijs. The Kirin Tor cannot take any value trades. And because of that, I wouldn't be surprised to just see Thijs push most of this damage phase. I would like to see the value trade onto the Arcanologist. But, all right. So he's going to respect the Kirin Tor. I guess because it can value trade into the Kaliseth. That's fair.
I think it's also the fact that Thijs is so far ahead right now that he's going to be able to play turn after turn of minions, that the only real way he loses this game is if he gets cheated out by some kind of crazy primordial glyph turn into something else. So I think he understands that the only way he loses this game right now is if that Kirin Tor connects face and then Zhao T cheeses out the win with the primordial glyph.
Okay, that is the Cosmic Anomaly off the Arcane Intellect, which I was very happy to see that Shouty played the Intellect. I feel like he had to, and hope that one of these missiles hits the Happy Ghoul. Okay, that is a very good comeback for Shouty, and Thijs, who no doubt will play a Chain Gang this turn, will have 3 of these minions eaten up by the Shooting Star. And I would like to see Shouty aim it at the Kaliseth so that the 3-attack minion doesn't survive and take a free trade into the Cosmic Anomaly.
You can just see Thijs just get visibly distressed as soon as that Cosmic Anomaly came down. Snap play. And I think he knew what was happening. But right now, this Cosmic Anomaly living is so bad for Thijs.
Yeah, this was just insane how Shouty was able to pull it back. Very fortunate missiles, I gotta say. But he has the Alaneth to follow up. But I don't think he necessarily plays it next turn if he at least gets a cheap spell to go with the Arcanologist next turn. Because Thijs has the opportunity to go for another Chain Gang. If you're Thijs, I don't think you have the liberty to play around a second Shooting Star at this point.
I don't think so either. And in Zhao T's position, I wouldn't be surprised to actually see him slam down that Alunith, as he will be able to get card advantage over Thijs and be able to try and end the game through burn. Because right now, if Thijs has to life tap over and over, Zhao T will be able to fit these fireballs in on the face and try and end the game that way. But of course, this all depends on, what does Zhao T draw for turn. If he draws something like that Shooting Star, then it could change up his play.
For sure. And Thijs, it's a decision of whether to play the Voodoo Doctor or the Voidwalker with this. I definitely prefer the Voodoo Doctor because it has more attack to challenge this Cosmic Anomaly if Zhao T spends the time removing this. So because the spell is not too great, or the draw for Zhao T is not too great, I do also endorse just slamming the Aluneth now.
I think Zhao T is just thinking about, what can he afford to do here? And it looks like, he's got plays of his own, wants to go for that draw, really wants to find that Shooting Star.
Oh, not quite.
I think in Zhao T's head that he thought the only way for him to win this game, or the best way to get back in this game, was to find that Shooting Star. So it makes sense that he went for the play that he did. And to be honest, he still can draw it. He has the second Cosmic Anomaly now. We'll be able to find it potentially in the next couple of turns.
It will mean, though, that Thijs has this window to start pushing back against Zhao T. He is only on 1 card, so Thijs is forced to tap, but he has a lot of health to work with, whereas Zhao T is only at 18 now. So Thijs needs to just get a little bit more minion damage there. Tar Creeper, pretty decent draw.
Yeah, I'd like to see both these minions come out here. I don't think there's too much merit to going for the Solarium, as it is a proc for counterspell that may mean that the final damage can be pushed with a Soulfire. And also, the Solarium maybe on a potential draw of a Leroy or a Doom Guard would push Thijs over the edge. I think just getting more minions on the board now is pretty strong.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think Thijs has no reason to trade into this Arcanologist as he is behind 2 taunts now. He's just thinking about the right positioning for a possible second Cosmic and Shooting Star. And you can see that half of that combo is available to Xiaoti. And if he doesn't get that or some kind of glyph out, I don't think it's looking too good for our Chinese player here.
Yeah, Xiaoti's going to need something here. Could potentially get that Alunith down, but he could just be dead, especially if all of this damage gets pushed face.
Yeah, Thijs will be presenting 9 damage next turn at the minimum. And Xiaoti at 13 means that Thijs only needs a Fungal Enchanter or a Soulfire to finish off the game unless Xiaoti clears minions.
I mean, Xiaoti may be forced just to go Sorcerer's Apprentice, Fireball, and Explosive Runes just to try and fight for this board back somehow.
I guess it means Kirintor plus Fireball then, and then the Secret in that case. It's just sad that the Arcanologist cannot clear anything without the help of a ping.
That is true. The Kirintor would be much better now that it's been drawn. But, you know.
Xiaoti just doesn't have a choice, though. You do not have the Alaneth here.
Yeah, I definitely think this has to be the play. Can't save that Sorcerer's Apprentice for later since the Kirintor got picked up. He's probably thinking about maybe potentially just playing out something else and just pinging. Looks like he wants to go for like a half measure.
It is actually kind of smart because the Tar Creeper is only presenting as much damage as the Saronite would have been. But, oh my gosh, with the Soulfire, Thijs is so close to lethal now. Of course, he doesn't know whether the spell is Counterspell or Explosive Runes. Gonna take his time, but I'm pretty sure the turn starts with a tap, no matter what.
I think so as well. Thijs is just considering here, is there any way he gets extremely punished by, you know, life tapping and putting himself lower? I definitely think you have to go for it right now. You're still at a pretty comfortable life total. Oh, it looks like he's going to go for it first. Looks like he wants the life tap after the fact in order to make sure any minion he draws, he doesn't necessarily have to play or will discard.
Yeah, I mean, the play makes sense if you are fully sure that you want to Soulfire this turn, but seeing that it wasn't lethal, even if the spell isn't a counter spell, I would have liked to see the tap first. Of course, that is kind of being a little bit results oriented, as we can see Fungal Enchanter would have been the draw, but I also think minions like Despicable Dreadlord would have been okay, or not necessarily since it's Explosive Runes. Maybe like a Doom Guard off the top.
But now, because Thijs went for that, you know, unorthodox sequencing of plays, didn't really want to try and commit to discarding the minion. If he had life tapped into save this minion, and then he still went for the Soul Infusion, Soulfire play. Right now, Xiaoti can go Cosmic Anomaly, Frostbolt the Voodoo Doctor, and then ping the 2-1. And as for him, Thijs shouldn't have an answer unless it is that one of Doomguard or potentially Despicable Dreadlord. Maybe the second, Soulfire as well.
I was thinking if Xiaoti maybe even had to go for a full board clear. You do forego playing the Cosmic Anomaly that way, though. So this definitely looks better. And Thijs, again, is 2 off lethal here. So given that he Soulfired the first Kirintor, I assume that he'll want to Soulfire this Cosmic Anomaly as well. So this will be the sequencing so that he doesn't discard what he gets off the tap.
He is going to take quite a bit of damage from that Explosive Runes, though.
Oh, Solarium is the draw off the top. Xiaoti does have Counterspell, but I'm not sure how concerned he will be with playing it. The turn will definitely include a Fireball, though, so with the remaining mana.
He might as well.
Yep.
When counterspelling the Solarium, that is huge right now. The Solarium was an impressive draw, but if he gets this counterspell down, I mean, you have to Fireball that minion, don't you? It feels so bad.
And I can't help but think if the game would have turned out differently if Xiaoti had just slam the Aluneth on that turn. He would have had one less minion at some point because of the Arcanologist not being played, but I feel like the draw would essentially have been the same. I mean, because he gave up the Aluneth play just to fit in an Arcane Intellect with the Arcanologist. Would have drawn so much more instead. So he actually went face with the Fireball, which surprises me to no end.
Yeah, I'm a little bit curious as to that. Oh, but Thijs just whiffs on Doomguard or any source of damage.
Oh my gosh. And if he taps here, he's scared of dying to some sort of Fireball combination.
I mean, I think if you're Thijs here, you just have to play out the minions. I don't think you can really afford to life tap because you're exactly right. Double Fireball plus ping is just lethal at that point.
Yeah, Thijs's only outs there for lethal, I think, was Doomguard exactly because he played 2 Fungal Enchanter and 2 Soulfire already. So I really don't think it was worth going for the tap now. But Xiaoti has not a lethal out yet, but that's not Primordial Glyph. I was gonna say he had a glyph out. He can try to get it with this Thalnos and ping off the Thalnos. He needs something like Frost Nova.
So he needs to go Stargazer Luna, play out the 3-2, and the majority of his draws are very cheap. And I think he has to go for it now.
Yeah,
and there's still glyphs in the pool. Ooh. That's...
I think you should start with the Arcane Missiles, just because you really need the glyph. And the mana on this Thalnos is a little bit too expensive.
Yeah, I'm a little curious to think about, Zhao T's ordering behind this play, but, he's going to hit a couple of those...
Whoa, wait.
Oh, Mana Worm
gosh.
Needs to be a glyph. He needs to go quick.
That is not it, though. He has one more draw off the top. Has the other Frostbolt been played? Oh my gosh.
Does he have enough time to get it all through?
Oh no! Oh my goodness, that was really tense. He managed to get it through, but Thijs will know that anything except the Ice Barrier would save him here. So he's just gonna take the attack phase, I think. Oh wait, no, yeah, this is 100% with the fatigue.
It's 100%. I like how Thijs recognized that.
Yes.
Even in that moment, Thijs realized that there was no reason to take the risk of trying to, attack into something that could have been Ice Barrier. That was very smart from Thijs. I'm glad he stayed calm and recognized that, because that was a very intense moment where he could have just messed up by going face. But, I don't expect anything less than Thijs.
Right, yes. Man, that was so tense. I can't believe that game. At the very end.
That was pretty crazy. I'm curious to think if he had gone for the missiles first and just didn't go for the Blood Mage Thalnos, and how much different it would have turned out. Because he would have had extra mana towards the end, and he would have possibly been able to take the Meteor and use the Meteor to clear off the board.
Yeah, so woulda, coulda, shoulda at that point. And now the players are 1-all, both of them having their zoo out of the way. Are you feeling like it's time for a Tempo Mage mirror there, Dr. J?
Now that I'm looking at it, I'm analyzing it, I'm thinking about it, and there's nothing more I would rather see than a Tempo Mage mirror, because I love Tempo Mage mirrors. I don't necessarily like Tempo Mage, but the Tempo Mage mirrors are really, really snowbally, really finicky. A lot of times, if both players don't have that Mana Worm on one, or one player can't really snowball the game out of control, then it's a back and forth of just utilizing their cards for their most potential.
Yeah, it is very interesting, the nuances of when you need to play your secrets and when you feel like you have the liberty to play out minions. I've seen these mirrors go to a point where players just don't play any minions at all when they have the read on explosive runes, because your opponent, if you trigger that, then you let your opponent play the second runes and you just essentially wasted mana on playing minions. So this is the mirror coming up, and the builds are a little bit different. Thijs has the 2 of a Money Berserker in place of only 1 Arcane Intellect.
Oh, and Zhao T just has the hand of hands right now. Thijs full toss trying to find some kind of 1-drop or 2-drop. Could have potentially kept the Frostbolt, but I think that's too defensive of a play. But right now, Zhao T had the Mana Worm. Zhao T has access to a Lunith. This is looking really good for him right now.
Yeah. Funnily enough, it's not necessarily the Mana Worm gonna get too much work done here if Zhao T doesn't pick up something like a Glyph or a Frost Ball. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was looking like Zhao T would just play down the Arcanologist there. Glyph is looking pretty tasty right now, though. If you just take any cheap spell off the Glyph, then you can get the value trade with the Mana Worm, and that's already so powerful in the matchup.
I think it has to be Glyph here. I mean, the 2-3 is fairly strong. You do get through to those secrets quicker, but you really want this Mana Worm to put in more work, especially if you expect Thijs to go for a 3-drop plus the... If you expect him to go for a 3-drop plus the Kirin Tor next turn, you really want this Mana Worm to value trade.
Yeah, and Zhao T forced to coin out a secret there. It's not the greatest use of coin, but it just allows him to take control of the board, forcing Thijs to ping off the Mana Worm. And I do believe he took Vaporize because Ice Barrier is pretty useless in this matchup when you're the one ahead on board.
Yeah, Thijs just going to ping that away. That is a very passive turn from him. He was essentially forced to with how the hands panned out. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Zhao T just get that Arcanologist finally down.
There is an argument for going Arcane Intellect to maximize mana usage, but that would mean that the turn 4 play is likely it's just a secret, which doesn't feel great. So I do like just having the minion and taking the board control while you're the one who has a secret on board.
Yeah, the minion also contests any kind of play that Thijs may have, and you get it down before explosive runes. For instance, if Thijs is forced to try and tempo out one of the minions, it could contest something like the Kirin Tor or the Cosmic Anomaly. Plus, just getting the body down is always good because it will be able to get continuous damage in.
So Thijs here is very afraid of the possibility of a spell-based secret. This is something off the Glyph, so it could be crazy things like Mana Bind and Spellbender, not just your usual counter spell and explosive runes. So Thijs plays his explosive runes, conceding that if it's a counter spell, I'd rather get rid of this.
This is not looking the greatest for Thijs right now, as we do see Zhao T has access to that Alunith. We'll be able to play that in the next couple of turns.
And you expect Thijs to just play down the second explosive runes. I don't think there's any spell on turn 5 that you necessarily want to counter. It's not likely that the Cinderstorm actually clears this Arcanologist.
Yeah, I think you're Thijs here. You probably have to commit to the explosive runes. Just try and stop any kind of crazy shenanigans from Zhao T's side, especially if he wants to try and tempo out some kind of Cosmic Anomaly or something like that. But Thijs has something different in mind. He really wants to counterspell something. It may be, if Zhao T has access to Arcane Intellect, it could be something like that Thijs is really hoping to hit here.
Thijs is now aware that the Glyph secret is not something like Mana Bind or Spellbender. Mana Bind or Counterspell, though, so that does remove a lot of the mystery shrouding this. Zhao T, however, has not seen second explosive rune, so I wouldn't hate him starting off the turn with the Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Yeah, I think the Sorcerer's Apprentice is a strong consideration. Just kind of, test the waters, and if you do see that it is something like a counterspell, you could decide to not play the Arcane Intellect. But I don't even think that Zhao T minds if the Arcane Intellect gets counterspelled because he does have access to that Alunith.
Thijs himself now, I do think he knows it's not explosive runes, right? Because he did play a minion, and there was an explosive runes that was procced while he had the other secret on board.
Yes.
So that's why he's fine to go for this Cosmic Anomaly and Shooting Star play. He's also eliminated Spellbender from the pool.
Yeah, he knows right now that it's something that procs when being attacked on the face, that it could be something like Vaporize or Ice Barrier. So I'm curious to see how Thijs decides to navigate this, knowing that there is a potential line of it being that Vaporize, and I don't think he wants his 4-3 to be killed off quite yet.
Yeah, I think Thijs just might not attack for the next couple turns. He takes a Spellbender of his own, and I think this Arcanologist is not going to be drawing anything for him, which is a little bit unfortunate. The hand from Thijs is looking kind of light, kind of early to start chucking all this damage face, but is this Cinderstorm getting any better?
I think Thijs may have to hold on to it in the hopes of Cinderstorm being able to clear up some of the minions, because right now he doesn't quite have, removal. And if, Thijs clears this board, if Zhao T clears the board state and develops minions behind it, he'll need this Cinderstorm and, all of these cards in order to clear up the board state.
Thijs there gets a pretty good glyph option in the Arcane Intellect. He severely needed card draw there, so that's a welcome sight for him, but I am doubtful of whether he can outpace the Alaneth, and wow, I am really not sure about this attack. I think from everything that Thijs has played, he would be able to rule out everything except Vaporize and Ice Barrier, and in both cases, if you just attack into an Ice Barrier, you're essentially giving your opponent 4 health, right? It's likely that Zhao T would be able to just clear the Cosmic Anomaly following. So I'm not a big fan of the attack there.
The attack was definitely a calculated risk on Thijs's part. He may have felt as if he's so far behind right now that he has to hope it's the Ice Barrier and then hope the Spellbender is enough to keep this Cosmic Anomaly alive. Because if he doesn't get those attacks in, then he may never win the game.
That is true. Zhao T is just drawing 3 more cards than Thijs does every single turn, and he's nowhere close to fatiguing. So Zhao T here has the option to start chucking away these spells, but I definitely like the hold when he still has this Cosmic Anomaly in hand. He can just put out insane amounts of damage next turn.
That is quite a bit of damage now that I'm looking at it. Cosmic Anomaly, double missiles, Cinderstorm, Fireball, Frostbolt, you name it, all of it's going face.
Oh man, 3 missiles going face for Thijs there. That was really unlucky. But even if he cleared the whole board state, I don't think it was looking too good for him as well. Zhao T, he only knows that it's not a summoning-based secret, so he eliminates Explosive Runes and Frozen Clone.
This is looking really good for Zhao T here. I don't think Thijs can really do anything about this. And the Shooting Star, even though it hits a Spellbender, will be able to clear out both the minions.
That is pretty sad indeed, and I expect Thijs to be conceding after this turn. Even though he's not technically dead on board, there's just so much burn that you expect Zhao T to be holding in hand after this point. So if Thijs gets Glyph, he might hold on a bit, but
I don't think there's much holding on, especially with double Fireball. There's nothing that Thijs can do here. Zhao T is going to go up 2-1.
And that is very scary for Thijs, but he needs to be aware that the Odd Hunter is the last deck for Zhao T, and that is the deck that Thijs knows that he can prey on. So it's not completely hopeless for him yet. And we know Thijs to be a great player, definitely going to keep a level head despite this deficit in game points. We are going to game 4 real soon.
Yeah, and you can see that Zhao T keeping that Alunith in hand in Mulligan was the reason he won that game. He understood the matchup, and he understood that he wanted the Alunith, especially because he had the 1-drop, and he could easily find the 2-drop as well. Keeping that Alunith rewarded him so much.
Absolutely. Alunith is just such a monster in the mirror because the resources for the 2 mages very much go head-to-head. They're even though you have a little bit of differences in the tech choices. We did see Thijs with his Amani Berserker there. And just having Alunith kept in the hand makes it so that if your opponent doesn't have their own Alunith, every time you win the resource battle because you have counter spells to eliminate their stuff, and then you can actually reach those so broken combos of just being able to put down the Cure and Tor plus a secret. It's all about the efficiency. And now Xiao has to sneak in a win with this Odd Hunter.
I do think that he can sneak it in through the Tempo Mage. I don't think Tempo Mage is that strong against Odd Hunter. I do think Tempo Mage is definitely favored, as Odd Hunter is, I would say, a fairly weak, inconsistent deck overall. But Zhao T has been playing that Odd Hunter extremely well through the entirety of this tournament, and he's been, finding wins with it where it didn't seem like he could find a win. And I believe I was mentioning earlier that there was a game between these two players right here where Zhao T played the Odd Hunter extremely well and was 1 damage off lethal at the very last parts of the game.
I expect to see something pretty similar happening, just because all these aggro decks, at some point, they do come down to just the very last few points of damage. And we saw in the Zoo Mirror, not quite the Zoo Mirror, sorry, Zoo versus Tempo Mage, was it? That it went really back and forth. And Thijs also has his Malagos Druid that needs to get through the Odd Hunter. And I do feel like it has a good chance with the amounts of armor you can gain. Not quite as much as Taunt Druid, but sometimes it can just get there when you have an early Malfurion.
And there we see Zhao T is 1 game away from taking home an Aston Martin. And Thijs right now, looking a little distressed, does not want to give, what Chad has been calling his car up.
And this is a pretty good hand to keep the car in your side of the field. Just toss away the Malagos. The rest of it looks pretty solid to me.
I do like tossing the Malagos, keeping that Twig, keeping that Wild Growth, even that Spellstone. And Thijs feels like this matchup is, so detrimental that he doesn't want to keep the Twig, that he feels like he can't afford to get through all those swings, that he'd rather find either a Branching Paths or a Nourish, just something like that to keep the sustain going.
So quite an interesting choice from Thijs there. But let's see if it pays off. It did throw back a Nourish in its place, so that is something. But even though you get all the ramp in the world in this matchup, I feel like you need some kind of armor at some point. Just being able to play out your Lich King super early won't necessarily get there.
And Zhao T was really thinking on that first turn about what kind of 1-drop he wanted to go for there. The Diremaul is much stronger against something like Spellstone, but the Diremaul also will be an enabler for the kill commands later on, so he may have been thinking about whether he needed to hold on to that or not. And now Zhao T is presented the decision whether he starts to weave the hero power in or if he goes wide with these minions. I definitely think he should be playing the minions, but there is some consideration for trying to weave in that hero power every turn.
Yeah, it's just a matter of whether he thinks these things can deal more damage to the face. And it's quite early to be playing around spreading plate, so I can definitely respect going wide with the minions. But from this turn onward, I do think it's going to be a bunch of infinite frost bolts to the face.
Yeah, I think the frost bolts are coming. Unfortunately, they don't freeze Thijs' face, but they definitely deal 3 damage. And I think that's all Zhao T right now.
Blackwalled Pixie is the draw. Honestly, I would rather see the hero power than that.
Me too.
I mean, we do see that there's a swipe in hand that could punish it, but even though Thijs or Zhao T can't necessarily see it, there's just other things that Thijs can do to remove, like the Spellstone. And later on, you can use the Pixie for an extra 3 damage. Thijs can go coin Nourish into next turn Nourish and the turn after UI. But how much time does he have?
I think he's got to go for it. I don't think he necessarily has the most time, but if he doesn't do this now, when is he ever going to do it? Could decide to hero power down, but it looks like Thijs is playing so defensively that he just wants to get rid of one of those Fireflies.
Yeah. It's looking like the next turn is Nourish Ramp again and then Swipe, so I can definitely see why he wants to fit in the mana for the Spellstone here now. And Zhao T, we ain't in this game to play around Plague, Dr. J. We're in this game to push damage to the face.
He said, you know what? If you've got Plague, you've got it right now. I am just trying to Firefly my way to an Aston Martin.
Yes. Lead these 1-attack minions leading you straight to the car there. And Thijs, with a pickup of Ferocious Howl, is able to get some armor back, quite a hefty chunk after the UI, but he needs to just make sure that he can get there. So I still think it's Nourish and Swipe this turn.
Yeah, the Ferocious Howl is much stronger after the fact of a UI because you will be able to draw that many cards in order to make the Ferocious Howl gain more armor. The question is, does he feel so threatened now that he needs to go for it, and he decides to go for it? Alexstrasza will be able to heal himself back up if he gets too low.
Xiaoti's draws have been pretty bad here, and he does not want to respect the UI. Not that he could have really played anything else this turn, but I do think there might have been an argument for holding back the Pixie for exactly turn 7. Since you saw that Thijs has been ramping so aggressively and could probably put him on having UI. Yeah,
Here's Xiaoti right here. You really want to find Animal Companion into Leok because that pushes a lot of damage. I mean, I guess Puffer would also do the same amount of damage, but Xiaoti is going to need something here as he finally starting to lose the board a little bit.
The funny thing is, even if Thijs takes both these minions, Unleash gets significantly better for Xiaoti. He can even put down a Floop, and that gives Xiaoti 4 points of damage out of nowhere.
All right, but the crazy thing about this is Thijs is going to play out all these minions in order to Alexstrasza Xiaoti's face and just push counter lethal on the following turn. Thijs right now is counting up to see if Unleash the Hounds would be lethal from Xiaoti's side.
It's not enough.
I mean, Xiaoti may have to respect one of these minions by just trading here.
Yeah. Oh, Hunter's Mark makes things a lot more streamlined for him. He can just remove the 5/5, I think. And I think you take the Unleash while it's available to you.
I agree. I think you go Hunter's Mark, trade off one of the 1/2s, Unleash, and then just fit in all that damage face as much as possible, as the Alexstrasza will not be able to kill you, and you cannot afford to keep trading.
Definitely not. Xiaoti there. Okay, I think he has not thought about the Alexstrasza unless he's going to end with the Hunter's Mark, but I see these arrows, and they're all going face, so...
He may just candle shot down the last minion. Oh, but it looks like he's just fitting everything in face.
I think this is just forgetting that Alexstrasza is a possible out. And this is a very unconventional lethal from Thijs. But yeah, that is quite the misstep from Xiaoti there. So this will just be a lethal out of nowhere, aggroing down the aggro player.
Yeah, I'm a little curious to think about what Xiaoti was, because all he had to do was commit the Hunter's Mark onto the 5/5 and could have face tanked it with the candle shot, and he would not have died to the Alexstrasza combo. He would have pushed, I believe, 1 less damage.
Yeah.
And he still would have had the arcane shot in hand. So I would have liked to seen that come out rather, but maybe Xiaoti felt like he needed the Hunter's Mark for a much different application to clear up something else, but there's not Lich King in the deck list, so it wouldn't need to get through a taunt. And if he had Plague, you were losing the game no matter what.
Maybe he thought of like Malfurion for 2 taunts and then you could use it on 1 taunt. But yeah, I really think that it was just forgetting that Alexstrasza could provide lethal there, because how often do you ever see just a board state into Alexstrasza ending the game in 2 turns?
It doesn't happen too often. It happened that game, but does not happen too often. That's something you got to be very conscious of. And right now, coming down to game number 5, it's going to be Odd Hunter versus Tempo Mage, a game that I believe was decided in the group stage for these 2 players, where Thijs just narrowly took it, where Xiaoti was 1 damage off of lethal.
It all comes down to this. And even though I'm inclined to give the favor to the Tempo Mage just because they have efficient forms of removal for small minions from Xiaoti, Cinderstorm, and Arcane Missiles can get some work done, there's also the fact that the Odd Hunter has Candle Shot, which can be very effective with just 1 hit of your minion to clear off your opponent's like Sorcerer's Apprentices and their own minions, which are not too many in the first place. So it will be this very last game to decide who is taking home Aston. I am so hyped for this. Let's go, Dr. J. Oh my gosh, the hand from Thijs.
If this is a hand to win, this is one of the hands.
The Aston Martin could be crossing an ocean, Dr. J. Candle shot looks pretty solid to me, just because it allows you to clear off minions without taking the damage that other decks don't want to be taking against Tempo Mage. The 2/1 minions do not line up that well against Mana Worm, and if your opponent doesn't have the Mana Worm, though, they do push quite a bit of damage, but I really think Xiao Ti needs Dire Maul.
This is a very hard choice. I don't blame him for full keeping, as, you know, the candle shot with the deckhand is, you know, very, very important. But it's definitely a hard, close call. Xiao Ti is going to try and weave in as much damage as possible.
I was thinking he might have to toss away the Acris Veteran, just because if it buffs the deckhand next turn, because you start with Candle Shot, then the shot plus deckhand would be able to deal with most of the minions from Thijs anyway. So maybe Xiao Ti could have gone for a better one drop there. Oh man. Oh man. This is looking like Xiao Ti's hand from the Tempo Mage mirror.
Yeah, this is looking like Thijs is about to walk away with a brand new Aston Martin. That's what this hand is saying to me. But Xiao Ti is going to put up a fight. Does have some very efficient plays in the next couple of turns. Maybe find something like a Misha in order to stage off some of the damage, or rolls a Leok into one of these 2/3s.
Thijs in the next few turns has his curve pretty much just given to him on a silver platter. And the Huffer there is going to make things a little bit dicey for Thijs, though, because Xiao Ti and this Candle Shot are getting a lot of work done.
Does have Kirin Torque counterspell, needs to contest this somehow. Doesn't quite have a clean answer for it. Don't think Thijs really wants to be fireballing a Huffer in defensive purposes. But, you know, it's something to consider.
I think he still has enough health to not have to respect it that much. He also sees that Xiao Ti is somehow already only on 2, while Thijs has an abundance of resources. And this tracking, even though it had the potential to draw Xiao Ti better, is just going to get counterspelled this turn, I believe.
I believe so as well. Xiao Ti's going to play it, sees this as the counterspell. Most likely going to play out that Dire Maul, swing the face, and hero power. Right now, it's a game of fitting in that hero power every turn, because he knows Thijs will not be able to heal.
T can deal 7 to the face this turn. I do not know if he wants to trade off the Kirin Tor from the hands. I mean, Xiao Ti's hand is so light that I think he can't afford to go anywhere but the face.
I definitely agree with that. I think this Huffer has to go face. I think Xiao Ti's thinking about whether he wants to put this Candle Shot into the Kirin Tor or not, because if he puts it into the Kirin Tor can't exactly take a value trade into the Dire Maul without dying to the Candle Shot on the follow-up.
That is fair. So I think Xiao Ti is already counting many turns into the future. If he puts Thijs at 19 or 18 this turn, then that means Thijs' health is a multiple of 3. So the hero power can technically get there. But because the Candle Shot has 2 charges, I can definitely see the argument for trying to soften up the Kirin Tor Mage. Is he trading? Oh my gosh. That surprises me to no end.
That is a huge shock to me. I think you have to go face there. I mean, Xiao Ti has some kind of game plan in mind where he thinks he can win this through just hero powering over and over and keeping this Dire Maul healthy and alive, because he's probably worried Thijs has some kind of answer.
I could respect the play if Xiao Ti somehow knew that the hand from was spells and not many minions, because then you can have the board to yourself. But yeah, this is looking really bad for Xiao Ti now. He's kind of forced to Hunter's Mark away the Kirin Tor. If he wants to save it for something like a Cosmic Anomaly, I don't think he has the time. It's going to be taking too much damage in the process. So
no, I think he has to go for this as well. He can Ironbeak Owl the Amani Berserker in order to make sure it doesn't deal that much damage. But that not going face there, I mean, obviously we can see the hands, we can see that there were minions to follow up. But if Thijs were to have some kind of answer to that Huffer and that 4-3 stuck around, it could have been pretty bad for him.
Bear in mind that this Odd Hunter deck doesn't have any natural tracking, which is just one card for one draw. And looking at how Xiaoti has to just work off the top of his deck while Thijs can drop a Luneth, I don't think there's any way that Xiaoti can push enough damage by that point.
I mean, I think to start with that Eaglehorn bow, that is something. Could just keep pushing this damage face. If Thijs goes for the... I think Xiaoti is really hoping that a Luneth isn't there. I think this might actually be closer than we're giving it credit.
Yeah. And with the draw of Luna, this actually might delay the Alaneth from Thijs by one turn, simply because it means he can keep the Amani Berserker alive and still draw a card in the process.
But you're not playing a Luneth here, and that's... Oh, I agree with you. I think Stargazer Luna may be the play here, as you want to present something on the board in order to, constantly keep drawing, because you can just play card after card on the top of your deck. But Xiaoti's going to be able to push quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he got another draw there, I think it would be worth it. And it's like the 2 draws plus 4 health and 4 attack on board, I think, is enough to offset 3 draws from a Luna. And now...
Oh my gosh. This is so close.
Oh my gosh. The Arcane Shot, I'm not even sure where it goes, because right now, Thijs is at a multiple of 3 health. Eaglehorn also does 3, so technically, the Arcane Shot on its own is not really going to get work done on the face.
I think you go face and you Arcane Shot the 2-2, that way you don't take that much damage, and you can go Hero Power. Oh, this is so crazy, because if you hold on to the Arcane Shot, it makes second Deckhanding out.
Yes.
It makes something like, I'm trying to think of another spell. It makes second Arcane Shot and out. There's no counter spell.
Oh, yeah, there's also Unleash the Hounds, I guess. And, oh my gosh. Okay, as for Xiaoti, he also has to think about how much leaving 2 damage on Thijs' side of the board matters. And there's just too many combinations of spells to comprehend that, I think.
I think you have to... He just ships it face!
Yeah, just get in there before the counter spell. Oh, wait, Thijs only has 1 counter spell, right? So, oh my gosh, I don't think there's a way that Thijs can present lethal this turn. He can get Frostball to freeze off Xiaoti's face, though. That's not it. So Xiaoti is on 1 draw to possibly take home the Aston Martin.
You have to play the explosive here. Yes, you have to. Oh my gosh. Deckhand's not even out anymore.
Yeah, that removes the deckhand out. There's Blackwalled Pixie, there's Unleash, there's second Arcane Shot. That is not it. And I think we have our winner.
If Xiaoti had Arcane Shotted the 2-2, he would be at 12 health right now. And Thijs may have not had enough damage to finish this game. Oh,
we could, yeah.
With that, it would have been enough damage, but there was definitely a possibility.
Yes, I get your argument 100%, because he had seen the counterspell onto the tracking already. So that means that he didn't necessarily have to use the Arcane Shot on the turn he did. He could have waited 1 more to see what he got off the top. But anyway, this is not a story of what could have been. This is a story of Thijs winning EU versus CN 2018. Congratulations. You are watching from Thijs' own channel. Oh, what a story.
That was absolutely insane. For as crazy as that game was, it's insane to think of how close Xiaoti had brought it to potentially winning that game. 1 damage off twice against Thijs this entire tournament in that exact matchup.
Oh, my head is reeling, Dr. J. So many things were hype in that series. Even at the Zoom mirror, we were seeing some incredible play. Not just, it was the Keliseth being overrun in the Tempo Mage mirror. We saw it kind of one-sided, but this is just the aggro player's dream.
我觉得这么6天应该给所有现场
Coming very down to the
我们
wire.
网上的观众带来了非常
That's
精彩
crazy.
值得回忆的
I'm at a loss for words, Gia. I don't know. I wasn't expecting it to be that close. From the opening hand, it just looked like it was Thijs' game.
I have to agree, and just the fact that we were told by our production on the other side, quote unquote production, to not talk over the host when they're talking. Gotta break that rule. So much to talk about in that series. And I have to say, I am so happy for Thijs. Very well deserved. He's been looking for a big tournament win for quite some time now, because a lot of people after 2015 were saying, oh, he's focusing more on streaming now. But Thijs has consistently qualified for playoffs, and he still got it as a player. And now he has the car to prove it.
Yeah, that is definitely Thijs' car. You saw him there. They gave him the keys to the Aston Martin. I get the sign the screen.
This is awesome. Now we all
Alright,
have Thijs' autograph.
Yeah, now drive it away, Thijs. Drive it away. Just drive it off the set. You got a long drive back home.
This is so epic.
欧洲及中国16位顶尖高手参与角逐，经历了5天的小组赛和2天的淘汰赛。
I wonder if they made all of the players rehearse the possible driving it off the stage, but I don't have his space to do that.
No, definitely. He starts driving that, he's going straight to the crowd. That's
Yeah, driving straight to jail.
It was the first time and the only time he got to drive the.
Oh my gosh.
But congratulations to Thijs. He really deserves it. He does a lot for the community. He has a great community for his streaming, and also just a phenomenal player himself, and obviously a great guy. So I'm really glad he won this tournament.
Yeah, bear in mind that it was Thijs' own idea to have this English broadcast at all. Originally, there wasn't supposed to be one, just the Chinese broadcast, but he put it together with G2 and the help of his manager, and we have this community project to show you guys just how amazing the whole story was. Thijs takes home the Aston Martin, and Xiaoti, I have to say, well played to him as well. He made it all the way from being 0-1 deficit against Thijs himself, pulled up all the way back to the championship, and had a really good showing as well.
I'm not sure what else to say, Gia. That was an impressive finals, and I'm really glad I got to see it. I'm really glad I got to cast with you. So thank you very much.
Yeah, always a pleasure to work with you, Jace. So thank you guys so much for watching. I think we're just going to have a few more highlights now. Any last words, Dr. J, before we sign off?
No, I think I'm good. I think that was an incredible series. Congratulations to Thijs again, and congratulations to all these competitors for their hard-fought series. And thanks, chat, for keeping us entertained as well. It was great to see some of the comments. So thank you all very much. I really appreciate it. And always great to work with you as well, Gia. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. J. And I just want to plug that I will be in Singapore this weekend as well, so you guys can tune in there to see some more Hearthstone action. No guarantees. I don't think Thijs will be there himself, but maybe you guys can also watch Hearthstone on other channels sometime. All right, see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. This has been Dr. Jikininki and Gia. See you guys later.